Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Crossover. In Dragon Ball, I started by fusing with Vegito. Part 1. Barren and dead silence. The howling wind whipped up the sand filling the sky, and gravel collided against the bare rock walls, making a somewhat piercing friction sound. Suyu suddenly opened his eyes and sat up from a patch of scorching sandy gravel ground. He looked around in a daze. As far as his eyes could see, there were towering barren stone pillars and a desolate Gobi desert devoid of any vegetation. Where is this? Weren't I grinding Dragon Ball? Sparking. Zero in the dorm. Why does this scene look so much like the wasteland rocky area in Dragon Ball? Suyu rubbed his slightly throbbing temples. As a modern college student who had been immersed in web novels and all kinds of anime for years, he quickly realized a somewhat absurd yet extremely realistic situation: he had time traveled. Moreover, his entire person and body had traveled over together. Just as Suyu was still thinking about which world he had traveled to, a crisp and mechanical voice suddenly exploded in the depths of his mind without any warning. Ding! Host soul fluctuation detected. Meeting the binding conditions, the system is activating. 10%. 50%. 100%. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Dimension Template System has been successfully bound. Hearing this heavenly voice, the corners of Suyu's mouth rose uncontrollably. Sure enough, the standard golden finger for time travelers would definitely not be absent. System, introduce your functions. Suyu quickly calmed down and recited silently in his heart. This system is the Dimension Template System. Rule explanation. The host can obtain points by completing tasks issued by the system, defeating or killing opponents. Points are the only hard currency of this system. The host can consume points to upgrade the current template, draw brand new dimensional character templates, open the world gate to travel through the heavens and worlds, or redeem all things in the system mall, including but not limited to bloodlines, cultivation methods, weapons, special abilities, etc. After listening to the system's introduction, Suyu's eyes completely lit up. Simple and crude. Fighting monsters and doing tasks can get points, and with points, one can become infinitely stronger, and even travel to other secondary dimensional worlds. Isn't this a proper Invincible style opening? Ding! Detected that the host has bound to the system for the first time. A novice gift pack is specially distributed. Would you like to open it immediately? Open it immediately. Suyu gave the order without hesitation. He knew very well that in an unknown world, holding power in his own hands was the most reassuring thing. This novice gift pack was the foundation for him to establish himself. Ding! The novice gift pack is opening. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the character template, Vegito Majin Buu era. Note: this template is in a perfectly inherited state. The host does not need to practice from scratch. After fusion, you can instantly master all the power, combat experience, and skills of this template at its peak. Even Suyu, whose personality was usually calm, couldn't help cursing at this moment, and his breathing instantly became rapid. Vegito. That ultimate warrior formed by the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta using the Supreme Kai's sacred object, the Potara earrings. In the Majin Buu arc of Dragon Ball Z, the Buuhan, who absorbed Piccolo, Gotenks, and Ultimate Gohan, whose strength has reached the combat power ceiling of the entire Z era. But in front of Vegito, even Vegito in his base form could toy with Buuhan like a little chick. That was truly invincible in the true sense, the King of Kings with maximum coolness. Does the host want to immediately fuse with the Vegito Majin Buu era template? Fuse. Fuse immediately. Suyu suppressed the excitement in his heart and shouted loudly. Boom. As soon as his voice fell, a terrifying power that could not be described in words appeared out of thin air within Suyu's body. Without any pain, this was a perfect fusion like spring rain moisturizing everything. Suyu only felt that every cell in his body was crazily splitting, reorganizing, and transforming. The weak bloodline that originally belonged to an ordinary human was instantly washed away, and replaced by the bloodline of the strongest warrior race in the universe, the Saiyan. Moreover, it was the most perfect Saiyan body that fused the advantages of Son Goku and Vegeta. Dazzling golden light erupted from Suyu's body, soaring straight into the clouds. The surrounding howling wind instantly stagnated under the suppression of this momentum, and the gravel on the ground began to levitate into midair, defying physical laws, and then was crushed into powder by the invisible aura. Suyu's body was also undergoing earth-shaking changes. His originally thin and weak body began to grow taller, his muscles bulged, and the streamlined muscle lines were full of explosive power. The modern casual clothes on his body also dissipated in the light, automatically transforming into a set of blue martial arts uniform, lined with an orange short-sleeved undershirt, white combat gloves on his hands, and white battle boots on his feet. The most eye-catching thing was his upright black spiky hair, with two signature bangs hanging down in front of his forehead, gently fluttering in the wind. A moment later, the light faded away. Suyu slowly opened his eyes. In his originally black and white eyes, a trace of wildness and confidence unique to a Saiyan flashed at this moment. Yosha. He spread out his hands and clenched his fists hard, and suddenly. Bang! The air in the palm of his hand was actually pinched and exploded by him, making a dull sound like a sonic boom. A circle of visible white shockwaves spread outward with him as the center, directly shaking all the rocks within a radius of 100 meters into spiderweb-like cracks. Is this Vegito's power? It's simply intoxicatingly strong. Suyu took a deep breath, and he could clearly feel the terrifying ki in his body that was like a vast ocean and bottomless. Son Goku's Kamehameha, instant transmission, Vegeta's final flash, Big Bang attack, and Vegito's exclusive final Kamehameha, Spirit Sword. Countless moves and combat memories were deeply branded into his soul-like instincts. He walked to a smooth rock wall and looked at the reflection inside. A handsome face as if carved by a knife and axe, confident to the point of being somewhat arrogant eyes, and that iconic blue and orange color-matched martial arts uniform. It was completely the arrival of Vegito himself. Suyu touched his earlobes and found that there were no Patara earrings on them. It seems that the system only endowed me with Vegito's template and body, instead of truly turning me into a fused person who needs earrings to maintain. The current me is an independent and perfect individual. Suyu's mouth hooked into a signature confident chuckle. Since I have inherited everything of Vegito, from now on, I will just be called Vegito. As a fused warrior who perfectly inherited the combat power of the Majin Buu era, Vegito knew his current strength positioning very well. In his base form, he could already easily thrash Majin Buu, and because he inherited all the talents and transformation abilities of Goku and Vegeta, he naturally also perfectly mastered Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan 2, and even the one that had never been shown in the original work, Super Saiyan 3. If it was Vegito in the Super Saiyan 3 full power state, even facing Beerus, the god of destruction in the early stage of Dragon Ball Super, he was confident that he could exchange a few moves, and even force out some true skills from the opponent. However, this was only exchanging a few moves. Vegito knew how absurdly the power scaling in the Dragon Ball world had inflated. The Majin Buu era seemed invincible, but in the subsequent Dragon Ball Super, all kinds of monsters mastering divine techniques emerged endlessly. Super Saiyan 3 is indeed very strong, but wanting to truly do whatever one wants in this grand worldview is far from enough. Vegito pinched his chin, his eyes becoming somewhat sharp. Fortunately, there is the system. As long as I accumulate enough points, I can upgrade the current template to the Dragon Ball Super era. By then, having awakened Super Saiyan Blue Vegito, or even the ultimate Vegito who masters the fusion of Ultra Instinct and Ultra Ego, I dare to clash even with the angels and the Grand Minister. Just as Vegito was planning his future path to becoming stronger in his mind. Ding! World background confirmed. Dragon Ball World. Time node locked. Saiyans are about to invade Earth. Hearing the system's prompt tone, Vegito was slightly stunned at first, and then the smile on his face became stronger and stronger. The belligerent blood belonging to the Saiyan began to boil in his body. Saiyans are about to invade Earth. So it's this time node. That is to say, Goku is probably still on his way back from King Kai's planet, and Piccolo, Krillin and others are preparing to fight those two upcoming, powerful enemies. Raditz is already dead, so the next ones to come should be the bald Nappa and the Saiyan Prince Vegeta, right? Mentioning Vegito's expression became a bit weird. After all, he also possessed Vegeta's soul imprint inside his body. Thinking of that Tsunere prince with a combat power of only 18,000 who actually dared to boastfully invade Earth, he found it somewhat funny. 18,000 combat power. The current Vegito, even if he just blew slightly, could blast Vegeta and Nappa of that era into dust in the universe. Rumble. At this moment, a thunder-like sound of breaking the air suddenly came from high above. Vegito raised his head. With his extraordinary vision, he clearly saw two meteors, burning with crimson tail flames at the far end of the horizon, falling at a terrifying speed tearing through the atmosphere towards a certain direction of Earth. That was not a meteor at all, but a spherical space pod used by the Saiyans for interstellar navigation. Speak of the devil, aren't the points delivering themselves to our door? Vegito grinned, leaned forward slightly, and slammed his feet hard on the ground. Boom. The ground instantly collapsed into a huge pit with a diameter of tens of meters. The terrifying recoil made Vegito's body turn into an afterimage that could not be captured by the naked eye. Accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, he instantly tore through the clouds and galloped toward the direction where the spaceship fell. Take you two as the stepping stones for me to shake this universe. Vegito, flying at high speed in midair, moved his mind and summoned his system panel. A bright blue light screen unfolded in front of his eyes. Host. Vegito. Currently bound template. Vegito, Majin Buu era. Template fusion degree. 100% perfect inheritance. Base form combat power. Immeasurable, exceeding the scouter's limit. Mastered forms. Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3. Mastered skills. Kamehameha, Spirit Sword, Final Flash, Big Bang Attack, Final Kamehameha. Including all skills and moves of Son Goku and Vegeta. Current system points. 0. System Mall. Opened. Current world mission. Kill or defeat the Saiyans invading Earth, Nappa, Vegeta. Completing the mission can yield generous point rewards. Fierce winds howled, and air currents were torn apart. High above in the sky, Vegito turned into a brilliant golden stream of light, piercing through the firmament at an unimaginably terrifying speed. Around his body, not even much aura was emitted, merely relying on his initial speed, he left behind circle after circle of visible white sonic boom clouds in his wake. This sense of power of controlling everything is truly something I will never grow tired of experiencing, no matter how many times. Vegito wore a comfortable smile at the corner of his mouth. While flying, he had completely released his perception of ki. With his current realm, he could perceive even the life fluctuation of an ant anywhere on Earth crystal clearly. Within his perceptual network, on the wilderness of East City thousands of kilometers away from him, several weak ki were violently colliding. Among them, two strands of ki were extremely evil and massive, obviously Nappa and Vegeta who had just landed on Earth. And the other several relatively weak strands of ki were naturally Piccolo, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and the other Z-fighters of Earth. Suddenly, Vegito's brows twitched slightly, and his flight speed unconsciously slowed down by a fraction. A strand of ki has disappeared. That intensity of ki, is it Yamcha? In Vegito's mind, the classic world-famous painting from the original work instantly emerged. Yamcha being grabbed by a Saibaman and self-destructed, curled up on the ground in a classic death reflection. Yamcha's careless personality ultimately made him pay the price with his life. This can also be considered shaking off arrogance and impetuousness. Hopefully this kid can grow a bit from this. Vegito did not produce any psychological fluctuations because of Yamcha's death. As the ultimate warrior who fused the souls of Son Goku and Vegeta, although he retained the kind thoughts of Earthlings, he also possessed a Saiyan ruthlessness and bellicosity towards life and death being taken lightly. However, the deterioration speed of the battle seemed to exceed Vegito's expectations. After less than 2 minutes, another 2 consecutive strands of ki erupted in a very short time, and then completely returned to nothingness. Xiaosu, and Tien Shinhan. Vegito's gaze narrowed slightly. Meanwhile, the East City Wilderness battlefield. Gunpowder smoke billowed, and the earth was scarred everywhere. The originally flat rocky ground had now turned into a purgatory, filled everywhere with bottomless giant craters and charred cracks. No! Tien Shinhan. Krillin's desperate roar echoed across the wilderness, his eyes bloodshot, staring fixedly at the rolling thick smoke ahead that had not yet dissipated. Just a moment ago, to avenge the fallen Yamcha, Tien Shinhan broke an arm. And Xiaosu, to protect Tien Shinhan, resolutely used his psychokinesis to attach himself to the back of the bald Saiyan named Nappa, choosing to self-destruct. Yet Xiaosu's pulverized self-destruction unexpectedly failed to harm Nappa by even a fraction. Filled with grief and indignation, Tien Shinhan exhausted all the vitality in his body, unleashing the strongest tri-beam of his life with one hand. The power of that strike even caused Vegeta, who was watching from the sidelines, to glance over slightly. However, as the dust gradually cleared, a despairing scene appeared. Phew, that really scared me, I almost thought I was going to lose my life. Nappa, who was over 2 meters tall, slowly floated up from the deep pit. His tough Saiyan battle suit was only damaged by a small piece, and although a few bloody scars hung on his muscular muscles, he suffered no fatal injuries at all. Nappa twisted his neck, his cruel gaze sweeping towards Tien Shinhan below, who had completely lost his breath, and sneered, "Overestimating yourself, Earth trash, even if you risk your lives, you can only scratch an itch for me. Monster. This guy is simply a monster." Krillin trembled all over, cold sweat having long soaked his martial arts uniform. Too strong. A battle power of 4,000, for them right now, was simply an insurmountable high mountain. Beside them, 5-year-old Gohan was even scared so much that his legs went soft, falling and sitting on the ground, tears spinning non-stop in his eye sockets. "Daddy! Daddy, hurry and come. Why hasn't that guy Goku arrived yet? If this goes on, all of us are going to die here." Piccolo clenched his teeth tightly, blue veins popping out on his forehead, his green skin already stained with blood and dust. "Don't count on Kakarot." Vegeta, who had been crossing his arms and standing high on a rock watching coldly, let out a sneer. "Even if that trash rushes back, he only deserves to die in Nappa's hands. Nappa, stop playing around. Clear away these few pieces of trash, we need to go search for the Dragon Balls." "As you command, Vegeta." Nappa cruelly licked his lips, his gaze instantly locking onto Gohan, who was sitting on the ground trembling. "Hee, Kakarot's son, right. Saiyan half-breed scum, let me send you to hell first." Boom. A violent golden aura suddenly erupted from Nappa's body, and the surrounding rubble instantly turned into powder under his ki field. He raised his thick right arm, frantically condensing a dazzling, high-density energy light sphere in the palm of his hand. "Die!" Nappa let out a wild roar, violently swinging his arm, and that energy wave containing destructive power, like a heavy artillery shell fired from a barrel, tore through the air, heading straight towards Gohan with a piercing screech. "Gohan! Hurry and dodge!" Krillin's eyes split open in anger, but his speed was simply too late for rescue. Watching that energy wave rapidly enlarging in his pupils, Gohan's mind went completely blank, his ability to act completely stripped away by fear, and he could only despairingly close his eyes. Just at this critical juncture, a tall green figure stood in front of Gohan without the slightest hesitation. Rumble. A deafening explosion resounded through the clouds, and the terrifying energy storm instantly flattened the surrounding rocks. The dazzling strong light made everyone unconsciously close their eyes. When the light dissipated, Gohan trembled as he opened his eyes, and what came into view was Piccolo's broad yet already ruined back. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan stared blankly at the person blocking in front of him. Piccolo's chest had been completely pierced by the energy wave, and his vitality was flowing away at a terrifying speed. He turned his head with difficulty, looking at this crybaby in front of him whom he had trained for nearly a year, and for the first time ever, a weak yet gentle smile appeared on his face. Gohan. You guy, are the only one in this world who didn't treat me like a monster, and was willing to talk to me. These few months surviving with you in this wilderness, actually, wasn't bad." As his voice fell, the light in Piccolo's eyes completely dimmed, and his massive body collapsed abruptly, heavily crashing into a pool of blood. And on the distant lookout, Earth's Kami also turned into specks of starlight and dissipated along with it. Earth's Dragon Balls completely turned into ordinary stones at this moment. Uncle Piccolo. Looking at Piccolo fallen in the pool of blood, Gohan let out a heartbreaking wail. The Saiyan bloodline within his body was instantly ignited by the extremely grief-stricken and indignant emotion at this moment, and a powerful ki, far exceeding his usual burst out from his young body. Masenko. Gohan raised his hands above his head, the golden yellow energy wave like a roaring dragon, carrying all his anger, fiercely slamming towards Nappa in midair. Oh. Battle power instantly broke through 2,800 points. Interesting. Facing Gohan's vengeful strike, Nappa not only didn't dodge, but instead revealed a ferocious wild laugh. He merely raised one hand, and forcefully caught this Masenko, then squeezed hard. Bang! The violent energy wave was unexpectedly crushed directly by his single hand, scattering into the sky full of light spots. Kid, your attack is pretty good, but it's still too weak. Nappa grinned cruelly and extended two fingers, a highly concentrated energy ray condensing once again on his fingertips. The coercion emitted by this ray was even more terrifying than the previous strike. Now, it's time to let you keep that green-skinned monster company. Go to hell. Swish. The death ray tore through the air, carrying a must-kill intent, shooting straight towards the glabella of Gohan who was collapsed on the ground due to exhausted stamina. Krillin despairingly closed his eyes. It's over, everything is over. Earth's defense line has completely collapsed. Gohan looked at the death ray close at hand, tears streaming down his cheeks. Daddy. Just at this critical moment, in the absolute dead end where everyone thought Gohan would undoubtedly die. Space rippled with eerie ripples without any warning. Following closely, Nappa's death ray, which was enough to raise a city to the ground, abruptly stopped less than half an inch away from Gohan's glabella. No, that wasn't stopping. Krillin opened his eyes abruptly, and Nappa, as if seeing a ghost, widened his eyes fixedly. I saw that in front of Gohan, a tall and upright back had appeared at some unknown time. That person was wearing a peculiar martial arts uniform intertwined with deep blue and bright orange, stepping on white battle boots. He merely extended two fingers wearing white gloves, and easily pinched Nappa's energy ray between his fingers. What? Nappa's eyeballs were practically popping out. The next second, that person's fingers exerted a slight force. Snap! That high-density energy ray was actually pinched directly into fine, scattered energy light spots across the sky by those two fingers, dissipating with the wind. The whole scene was dead silent. Only the rustling sound of the wind blowing across the ruins. What is going on here? Krillin rubbed his eyes, full of disbelief. Vegeta, standing in the rear, instantly lost his originally lazy posture of crossing his arms. He straightened his body abruptly, his gaze fixedly staring at the suddenly appearing back, a sense of trembling that could not be described in words rising inexplicably from the bottom of his heart. Hey, who is that guy? The clothes he's wearing, and that hairstyle. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, that tall back slowly turned around. That was a handsome face like it was carved by a knife and axe, black spiky hair standing upright, with two bangs hanging down in front of his forehead fluttering in the wind. A casual yet confident smirk that seemed to hold everything in the world in contempt hung on the corner of his mouth. The moment they saw this face, everyone present felt as if struck by lightning. Daddy! Gohan cried out blankly. Goku. No. Goku's gaze isn't this sharp. And his facial features, how do they still look a bit like that Vegeta? Krillin felt his worldview was about to collapse. And Vegeta in the distance, acting as if he had seen a ghost, pointed at the person and blurted out, "You. Who on earth are you guy? Why do you look somewhat similar to this prince?" Listening to everyone's exclamations, Vegito slowly lowered his fingers. He glanced at Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and others fallen in the pool of blood, a sharp flash of coldness passing through his deep eyes, and then, he locked his gaze onto Nappa who was full of shock in midair. Sorry, I enjoyed the scenery a bit on the way, came a bit late. Vegito's mouth hooked up slightly, emitting that iconic magnetic voice carrying a bit of arrogance. Next, let me accompany you guys to play around nicely. Ding. Detected that the host has arrived at the battlefield. Current world quest activated. Kill or defeat the Saiyans invading Earth. Nappa, Vegeta. The air seemed to completely freeze at this moment. The sound of the wind died down, and the smoke hung frozen in the air. Nappa maintained the posture of firing an energy beam, his rugged face plastered with an expression of having seen a ghost. He looked at his still smoking fingertips, then back at the strange man standing opposite him who had crushed his fatal blow to dust with just 2 fingers, his brain briefly short-circuiting. You. What the hell kind of trick did you pull? Nappa roared aloud, the veins on his forehead throbbing violently. As a warrior from a noble Saiyan lineage, he absolutely refused to believe that anyone on Earth could so casually neutralize his attack. It must be some kind of illusion. Yes, it must be. Vegeta, standing on a high rock in the back, wasn't as foolish as Nappa. His sharp eyes stared intently at Vegito, and he subconsciously raised his hand to press the power scouter worn over his left eye. Beep, beep, beep. Accompanied by the crisp scanning sound of the scouter, the numbers on the lens began to jump wildly, but ultimately, they steadily settled on a number that blew his mind. 5. Power level, only 5. Vegeta's pupils shrank sharply, and his expression instantly turned incomparably gloomy. If it were before, he would definitely have laughed unhesitatingly at the other party as a piece of trash with a power level of 5. But having just witnessed this man crush Nappa's energy wave with his bare hands, anyone with a working brain could never believe that this 5 feet was the other party's true strength. Suppressing his power to the absolute extreme, to the point where even the scouter can only capture the most basic life signs. Vegeta gritted his teeth, a trace of cold sweat sliding down his temple. What made him feel even more uneasy all over was that man's face. Although the facial features didn't bear a high degree of similarity to his own, those upturned corners of the mouth, that arrogant gaze looking down on everything, and the absolute confidence exuding from his body as if he were born to be superior to all living things, it was simply identical to his own. No, even more arrogant than himself. Center of the battlefield. Vegito casually patted the dust off his hands, just like he had just crushed an insignificant bug. He tilted his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Nappa in midair, a mocking arc curling at the corner of his mouth. What's wrong, Baldy? Is your ultimate attack only at this level? Contempt. Utter, undisguised contempt. This sentence completely ignited Nappa's fury. No matter what nobody you are popping out from, daring to look at yours truly with that kind of gaze, I'm going to crush every single bone in your body inch by inch. Nappa fell into a total rage, roaring as he erupted with all the ki inside his body, a golden yellow aura wrapping around his massive physique. He fiercely kicked off with both legs, causing the air below to explode with sonic booms, and swung his sandbag-sized fist, smashing fiercely toward Vegito's face. Watch out! Krillin shouted a warning from the side, scared out of his wits. However, facing Nappa's all-out strike, Vegito couldn't even be bothered to take an extra look. He just casually crossed his arms over his chest, without even assuming a defensive posture. Too slow. Vegito chuckled softly, and was just about to release a sliver of aura to directly squash this noisy bald head into a bloody pulp. But right at this moment, as if sensing something, his brow twitched slightly, and the right hand he had originally prepared to raise lowered back down. Oh. It seems I don't need to rush to make a move, the real deal has finally arrived. Boom. Almost the instant Vegito's words fell. At the far end of the distant horizon, a deafening sound of piercing through the air suddenly came over. A massive ki was crossing the vast ocean at an exaggerated speed, rapidly approaching the wilderness of East City. That ki is. Could it be? Krillin, who had already been in despair, abruptly turned his head, staring fixedly at the sky as an unbelievable, wild joy burst forth in his eyes. Even Nappa, who had fallen into a frenzy, was startled into halting his movements by this suddenly erupting powerful presence, hovering in midair as he turned his head in astonishment. Flying Nimbus. Accompanied by a heaven-shaking shout, a golden streak of light tore through the heavy clouds, cutting across the sky like lightning, and rushed directly above the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Following closely, a figure wearing a signature orange martial arts uniform with the character boundary printed on the chest leapt down from the golden flying nimbus. Bam! The newcomer landed steadily on the ground, the shockwave generated upon landing blowing away all the surrounding gravel. Black crab-like hair, clear yet battle-intent-filled eyes, and that warmth of an aura that couldn't possibly be more familiar. Goku! Krillin shouted out, tears streaming from his eyes in excitement as he scrambled over. Dad! Gohan, who had just walked a trip through the gates of hell, also burst into loud crying. That's right, having completed his training on King Kai's planet, overcoming countless hardships to run across Snake Way, and finally rushing back at the very last moment of Earth's life or death survival, was none other than Earth's protector, Son Goku. Sorry, Krillin, Gohan, I'm back late. Son Goku turned around, first giving the two of them a reassuring smile. But when his gaze swept across the surroundings, seeing Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, Xiaosu, and Yamcha lying not far away in pools of blood having lost all signs of life, the smile on his face instantly froze. An irresistible sorrow and indignation surged from the bottom of Goku's heart, a heart-palpitating anger flashing through his dark eyes, causing even the surrounding air to begin to tremble slightly. Piccolo. Tien Shinhan. Everyone. Son Goku clenched his fists tightly, his nails sinking deeply into his flesh. Kakarot. Vegeta, up high, saw Goku appear, a cruel smile surfacing on his face. You finally decided to crawl out and accept your death. I thought you, this stray dog, were hiding in some rat hole not daring to show your face. Goku ignored Vegeta's taunt. Forcibly suppressing the sorrow in his heart, he pulled a small cloth bag from his waist, undid it, and poured out 2 green senzu beans. Krillin, Gohan, hurry up and eat the senzu beans. Eat them, and your injuries will recover immediately. Goku handed the senzu beans to the two of them respectively. Krillin took the senzu bean and swallowed it without hesitation. His originally shattered bones and bottomed-out stamina instantly restored to their peak state within a single second. Great, it really is a senzu bean. Goku, you finally. Krillin stood up, just preparing to report the battle situation to Goku. But before he finished speaking, he saw Goku suddenly freeze in place, his eyes widened like copper bells, staring fixedly in a certain direction behind Krillin. Ah, what is it, Goku? Krillin looked in the direction of Goku's gaze. Only to see that a few steps behind them, Vegito was crossing his arms with a faint, elusive smile at the corner of his mouth, sizing up one of his original bodies with keen interest. The scene, at this moment, became incomparably bizarre. Son Goku looked at Vegito, then looked at Vegeta in the distance, and then looked at Vegito again, unable to help reaching out to rub his own eyes. Son Goku let out an exclamation 100 times more shocked than when he saw Nappa, his finger pointing at Vegito trembling crazily. You. Who are you? Why do you look exactly like me? No, looking closely, your hairstyle and this punchable look in your eyes, why are they so similar to that guy up in the sky called Vegeta? The thick-headed Son Goku even had the sorrow of his friends dying in battle diluted quite a bit by this visually impactful scene for a moment. This picture was simply too bizarre. A man with his own face, but carrying Vegeta's expression, wearing a handsome martial arts uniform he had never seen before, stood right in front of him. Hearing Goku's exclamation, Vegeta also roared from up high. Kakarot. Stop playing dumb over there. I want to ask you, who the hell is this fool who has a bit of this king's charm? Could you Earthlings have mastered some disgusting cloning technology? I don't know either. Son Goku scratched his head with an innocent face. Watching these two arch-enemies who loved and killed each other in the original work wearing expressions as if they had seen a ghost at this moment, Vegito finally couldn't help laughing out loud. He slowly lowered his hands, an elusive, terrifying aura naturally leaking out. First time meeting, Son Goku. Vegito's gaze looked straight at Goku before him, his deep and magnetic voice clearly echoing across the wilderness. As for my name, you can call me Vegito. Vegito. Son Goku tilted his head, a giant question mark seemingly popping up on his forehead. Such a strange name, it sounds like Vegeta's and my names stuck together. However, none of that matters right now. Son Goku's eyes instantly turned incomparably sharp. He turned around, locking his gaze back onto Nappa in midair and Vegeta up high. Vegito, although I don't know who you are, Krillin said just now that you saved Gohan, and I owe you a huge favor. But, Son Goku stretched his neck and wrists, a violent aura mixed with red faintly emerging on the surface of his body. That was the sign that the Kaioken was about to be activated. These two Saiyans killed Piccolo, killed Yamcha and Tien Shinhan and the others. This grudge, I must avenge it with my own hands. Watching Son Goku, whose battle intent was boiling, Vegito didn't feel surprised. Saiyans were naturally bellicose by nature, let alone facing the enemies who killed their close friends. If he forcibly intervened at this time and one-shotted Nappa and Vegeta, Goku would instead feel like he couldn't get over that hurdle in his heart. Very well. Vegito waved his hand casually, taking two very magnanimous steps back and yielding the main position of the battlefield. Since you want to avenge your friends, then leave this bald brute to you as a warm-up exercise. Let me also see what kind of skills you've actually learned over at King Kai's. Pausing for a moment, Vegito cast his gaze toward Vegeta up high, a trace of playfulness flashing in his eyes. However, that shorty who claims to be the Saiyan Prince is my prey. Don't you think about fighting me for him? Scumbag. Who are you calling a shorty? Vegeta, who was still observing Vegito, upon hearing these extremely insulting words, instantly lost his composure, so furious that the veins on his forehead bulged and he could barely maintain his sanity. As the dignified Saiyan Prince, although his height was indeed a hard flaw, no one had ever dared to mock him like this right to his face. Regardless of whether you are Vegito or some bullshit thing. After Nappa tears the trash Kakarot into pieces, this king will definitely blast you into cosmic dust with my own hands. Vegeta laughed out of extreme anger, roaring viciously. Is that so? Then I'll just stand right here and wait and see. Vegito shrugged, maintaining a completely nonchalant attitude. On the other side, Son Goku, having obtained Vegito's consent, finally focused all his attention on Nappa. Nappa, right. Come on down. Son Goku struck the classic opening stance of the Turtle School, his eyes terrifyingly cold. Your opponent is me. A predestined duel was about to officially kick off under Vegito's witness. And right at this moment, Vegito, standing leisurely in the rear watching the battle, heard the system's prompt sound ringing in his mind once again. Ding! Detected that the original work's key plot, Goku vs. Saiyan, has been triggered. The system has issued a temporary side quest. Intervene in and end this battle with an attitude of absolute suppression. Make the proud Saiyan Prince taste true despair. Quest reward. Depending on the host's flexing performance and degree of suppression, a large amount of points will be settled. Oh. Not only is there a baseline quest, but I can also trigger side quests to make extra cash. The azure light screen in front of Vegito emerged once more. Looking at the information on the panel, the smile at the corner of his mouth grew increasingly thick. On the wasteland, wild winds whipped up fine sand and pebbles, and the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Son Goku lowered his stance slightly, taking the starting posture of the Turtle School, his calm gaze locked onto Nappa in midair. Come on. You court death low-class warrior. How dare you look down on me? Today, I will make you feel true despair. Nappa laughed in extreme anger, the veins on his forehead bulging. He stomped hard on the empty air, his massive body turning into a golden gale as he lunged toward Son Goku with the force of a collapsing mountain. Die, Kakarot! A massive fist tore through the air, carrying a piercing sonic boom as it smashed violently toward Son Goku's face. If this punch landed solidly, even a massive mountain would be instantly blasted to pieces. However, facing this incredibly heavy blow, Son Goku didn't even blink. The exact instant Nappa's fist was just a centimeter away from the tip of his nose, Son Goku's figure vanished into thin air like a phantom. Boom! Nappa's punch missed, and the terrifying wind from his fist blasted a crater several meters deep into the ground where Goku had been standing, sending stone fragments flying in all directions like bullets. What? Nappa's pupils shrank violently, his face filled with shock. Where is he? Your movements are far too slow. A calm voice suddenly came from right above Nappa's head. Nappa looked up in horror, only to see that Son Goku had somehow stepped onto his bald head with one foot. Feeling this humiliating provocation, Nappa let out a deafening roar, his thick arms thrusting upward in an attempt to tear Son Goku above him in half. But Goku simply leapt lightly, performing a graceful backflip in midair before landing easily on a rock over 10 meters away. How is this possible? What on earth was that just now? Nappa stared intently at Goku, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Standing high up in the rear, Vegeta's expression finally changed as well. He suddenly pressed the power level scouter worn over his left eye, and the numbers on the lens began to fluctuate wildly. Beep, beep, beep. 5,000, 6,000, 7,000. Finally, amidst a rapid buzzing sound, the number on the scouter stopped at a value that made Vegeta's scalp tingle. 8,000. His power level has actually reached 8,000. Vegeta's hand trembled slightly. He suddenly ripped off the scouter and crushed it into a lump of scrap metal. Impossible. How could a mere low-class warrior have a power level over 8,000? This scouter must be broken. Vegeta growled through gritted teeth. Just as Vegeta was questioning his reality, the situation on the battlefield had already turned into a one-sided beatdown. No matter how frantically Nappa attacked or unleashed energy waves, Son Goku was able to deflect them with ease. His training on King Kai's planet had not only given Goku's base power level a qualitative leap, but had also allowed him to completely surpass Nappa, who only knew how to rely on brute force, in terms of martial arts comprehension. Bang! Son Goku seized an opening, delivering a heavy whip kick straight into Nappa's abdomen. Gwa! Nappa spat out a large mouthful of gastric juice, his massive body flying backward. He crashed through 3 rocky peaks before finally stopping. Awesome! Goku is so strong. Krillin jumped up and down in excitement. Gohan also looked at his father with eyes full of admiration. Meanwhile, Vegito, who had been standing to the side with his arms crossed, silently watching the battle, let out a bored yawn. Is this the result of training on King Kai's planet? Although it's indeed a huge improvement for the current Goku, this slow-paced fight is really making me sleepy. Vegito glanced at the half-dead Nappa, then peeked up at Vegeta, whose face was so dark it looked like it could drip water, knowing that the real show was about to begin. Sure enough. Crawling out of the ruins, Nappa had completely lost his mind. His eyes were bloodshot, like a crazed beast. I am an elite warrior of noble birth. How could I lose to low-class trash like you? Nappa roared frantically, an unprecedentedly violent aura exploding from his body. But knowing he couldn't defeat Son Goku, he suddenly turned his murderous gaze toward Krillin and Gohan, who were watching from afar. Since I can't beat you, I'll kill your son and your friend. Oh no. Goku's expression changed drastically. Seeing Nappa pounce toward Gohan like a mad dog, a sharp glint flashed in Goku's eyes, and his muscles tensed instantly. Kaioken. Boom. A layer of crimson, violent aura instantly enveloped Son Goku. His speed and power multiplied and soared at this moment. The moment Nappa was about to touch Gohan, a red flash of lightning arrived first. Son Goku appeared directly above Nappa, clasping his hands together and slamming them down hard onto Nappa's back. Crack! The loud sound of bones fracturing echoed across the entire field. Arg! Nappa let out an agonizing scream. His spine was completely shattered by the terrifying blow, and he collapsed onto the ground like a lump of mud, unable to move ever again. It's over. Goku deactivated his Kaioken, took a slight breath, walked over to the paralyzed Nappa, lifted him up with one hand, and threw him forcefully. Thud. Nappa's massive body was tossed right at Vegeta's feet. Take your companion and get off Earth, Son Goku said coldly, looking up at Vegeta. Bay. Vegeta. Saw. Save me. Nappa crawled on the ground, painfully reaching out his bloody right hand toward Vegeta. Vegeta looked down at Nappa, who was like a dead dog, with no sympathy in his eyes, only deep disgust. Save you. A cruel sneer played on Vegeta's lips. He slowly raised his right hand, condensing a blinding, high-density energy sphere in his palm. I have no need for useless cripples. Trash like you who has completely disgraced the Saiyans should just die. With that, Vegeta unhesitatingly aimed the energy sphere in his hand at Nappa's head and slammed it down. No. Nappa's eyes widened in terror. Just when Krillin and Goku thought Nappa was a goner. Swish. A blue and orange afterimage tore through space without warning, appearing beside Vegeta in an instant with a terrifying speed that neither Son Goku nor Vegeta could comprehend. Immediately after, a hand wearing a white glove firmly grabbed Vegeta's wrist just as he was about to press down. Under the pressure of this hand, the energy sphere, which was powerful enough to blow Nappa to ashes, actually dissolved into nothingness without a sound. What? Vegeta's hair stood on end, and he whipped his head around as if he had seen a ghost. What met his eyes was Vegito's face, brimming with confidence. Oi, Vegeta. Didn't I tell you just now? You are my prey. Vegito looked down at Vegeta, a playful glint flashing in his deep eyes. Killing your own dog right in front of me, as a master, you really don't show me any respect, do you? Silence. A dead silence. Son Goku stood frozen in place, a layer of cold sweat instantly breaking out on his back. In that split second, he hadn't even seen how Vegito had moved. It wasn't high-speed movement at all, it was as if he had teleported, directly crossing the boundaries of space. You fool. Vegeta was thoroughly enraged. He tried to pull his wrist back with force, only to find that the other party's strength was ridiculously immense. No matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't budge it in the slightest. Humiliation. An unprecedented sense of humiliation welled up in his heart. Let go of me. Vegeta roared, his left fist condensing a terrifying power. With a whistling wind, he smashed it violently toward Vegito's face. Facing this close-range attack, Vegito didn't even bother to dodge. Bam! A dull thud. Vegeta's punch, which was powerful enough to shatter mountain ranges, landed squarely on Vegito's cheek. However, a gentle breeze blew past. Vegito's head didn't even tilt by a single millimeter. He tilted his head slightly, looking at Vegeta with a gaze reserved for idiots. You call this an attack? Vegito's lips curled up, his eyes filled with disappointed mockery. Too light. It's like a newborn baby throwing a tantrum at me. This is impossible. Vegeta's worldview completely collapsed at this moment. He was the Prince of Saiyans. That punch of his just now was an all-out strike with no holding back. Why? Why did hitting this man fail to leave even a single scratch? Arg! I'm going to kill you. Vegeta had completely descended into madness. He frantically unleashed his full power level of 18,000, his white aura soaring into the sky, and the entire earth began to shake violently due to his rage. Unable to break his right hand free, he used his left hand and his legs to launch a frantic barrage of continuous attacks on Vegito like a tempest. Bam 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 bam. Countless afterimages intertwined in midair, the dull thuds of impacts merging into a single continuous sound. But what made the scalps of all the onlookers tingle was that despite Vegeta's frantic onslaught, Vegito not only didn't defend, but didn't even move his feet by half a step. Those attacks, which were powerful enough to destroy cities, couldn't shake him in the slightest. So boring. After dozens of seconds, Vegito yawned, seemingly bored of this one-sided massage. With his right hand still gripping Vegeta's wrist, he casually flung him forward. Boom! An indescribably terrifying force instantly surged through Vegeta's arm and spread across his entire body. Vegeta instantly turned into a tragic shooting star, flying tens of thousands of meters away. Along the way, he smashed through over a dozen mountain peaks, plowing a bottomless canyon several kilometers long into the ground, before finally slamming into the depths of a massive mountain, completely buried by countless boulders. Gulp. Krillin swallowed hard, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Monster. Son Goku also stared at Vegito's back in shock, his forehead covered in cold sweat. So strong. This level of power is simply unimaginable. Rumble. In the distant ruins, an extremely disheveled figure soared into the sky. Vegeta no longer possessed his previous hubris. His battle armor was completely ruined, his body was covered in blood, and he was panting heavily. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared fixedly at Vegito in the distance. For the first time in his life, an emotion called fear spread uncontrollably in the depths of the Saiyan prince's heart. He couldn't beat him. There was absolutely no way to win. Since I can't win, then let's all die together. Driven into a corner, Vegeta had completely entered a state of mutual destruction. He flew high into the sky, cupping his hands together at his chest, squeezing all the ki in his body to the absolute limit. A blinding purple light illuminated the entire sky as if it were broad daylight. Gallic gun. Along with this fooled Earth and you disgusting low-class warriors, turn into space dust together. Vegeta roared madly, pushing the massive purple beam of light containing the power to destroy planets in his hands violently toward Vegito below. Oh no. That guy is planning to destroy Earth. Son Goku was horrified and immediately assumed the Kamehameha stance, preparing to take it head-on. Step back, Goku. I told you, he is my prey. Vegito's calm voice rang in Goku's ear. He slowly raised his head, looking at the Gallic gun descending from the sky that was enough to destroy Earth, and an exceptionally arrogant smile suddenly curled up on his lips. You want to destroy Earth with such a soft energy wave. Don't think too highly of yourself, Prince of Saiyans. Just as the purple beam of destruction was about to swallow the land, Vegito tilted his chin slightly, took a deep breath, and toward that earth-shattering Gallic gun. He blew a hard breath. Whoosh! A terrifying air current invisible to the naked eye gushed out from Vegito's mouth. Boom! Under the extremely terrified gazes of Vegeta, Son Goku, Krillin, and everyone else. That Gallic gun, which was powerful enough to destroy Earth, was actually blown away by a single breath from Vegito. No, it wasn't just blown away. Instead, it was pushed straight back by that even more terrifying air current, instantly backfiring onto Vegeta at 10 times the speed it had come. No. This is impossible. Vegeta only had time to let out a desperate roar before he was instantly swallowed by that violent power, blasted directly beyond the atmosphere tens of thousands of meters high along with the clouds in the sky. Once again, a dead silence returned to heaven and earth. Only Vegito's proud and erect figure stood upon the earth. He tilted his head slightly, looking at the azure sky, and let out a soft chuckle. Your Highness, I hope this trip to Earth didn't disappoint you. Ding. Detected that the host has crushed Vegeta's pride with absolute, overwhelming dominance. Side quest completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a reward of 50,000 points. The clouds were violently torn apart, leaving a massive circular void through which sunlight poured down onto the devastated wasteland. The entire battlefield was so deathly silent that you could hear a pin drop. Krillin fell back onto a heap of rubble, his mouth agape wide enough to fit an ostrich egg, his eyes nearly popping out of his skull. He stared blankly at the massive hole in the clouds, then at Vegito, who stood in the exact same spot without even a hair out of place. His brain completely stopped working. He blew it back. That was an energy wave capable of destroying Earth. And he just blew it back with a single breath. The sound of Krillin swallowing hard was exceptionally loud in the silence. Even Earth's savior, Son Goku, was breaking out in a cold sweat, his clear eyes filled with unprecedented shock. As a martial arts fanatic, he understood better than anyone what that strike represented. The ki contained within that move by the Saiyan named Vegeta had reached a terrifying level that could instantly vaporize Earth. Yet this man in front of him, Vegito, had actually pushed that energy back with nothing but a single breath. This was no longer a question of strength, it was a dimensional strike that transcended countless dimensions altogether. Gulp. Incredible. Even at King Kai's place, I've never seen such absurd power. Goku clenched his slightly trembling fists, his eyes reflecting both awe for the strong and an irrepressible spark of excitement. Meanwhile, at the edge of the atmosphere tens of thousands of kilometers away from Earth. Inside the battered, spherical space pod. Charred black all over and with countless broken bones, Vegeta lay slumped over the control console like a dead dog. His left eye was caked with blood, and the excruciating pain made even breathing feel like torture. At the moment he was swallowed by the Gallic gun that had been blown back, if he hadn't used his last ounce of strength to summon his space pod and desperately dive inside, there wouldn't be a trace of him left by now. What kind of monster is that guy Vegito? Coughing up mouthfuls of blood, Vegeta tremblingly pressed the space pod's auto-return button. Looking at the blue planet growing more and more distant, for the first time in his life, the proud Saiyan prince had the brand of sheer terror etched into his eyes. He swore that as long as that man remained on Earth, he would never set foot near this cursed place again, even if it killed him. Earth, the wasteland of East City. Ding. Detected that target character, Vegeta, has fled Earth heavily injured, completely losing his will to fight. Main quest, defeat the Saiyans invading Earth, has been partially settled. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 80,000 points. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Vegito raised an eyebrow slightly. As expected, that shorty still managed to escape. But that was only natural. In the original story, Vegeta was like a cockroach, incredibly hard to kill. Besides, keeping him alive meant he could easily milk him for more rewards when they went to Namek in the future. However, the main quest was only partially settled. Vegito slowly turned his head and cast his gaze toward the nearby ruins. There, Nappa, whose lower body was completely paralyzed, was frantically clawing at the ground with his hands like a pathetic maggot, attempting to crawl as far away from Vegito as possible. Monster. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Seeing Vegito's gaze sweep over, Nappa was so terrified that tears and snot streamed down his face. Having witnessed Vegeta, whom he revered like a god, get blown away by a single breath, his pathetic pride had long since shattered into dust. With his arms crossed, Vegito walked leisurely over to Nappa. Looking down on the bald giant, Vegito's handsome face remained expressionless, his deep eyes flashing with the coldness characteristic of a Saiyan. When you swing your blade at the weak, you should be prepared to be crushed by the strong. That face of yours is really starting to annoy me. The moment the words left his mouth, Vegito slowly raised his right foot. No. I'm still useful. I can be your. Nappa screamed in terror. Bang. Vegito's right foot stomped down hard, stepping directly onto Nappa's head. The immense force instantly crushed Nappa's head deep into the hard bedrock. Nappa's massive body twitched violently twice before completely losing all signs of life. Ding. Detected that target character, Nappa, has died. Main quest has been fully settled. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an additional 20,000 points. Current main quest has concluded. Total points obtained, 100,000 points. Combined with the 50,000 points obtained from completing the side quest earlier, Vegito's balance had reached the 150,000 mark. For someone who had crossed over less than half a day ago, this was definitely a fortune. Awesome. We finally won. Seeing Nappa die, Krillin finally let out a long sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground spread-eagled. Gohan also looked at Vegito with a gaze filled with awe and a hint of worship. The 5-year-old boy's understanding of power was still very vague, he only knew that this man who looked like his father had saved them all like a superhero. Hey! Just then, Son Goku ran over quickly. He looked at Nappa on the ground, then at Vegito. He wanted to say something, but in the end, 1,000 words boiled down to one sentence. Vegito, you're really incredible. I, Son Goku, have never seen anyone as strong as you in my entire life. Son Goku's face was full of sincerity, his eyes shining. That power just now, if you're also a Saiyan, could that be the Super Saiyan King Kai talked about? Super Saiyan. Vegito chuckled and shook his head. Right now, I'm not even warmed up. If this were a Super Saiyan, then the Super Saiyans of this universe would be far too cheap. Not even warmed up. Krillin, who had just climbed up, slipped upon hearing this and almost fell flat on his face again. Goku had no doubts. He scratched his signature spiky hair, a sudden look of sadness appearing on his face. It's a pity. Even though we won, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and the others. Goku, don't be too sad. Krillin suddenly remembered something and slapped his thigh. Did you forget? That guy Vegeta said earlier that Piccolo is an alien. He's a Namekian. Since Earth's Dragon Balls vanished with Kami's death, as long as we find Namek, there must be other Dragon Balls we can use to revive everyone. Hearing Krillin's words, Son Goku's eyes lit up instantly, his depressed mood swept away. That's right. We can just go to Namek. That's awesome, Krillin, everyone can be saved. Looking at this extremely optimistic group of Z fighters, a faint smile played on Vegito's lips. Although he had inherited Vegito's invincible power and arrogant personality, looking at these pure martial artists, childhood memories that once only existed on screens, he couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Suddenly, a loud rumble like thunder echoed from Son Goku's stomach. Ahahaha. Son Goku rubbed his stomach sheepishly, a goofy grin on his face. Running all the way back from King Kai's planet and fighting for so long, my stomach is completely empty. Just then. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Another thunderous rumble, even louder than Goku's, echoed across the empty wasteland. Everyone's eyes instantly snapped toward Vegito. This invincible show-off, who just moments ago had been incredibly cool, crushing an energy wave with one hand and blowing away the Saiyan prince with a single breath, was now struggling to keep his composure. What are you looking at? Saiyans consume a massive amount of energy, so getting hungry easily is just common sense, isn't it? Vegito forced himself to maintain his cool posture, speaking without batting an eye. In fact, his current body, which perfectly combined the advantages of Goku and Vegeta, had a terrifyingly fast metabolism. If he didn't eat to replenish his energy, although he wouldn't starve to death, the churning of stomach acid was indeed unpleasant. Ha ha ha. So you get hungry too. Son Goku looked as if he had found a kindred spirit. He stepped forward excitedly and clapped Vegito on the shoulder with familiar ease. Anyway, if it weren't for you today, Gohan would have been in danger, and Earth would have been doomed. As thanks, let me treat you to a feast. Chi-Chi's cooking is the best on Earth. Come on, let's go to my place. Seeing Son Goku's burning enthusiasm, Vegito didn't refuse. He didn't have anything pressing to do right away anyway. Sure, but let's get one thing straight. I have a massive appetite, so you'd better be prepared. No problem. Leave it to me. Goku guaranteed, slapping his chest. And so, atop the ruins, a historic pact of big eaters was forged. On the way to Mount Paozu, Vegito flew leisurely through the air with his hands behind his head. Taking advantage of the free time, he summoned the system mall in his mind. System, search for me. If I want to completely upgrade my current template power to the Dragon Ball Super era, or even directly master the Super Saiyan Blue form or divine techniques, how many points do I need? Vegito thought to himself. Although he was invincible in the Z era, in the Super era where gods walked everywhere, the power of Super Saiyan 3 was indeed somewhat lacking. He needed to plan his path to becoming stronger in advance. Ding. Searching for high-tier redemption options for the host. Search complete. Product name. Realm of Gods Template Leap, Early Dragon Ball Super. Detailed description. Break through the host's base battle power to the Dragon Ball Super era, comprehending and mastering, Divine Key. Unlock Super Saiyan God Red, and Super Saiyan God Blue forms. Additionally, perfectly adapt to the host's current fused warrior body, allowing the use of partial divine power even in base form. Redemption price. 10 million points. The moment he saw this number, Vegito's flying figure wavered almost imperceptibly. 10 million. Good grief. He had killed Nappa and hammered Vegeta, and yet, combining the main and side quests, he had only accumulated 150,000 points. To upgrade to the Realm of Gods in Dragon Ball Super, he actually needed a whopping 10 million. However, Vegito was not discouraged. Instead, a burning battle intent ignited deep within his eyes. 10 million it is. Since that's the price of becoming stronger, I'll just earn it slowly. Besides, there are still walking cash cows of points like Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu waiting for me to farm in this universe. Furthermore, the system can even open doors to other worlds. With the myriad of worlds out there, why worry about not finding ways to earn points? Vegito quickly let it go, closed the mall interface, sped up, and caught up with Goku and the others ahead. In the direction of Mount Paozu, Son Goku's dome-shaped house could already be vaguely seen. Mount Paozu was beautifully scenic, covered in lush green trees. Far from the hustle and bustle of the city, the air here was filled with the fresh scent of soil and vegetation, and the occasional roar of some unknown beast could be heard from time to time. Chi-Chi. We're back. Son Goku shouted from afar toward the cozy, dome-shaped house. Bang! The front door was practically burst open by sheer brute force in an instant. Wearing an apron and still holding a spatula in her hand, Chi-Chi rushed out with tears in her eyes. Goku. Gohan. Chi-Chi immediately pulled Gohan into her arms, tears streaming down her face. Thank goodness, you're both alright. I saw those aliens blowing up cities on TV, it scared me to death. My little Gohan must have suffered so much. Did you do your homework on time? Mom, I was almost killed by aliens, how could I have time to do homework? Gohan mumbled softly, his face full of grievance. Krillin scratched his bald head awkwardly on the side, thinking to himself that Chi-Chi's obsession with her son's academic success really didn't care about the time or place. Chi-Chi, thanks to my training with King Kai, I've gotten a lot stronger too. Son Goku approached with a grin. Chi-Chi rolled her eyes at him. Just as she was about to scold Goku out of habit, the corner of her eye caught sight of Vegito, who was standing to the side with his arms crossed, looking around at the scenery. Huh. Chi-Chi rubbed her eyes, looked at Son Goku in front of her, and then at Vegito standing a few paces away in a blue and orange martial arts gi. She was instantly struck dumb, and the spatula in her hand dropped to the ground with a clatter. Go. Goku. Why are there two Gokus? Chi-Chi shrieked in shock. You couldn't blame Chi-Chi for overreacting. After all, Vegito's facial features looked as if they were carved from the exact same mold as Son Goku's. Ahaha, don't be scared, Chi-Chi. Son Goku quickly waved his hands to explain. His name is Vegito. Thanks to him today, otherwise Gohan and Krillin would have been in big trouble, and even Earth would have been destroyed by that guy named Vegeta. Krillin also rushed forward to testify. That's right, Chi-Chi. You absolutely cannot imagine how strong Vegito is. He didn't even lift a finger, he just blew a breath of air and deflected that earth-destroying energy blast right back. Hearing this, the way Chi-Chi looked at Vegito changed instantly. If it was shock and confusion just now, it had now completely turned into the fervor and gratitude one would show a savior. Oh my. So you're the great hero who saved our Gohan and the Earth. Chi-Chi immediately put on an incredibly warm smile, even looking at him with a hint of admiration, like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. This Mr. Vegito is really handsome. Although he has the same face as Goku, he looks much smarter and more dashing. You can tell at a glance he's a reliable, good man. Hearing this, the corner of Vegito's mouth twitched slightly. Was this considered getting a good guy card from Earth's strongest housewife? Ahem, you flatter me. Vegito lowered his arms, offering a rare polite reply. Don't just stand outside. You've been fighting for so long, you must be starving. Quick, come inside, I'll go make you a big feast right away. Chi-Chi picked up her spatula and rushed back into the kitchen like a whirlwind. Half an hour later. Inside the small house on Mount Paozu, a food-devouring showdown that could shatter any ordinary person's worldview was taking place. The massive dining table was piled high with mountains of food. Whole roasted pigs, stewed dinosaur legs, steamed giant monstrous fish, baskets of white rice. MMH, MMH, MMH. So delicious. Chi-Chi's cooking is definitely the best on Earth. Son Goku was eating with both hands, his left hand holding a dinosaur leg thicker than his arm, while his right hand frantically shoveled rice into his mouth. His cheeks bulged like a hamster's, and his eating style was incredibly wild. Meanwhile, Vegito, sitting opposite him, didn't look as crude as Goku. In fact, his movements could even be described as elegant, yet his eating speed was terrifying to the extreme. With just a slight flick of his fingers, a whole roasted chicken was reduced to bare bones. Lifting a soup bowl larger than a washbasin, his Adam's apple bobbed twice, and the bowl of thick soup was instantly emptied. He didn't even need to chew. The moment the energy-rich meat entered his mouth, it was instantly broken down and absorbed by his powerful digestive system. In the blink of an eye, the empty plates beside Vegito were already piled higher than a person. My goodness. Krillin held a bowl of rice, staring dumbfoundedly. Goku's appetite is already ridiculous enough, but Vegito actually eats even more and faster than Goku. And how does he manage to eat so fast while still maintaining such a handsome posture? Chi-Chi, sweating profusely as she busied herself in the kitchen, watched the plates being constantly emptied. While she was glad their savior was enjoying the food, she wept silently in her heart. This month's food budget looks like it's going to be overdrawn again. If I had known, I would have brought more of my father, the Ox King's, treasure with me. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Vegito picked up a cup of green tea, took a sip, and leaned back comfortably against his chair. The terrifying hunger brought by his Saiyan blood was finally suppressed. He now felt filled with endless strength, and the ki in his body had become even more abundant due to the replenishment of energy. Phew, I'm so full. Son Goku patted his round belly and let out a satisfied burp. After clearing the table, everyone's expressions gradually turned serious, and the topic shifted to their next plans. Goku, Piccolo and Kami are dead, and Earth's Dragon Balls have turned into stone. Our primary task now is to find Namek and use their Dragon Balls to resurrect everyone, Krillin said seriously. Son Goku nodded, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Namek, huh. I wonder if there are strong guys there. But how do we get there? The universe is so big, we can't fly there even with the flying Nimbus. That is indeed a problem. Krillin muttered, stroking his chin in thought. The spaceship that Bald Saiyan came in seems to have been broken by you. However, that guy named Vegeta escaped in a spaceship, which means spaceships can definitely perform interstellar travel. As long as we find the wreckage of the spaceship left behind by Nappa, we can go find Bulma. With Bulma's genius mind and Capsule Corporation's technology, she can definitely fix the spaceship, maybe even make it better. Krillin slapped his thigh and said excitedly. Bulma. Hearing this name, Vegito, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. As a transmigrator who knew the plot well, he of course knew who Bulma was. She was the undisputed wealthy lady and genius inventor of the Dragon Ball world, as well as one of the indispensable core female protagonists of the entire series. It could even be said that without Bulma inventing the Dragon Radar and building the time machine, the story of Dragon Ball wouldn't have been able to unfold at all. The Namek arc is about to begin. Vegito calculated silently in his mind. Namek was a great place. Not only did it have the Dragon Purunga who could grant 3 wishes, but more importantly, it also gathered the fattest bunch of experience packs in the entire universe. Frieza's army, the Ginyu Force, and the self-proclaimed Emperor of the universe, Frieza himself. If he cleared all of them out, wouldn't the 10 million point realm of God's template upgrade be easily within his grasp? However, although I have to go to Namek, my current system points are only 150,000, which is still a long way from 10 million. Besides defeating monsters and doing quests, taking a trip to West City to get in touch with Bulma is definitely a wise choice. The corners of Vegito's mouth curled up slightly. First of all, he was currently penniless. Although with his current strength, getting some money on Earth was easier than drinking water, he didn't want to become some robber. With Capsule Corporation being the wealthiest on Earth, Bulma's place was definitely the best, logistics supply station. Secondly, Bulma was a rare beauty. Transmigrating into this hot-blooded Dragon Ball world, doing nothing but fighting and training every day would be far too boring. Being invincible was certainly great, but if he didn't even have the pleasure of a beautiful companion by his side, wouldn't his identity as a transmigrator be wasted? Bulma, huh? Since this world has changed because of my appearance, and that guy Vegeta has been traumatized by me to the point where he probably won't ever dare to return to Earth in this lifetime, Bulma naturally won't have any intersection with him anymore. In that case, I absolutely must take this trip to West City. Having made up his mind, Vegito set down his teacup and stood up. Vegito, are you leaving? Son Goku quickly asked when he saw Vegito stand up. Yeah, Vegito stretched and replied. I'm very satisfied with this meal. Thanks for the hospitality. I have some personal business to attend to, so I won't stay any longer. Where are you going? We haven't sparred on Earth yet. Goku rubbed his hands together, his palms itching. Although he knew he couldn't win, his Saiyan battle genes still made him unable to resist wanting to experience Vegito's unfathomable strength. Forget about sparring. Your current strength is too weak. Fighting you wouldn't even count as light exercise to digest my food. Vegito shot Goku down without mercy, then curled his lips into a playful smile. As for where I'm going. West City. West City. Krillin was stunned for a moment. What are you going to West City for? That's a big city, do you even know the way? I'm going to look for the heiress of Capsule Corporation, Bulma. Vegito didn't hide his purpose and spoke quite openly. What? Krillin's eyes nearly popped out. You know Bulma. Wait, how do you know Bulma? That's none of your business, little bald head. Vegito chuckled, having no intention of explaining. He stepped toward the door. With his steps, a powerful current of air swirled beneath his feet. Goku, hurry up and train. Namek is a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. With your current strength, going there is just committing suicide. The moment the words fell, Vegito's figure had already arrived outside. Boom. Accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, a brilliant white stream of light instantly soared into the sky. The terrifying acceleration pulled a white vapor trail thousands of meters long across the sky, and the massive reaction force even caused the forests around Mount Paozu to shake violently. So fast. I couldn't capture how his ki erupted at all. Son Goku ran outside, looking up at the fading stream of light in the sky, his eyes filled with shock and yearning. Just what is this guy's background? Krillin swallowed hard, murmuring with lingering fear. West City, the most technologically advanced megacity on Earth, was currently shrouded in the tense atmosphere of surviving a calamity. Urgent sirens echoed throughout the streets, while giant screens repeatedly broadcast news footage of East City reduced to a wasteland. Although the Saiyans had not directly attacked West City, the apocalyptic sense of dread still left the citizens in this steel jungle feeling panicked and uneasy. However, at the very center of the city, the headquarters of Capsule Corporation, which occupied an absurdly massive area, appeared relatively calm. Inside the private laboratory on the top floor of the main building, various precision instruments emitted low humming sounds. A beautiful young woman with water blue, shoulder-length short hair was pacing back and forth fretfully in front of the console. She wore a white lab coat over a fitted black camisole and hot pants, fully revealing her slender, fair legs. She was none other than the heiress of Capsule Corporation and the genius scientist with the highest IQ on Earth, Bulma. The satellite signal is still suffering from severe energy interference, so I can't see the battle on the East City wasteland at all. Bulma slammed her fist onto the console, her delicate face filled with anxiety. Has that guy Goku arrived yet? And what about Piccolo, Krillin, and the others? With an explosion of that scale, is Earth really going to be finished? Bulma bit her tender lips, her heart filled with worry. Just as she was pacing like an ant on a hot pan. Knock, knock, knock. A crisp tapping sound suddenly came from outside her bulletproof glass window behind her. Who's there? Bulma was startled. This was the top floor of Capsule Corporation's main building, hundreds of meters above the ground. How could anyone be knocking on the window? She whirled around and looked toward the sound. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window hundreds of meters in the air, a tall, well-built man was hovering in midair without any support. The man wore a peculiar blue and orange martial arts uniform, arms crossed over his chest, with his spiky black hair swaying gently in the breeze. Through the glass, a casual smile hung from the corner of his lips as his deep eyes quietly gazed at her. Bulma froze for a moment, and upon recognizing his facial features, blurted out, Goku. Wait, no. Although his face bore an 80 to 90% resemblance to Son Goku, Bulma immediately noticed the differences. The man outside had eyes much sharper and deeper than Goku's, exuding an arrogance and confidence that came from deep within his bones. Moreover, his build was taller and more upright, and that atmosphere of mature male hormones was definitely not something Goku, a single-celled organism who only knew how to fight, could possess. Most importantly, this guy was almost foully handsome. Who are you? Bulma pressed the communication and open buttons for the window with vigilance. Hiss. The heavy bulletproof glass slid open slowly to both sides. Vegito floated down nimbly from midair and stepped into this private laboratory filled with a high-tech vibe. He glanced around at the surrounding equipment before finally letting his eyes settle on Bulma's exquisite, pretty face. Pleased to meet you, Miss Bulma. You can call me Vegito. Vegito casually pulled over a sci-fi style swivel chair and sat down. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Son Goku's friend. Of course, you can also consider me a traveler passing by Earth who saved the world on a whim. Vegito. Goku's friend. Bulma looked the absurdly handsome man up and down suspiciously. Hearing the second half of his statement, her beautiful eyes widened suddenly. Wait. You said you saved the world on a whim. Don't tell me the aliens over at East City. Already taken care of. Vegito snapped his fingers and said nonchalantly, a big bald guy was killed by me, and another dwarf who claimed to be the Saiyan prince was beaten by me until he couldn't take care of himself, so he fled Earth in his spaceship. Hearing this bombshell news, Bulma froze for a few seconds before almost jumping up in excitement. Really? Earth is saved. That's great. I knew Goku and the others would win. Correction. It wasn't them who won, it was me who won, Vegito claimed credit unceremoniously. By the time I arrived, your group of friends was basically already lying on the ground. Bulma's smile suddenly froze, and a bad omen surged in her heart. Lying on the ground. What do you mean? What happened to Krillin and the others? Vegito looked at Bulma and stated the facts calmly. Those two Saiyans were very strong, and Goku arrived too late. In the battle, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, Xiaosu, and Yamcha have all died. Right now, Earth's Kami has also vanished along with Piccolo, and the Dragon Balls have turned into ordinary stones. Hearing this series of casualties, Bulma's face instantly turned pale, and her body swayed uncontrollably. Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and the others, actually died in battle. However, when she heard Yamcha's name, Bulma's reaction wasn't as intense as Vegito had expected, only a flash of regret and complexity passed through her eyes. That fool Yamcha. He's clearly so weak, why did he have to go play the hero? Bulma sighed. Vegito raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. What? Hearing that Yamcha died, you don't seem particularly heartbroken. I remember Goku saying you two were a couple. Who's a couple with that playboy? It was fine if he hadn't brought it up, but bringing it up made Bulma angry. Putting her hands on her hips, she said crossly, years ago, I saw right through that guy's true colors. Just because he's decent looking, he flirts around everywhere. I'm the heiress of Capsule Corporation, what kind of man can't I get? Would I hang myself on his tree? Still, he was a friend I've known for so many years after all. Hearing that he died still feels a bit unpleasant. Listening to Bulma's words, a meaningful smile curved at the corner of Vegito's lips. So that was it. It seemed that due to a slight deviation from the butterfly effect, Bulma and Yamcha were merely ordinary friends. Don't worry. Although they died, they still have a chance to be resurrected. Vegito put away his smile and spoke seriously. Resurrected. But didn't you just say Kami is dead, and Earth's Dragon Balls are useless now? Bulma asked in confusion. Earth's Dragon Balls are useless, but Namek's aren't. Vegito stood up, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the bustling West City below. Piccolo and Kami are Namekians. On their homeworld, Namek, there is the Purunga Shenron, who is much larger than Earth's Dragon Balls and has even stronger wish-granting powers. As long as we go there, we can resurrect everyone good as new. Namek. As a genius, Bulma's brain instantly grasped the concept. You mean we have to go into space to find Namek's Dragon Balls? Smart. Vegito snapped his fingers and turned to look at Bulma. Goku and Krillin should be searching all over for the wreckage of the spaceship left by that bald Saiyan right now. Next, we'll need Capsule Corporation's technology to analyze the spaceship or build a spaceship capable of traveling to Namek. That's no problem at all. As long as there's spaceship wreckage to reference, with my genius brain, it won't take long to build a faster spaceship. Bulma patted her impressive chest with full confidence. But soon, she realized another serious problem. But, space is so dangerous, with monsters like the Saiyans. Even if we build a spaceship, if Goku and the others had such a hard time fighting on Earth, wouldn't going to an alien planet be even more dangerous? Bulma furrowed her brows in worry. That's precisely why I came to find you. Vegito crossed his arms, looking down at Bulma with absolute confidence shining in his deep eyes. Namek is indeed very dangerous. It's no exaggeration to say that among the monsters about to gather there, any random grunt could crush the former Yamcha and Tien Shinhan like ants. Even Vegeta, who almost destroyed Earth just now, is only bottom tier over there. What? Bulma gasped. That Saiyan who pushed Earth into desperation was actually bottom tier on Namek. Seeing Bulma's startled look, Vegito shifted his tone. However, with me around, none of that is a problem. Vegito leaned down slightly, his handsome face instantly closing the distance between him and Bulma. A powerful surge of male hormones washed over her, making Bulma's breathing quicken by half a beat unconsciously. Bulma, let's make a deal. A deal. What deal? Bulma instinctively took half a step back, her face turning slightly red as her heart rate sped up inexplicably. During the time it takes to build the spaceship until we go to Namek and gather all the Dragon Balls, I can serve as your personal bodyguard, protecting your safety around the clock. With me here, I guarantee no one in this universe can touch a single hair on your head. Vegito's tone sounded as if he wasn't talking about protecting a person, but declaring a universal truth. Looking at the face so close to her, Bulma couldn't help but recall his earlier words about beating the Saiyan prince until he couldn't take care of himself. If it's this man, he definitely has that kind of strength. Then, what reward do you want? Capsule Corporation has plenty of money if nothing else. How many billions do you want? Name any price. Bulma said, displaying the true colors of a rich woman. Money is meaningless to me. Vegito stood up straight and put forward his somewhat hilarious condition with a calm face. You should know a Saiyan's appetite. Goku can eat half a month's worth of food for an ordinary person in one meal. My appetite is several times larger than Goku's. I'm currently unregistered and penniless. So, my condition is very simple. From today on, you will take me in and cover my food and housing. Especially the food, I want the best ingredients for every meal. In exchange, the strongest combat power in this universe will escort you. You shouldn't be losing on this deal, right? Hearing this condition, Bulma was stunned for a long moment. Room and board. A super stud who could insta-kill alien monsters, and who was also so handsome, actually came to her asking to be taken care of. Although his appetite was a bit large, was Capsule Corporation lacking that little bit of food money? Forget eating 10 people's worth, even if he ate 1,000 or 10,000 people's worth, it was just a drop in the bucket for Bulma. Being able to exchange a bit of food money for such an invincible, handsome bodyguard, and maybe even in the future, ahem. This deal was a massive profit, okay. PFF'd. Bulma couldn't help covering her mouth and giggling, the heaviness brought by her friend's deaths dissipating a lot. Her beautiful eyes sparkling, she looked at Vegito and generously extended her fair right hand. Deal. Mr. Vegito. From now on, the luxury penthouse suite at Capsule Corporation is your exclusive room. As for food, I'll instruct the company's best Michelin 3-star chefs to prepare gourmet food for you 24 hours a day. Eat as much as you want. Bulma made the decision with great generosity. The corner of Vegito's mouth curled up as he reached out his broad palm and shook Bulma's soft, delicate hand. Then, pleasure doing business with you, Miss Bulma. Feeling the warmth from Vegito's palm, Bulma's heart beat faster again. She secretly muttered in her heart. This guy looks just like Goku, but how is his personality so different? He's practically a seductive devil. At this point, Vegito finally had a place to stay in this world with unlimited financial backing. He didn't have to worry about going hungry every day, nor did he have to farm to support a family like Son Goku in the original story. With Bulma, a super rich woman, as his backer, all he needed to do was enjoy life peacefully and, along the way, go wild and farm massive points in the upcoming Namek instance. West City, Capsule Corporation headquarters. Inside the extremely luxurious private restaurant on the top floor, a spectacle of big eating, capable of making ordinary people doubt their existence was taking place. 15th Whole Roasted Ox, coming up. Accompanied by the shouts of the restaurant manager, who was wiping away cold sweat, several out-of-breath 3-star Michelin chefs wearing spotless white uniforms pushed out a massive dining cart. On the cart sat a whole roasted ox, golden and crispy, emanating a rich aroma of spices as hot oil sizzled out. Vegito, sitting at the head of the long dining table, didn't even bother using cutlery. He brought his slender fingers together like a blade and made a casual swipe through the air. Swish. An invisible key blade instantly and precisely sliced the whole roasted ox into dozens of evenly sized pieces. Immediately after, Vegito turned into a relentless eating machine, shoveling multi-pound pieces of roast meat into his mouth at a speed nearly invisible to the naked eye of an ordinary human. In less than a minute, the whole roasted ox, enough to fill a dozen burly men to bursting, was reduced to nothing more than a bare pile of bones. Phew, barely 70% full. The chefs at Capsule Corporation sure have great skills. Vegito picked up a cup of digestive tea brewed from top-grade tea leaves beside him and took a comfortable sip. The Saiyan's bottomless pit of a stomach was finally greatly satisfied at this moment. Sitting at the other end of the dining table, Bulma rested her cheek in one hand, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she stared at Vegito. Although this guy's appetite was absurdly huge, eating a month's worth of food allowance for 10 Capsule Corporation employees in just one day, but he was just way too handsome. Especially the confidence radiating from his every gesture, and his bold yet unrefined manner while eating, completely captivated Bulma's face-obsessed heart. To be able to hire the strongest bodyguard in the universe for just the price of food, I'm truly a genius. Bulma calculated happily in her mind. Right at that moment, hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the restaurant. Bulma. Oh no. Something terrible happened. With a bang, the restaurant door was slammed open. Krillin, sporting his bald head, ran in drenched in sweat. Behind him followed an embarrassed Son Goku and Gohan holding a teddy bear. What's with all the yelling? Can't you see Vegito is having his meal? Bulma rolled her eyes in annoyance. Krillin sprinted to the table, grabbed a glass of water, gulped it down, and then panted out, the spaceship is gone. Huh? What spaceship is gone? Bulma was stunned. The spaceship left by that bald Saiyan. Krillin said with a crestfallen expression, pointing at Son Goku behind him. We spent half the day yesterday searching the wasteland in East City, and we finally found where Nappa parked the spaceship. We originally wanted to bring the spaceship over intact for you to study, but this guy Goku. Saying this, Krillin glared at Son Goku in frustration. Goku awkwardly scratched his signature palm tree hair and laughed dryly, ah ha ha. Well, I saw that spaceship was round and looked fun, and there was a red button on it. I just thought I'd press it to see if the door would open, but, turns out it was a self-destruct button. With a boom, the ship blew straight into pieces. What? Hearing this, Bulma slammed the table and stood up, trembling with rage. Son Goku. You single-celled idiot. Do you have any idea that spaceship was our only hope of going to Namek? Now that you blew it up, how are we supposed to go into space to find the Dragon Balls and revive Piccolo and the others? Bulma was practically driven crazy. Although she was Earth's most brilliant inventor, even the cleverest housewife cannot cook a meal without rice. Without alien technology as a reference, relying solely on Earth's current space technology to undertake intergalactic ultra-long-distance travel was pure delusion. I'm sorry, Bulma, I didn't mean to do it on purpose. Son Goku pressed his hands together, apologizing repeatedly. If apologies worked, why would we need the police? Bulma sat back down huffily, pulled out a tablet computer, and her slender fingers rapidly tapped across the screen. A moment later, looking at the calculated results on the screen, Bulma covered her forehead in despair. We're finished. Based on coordinate calculations, Namek is extremely far from Earth. With Earth's most advanced space engine, flying to Namek would take at least 4,300 years. As soon as those words were uttered, the entire restaurant instantly went dead silent. 4,300 years. Krillin's jaw almost dropped to the floor. By the time we get to Namek, there won't even be ashes left of us. What Dragon Balls would we even search for? Son Goku was also dumbfounded. That long. Then won't Piccolo and Tien Shinhan never be able to come back to life? Looking at everyone plunged into despair, Vegito, who had been sitting at the main seat sipping tea, appeared remarkably calm. He was mentally prepared for Nappa's spaceship getting destroyed, as in the original story Bulma accidentally pressed the remote control's self-destruct button and blew it up. Although there was a slight discrepancy in the details, the outcome was the same. However, Vegito was in no hurry. Because he knew very well that on Earth, there was more than just that one spaceship. Just as Vegito was about to speak up to remind them, a somewhat deep voice suddenly came from the spacious terrace outside the restaurant. Actually, there is another spaceship. Everyone spun their heads around to look. A golden light shimmered on the terrace, where a pitch-black plump figure wearing a white turban and exotic attire sat on a floating magic carpet. Mr. Popo. Son Goku and Krillin recognized the visitor at a glance. It was Popo, the servant who served Kami on the lookout. Mr. Popo, why are you here? What did you mean when you said there's another spaceship? Goku rushed forward to ask. Popo floated down from the magic carpet, a hint of reminiscence on his expressionless black face. Although Lord Kami has vanished, he once mentioned his origins to me. Lord Kami came to Earth from Namek. Back then, when Lord Kami was still a child, his parents placed him inside a spaceship and sent him to Earth to escape a climatic cataclysm on Namek. Hearing this, Bulma's eyes instantly lit up, as if grasping a life-saving straw. You mean the spaceship Lord Kami rode back then is still on Earth? Yes. Popo nodded. That spaceship landed at the most remote and cold place on Earth, the Yunzabit Heights. After all these years, it has remained parked there untouched. Awesome. As long as we have a ready-made spaceship, a slight modification will make it usable. Bulma jumped up with excitement. In that case, let's not waste time. Vegito slowly stood up, grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth, and cast a deep gaze at Popo. Yunzabit Heights, right. Point out the direction, and we'll go dig that old relic out right now. Alright, Mr. Vegito. The Yunzabit Heights are at the northernmost point of Earth, covered in ice and snow all year round with an extremely harsh environment. We should ride my magic carpet too. Before Popo could finish, Vegito cut him off directly. No need for such a bothersome piece of junk carpet. Vegito walked over to Bulma and wrapped an arm around her slender, delicate waist. Feeling the burning heat from her waist, Bulma gasped, a rosy blush instantly spreading across her pretty face. What are you doing? Taking you to experience real speed. You're the mechanic, whether the ship is usable or not requires your personal confirmation. The corner of Vegito's mouth curled into an arrogant smile, then he turned to Goku and the others. Goku, bring Popo and the little bald guy, and keep up. If you fall behind, I won't bother with you. Boom. The instant his words fell, a dazzling white ki aura erupted explosively from Vegito. To protect Bulma, who had an ordinary human body, Vegito intentionally used his ki to expand a perfect protective shield around her. In the next second, the entire floor-to-ceiling window made of high-strength bulletproof glass shattered instantly. Holding Bulma in his arms, Vegito turned into a white meteor piercing heaven and earth, tearing through the clouds at a terrifying speed as he blasted towards Earth's far north. So fast. My eyes can't keep up at all. Krillin was so startled that he collapsed on his butt. Son Goku's eyes were wide as well, full of fanaticism in his gaze. Awesome. That speed is countless times faster than my flying Nimbus. Krillin, grab onto me fast, we're catching up too. Yunzabit Heights. Biting cold winds raged through the air like blades, and temperatures dozens of degrees below zero turned this desolate highland into a restricted zone for life. Swish. A streak of white light sliced through the dark sky, and Vegito landed stably on a high cliff covered in ice and snow. Protected by the ki shield, Bulma not only felt not a trace of cold, but she didn't even feel any discomfort from wind resistance. She stared blankly at the glacier scenery that had instantly transformed around her, her mind still somewhat dazed. This is it. From West City to the far north, it didn't even take 3 seconds. Bulma swallowed hard, the look in her eyes as she stared at Vegito turning into complete awe, as if looking at a god. With a monster like this as a bodyguard, going to Namek was safer than going on a vacation on Earth. A moment later, Son Goku arrived panting, bringing Krillin and Popo with him. Huff, huff. Vegito, you flew way too fast, I almost lost you. Son Goku wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. You guys are just too slow. Vegito released his arm around Bulma's waist and turned to look at Popo. Where's the spaceship? Popo didn't waste words, he led everyone down the cliff to the bottom of a valley covered in thick ice and snow. Right here. Popo chanted a strange incantation, and the ice and snow in front instantly melted away. A strange spaceship covered in moss and shaped like a giant insect suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. This is a spaceship. Why does it look like a giant bug? And it's been hundreds of years, can it really still be used? Krillin looked at the dilapidated spaceship with skepticism. Popo walked up to the spaceship's hatch and shouted in the Namekian language. Piccolo. Hiss. Accompanied by a faint mechanical whir, the hatch that had been sealed for hundreds of years actually opened slowly upward, revealing a cockpit filled with alien high technology inside. Oh my god. Voice control. Alien technology from hundreds of years ago was already at this level. Bulma's professional instincts as a scientist instantly kicked in. Her eyes beamed as she immediately rushed into the spaceship, pulled out her portable microcomputer, and skillfully plugged it into the spaceship's control terminal. With a flurry of typing on the keyboard, the lights inside the spaceship lit up one after another. Unbelievable. Not only is this spaceship's engine completely intact, but the design concept of its propulsion system is epics ahead of Earth. Bulma looked at the data parsed on her computer screen, her face flushed with excitement. I just inputted Namek's coordinates. Guess how long it will take for this spaceship to fly there? A year. Krillin asked tentatively. No. Only 34 days. Bulma held up her fingers excitedly. Awesome. Son Goku and Krillin cheered with joy. 34 days, that was definitely within an acceptable range. Bulma, pack up quickly and get ready to depart. Sitting idle on Earth has made my bones almost rust. Vegito was not surprised by this result. However, Son Goku suddenly clenched his fists at this moment, his eyes turning intensely firm. Vegito, Bulma. For this trip to Namek, I won't be going with you guys for now. Huh. Goku, you're not going. Krillin was shocked. Goku nodded, staring intensely at Vegito. Yesterday I witnessed Vegito's power, as well as that Saiyan named Vegeta. I deeply realized how weak my current strength is. Even if I go to Namek with my current strength, if we encounter stronger enemies, I'll only drag you down. So, I plan to ask Bulma's dad, Dr. Brief, to custom build a spaceship for me that can adjust gravity up to 100 times inside. Son Goku's eyes burned with an unprecedented battle spirit. I'm staying on Earth to undergo gravity training that surpasses my limits. Once my strength increases, I'll take the new spaceship immediately to Namek to join you. Hearing Goku's decision, a flash of admiration passed through Vegito's eyes. As expected of martial arts nut Son Goku. Even though the original plot changed and he didn't suffer a huge loss at the hands of Nappa and Vegeta, his obsession with becoming stronger in martial arts remained unchanged. Only by undergoing the tempering of 100x gravity could Son Goku truly reach the battle power threshold of the Namek saga. Sure. Vegito patted Goku on the shoulder. Then train hard in your gravity room on Earth. As for the task of gathering the Dragon Balls, leave it to Bulma and me. I want to go too. Krillin, who hadn't spoken, stepped forward. Piccolo and Tien Shinhan died because of me. I can't just do nothing. Vegito, although I'm weak, I'll definitely give it my all to help find the Dragon Balls. Me too. I want to save Uncle Piccolo. 5-year-old Gohan also summoned his courage and shouted loudly. Seeing Krillin and Gohan brimming with motivation, Bulma proudly raised her chin and grabbed Vegito's muscular arm. HMPH. Go if you want. With Vegito, the strongest bodyguard in the universe, here with us, this trip to Namek will be like a luxury outer space vacation. Target. Namek. Let's go. Accompanied by Bulma's energetic declaration, this, Namek tour group, rendered quite quirky by Vegito's presence, was officially established. Piccolo. Accompanied by Bulma's crisp voice, dazzling blue flames suddenly burst from the bottom of the ancient Namekian spaceship that had laid dormant for hundreds of years. Rumble. The powerful thrust shot the spaceship into the sky instantly, blasting through the blizzard over the Yunzabit heights. Turning into an afterimage, it broke through Earth's atmosphere with unstoppable momentum and sailed into the vast, dark expanse of space. The cockpit inside the spaceship was not particularly spacious. Under the crude original conditions, a 34-day journey would drive anyone insane. Fortunately, there was a wealthy woman with the power of infinite money in this group. Bang! Accompanied by a puff of white smoke, Bulma tossed a few hoi capsules onto the open space at the back of the ship. A few seconds later, on the previously empty metal floor, there appeared a luxurious, oversized Simmons mattress, a double-door smart refrigerator, a fully equipped miniature kitchen, and even a small holographic projector console. HMPH, I came fully prepared. Bulma dusted off her hands and raised her chin proudly. From now until we arrive at Namek, everyone can enjoy a nice, comfortable ride. Krillin and Gohan stared with wide eyes at the setup, which looked as though a luxury hotel had been moved directly into the spaceship. Bulma, you even brought a bed, but where are we gonna sleep? Krillin asked weakly, pointing at the large bed that could barely fit two people. You guys. Bulma put her hands on her hips and gave him an annoyed glare. Aren't you martial artists? Shouldn't martial artists just find a corner to meditate in to spend the night? That bed, of course, is for me and. Bulma's eyes fluttered, and her face flushed slightly as she glanced at Vegito, who was resting his eyes on the couch. Although she didn't finish her sentence, her intentions were blaringly obvious. Krillin's lip twitched. He felt like he had just taken a critical hit to his soul. What a shallow world judged only by looks. Vegito didn't particularly care where he slept. He actually needed very little sleep, able to recharge his energy most of the time simply by resting with his eyes closed. Of course, compared to sleep, he cared more about something else. Bulma, how much longer until dinner? Vegito opened his eyes, his deep gaze landing on the double-door refrigerator crammed full of ingredients. It'll be ready right away. The moment her bodyguard spoke up, Bulma instantly turned into a dutiful little chef, putting on an apron and diving into the miniature kitchen. Before long, the enticing aroma of cooked meat drifted throughout the spaceship's cabin. For Vegito, the most direct takeaway from this 34-day voyage was, the food at Bulma's place was truly amazing. The hoi capsules were stocked with tens of tons of top-grade ingredients, encompassing practically every named rare bird and exotic beast on Earth. Vegito devoured 90% of the mandatory 5 feast-sized meals each day like a hurricane. Bulma winced at the depleting stock while simultaneously swooning over his handsome face. As for Krillin and Gohan, they spent their time in a corner of the ship engaged in tedious yet fulfilling mental image battles through meditation. Ha! Ha! Krillin kept his eyes closed, his forehead dripping with sweat. In the mental landscape he constructed, he was engaged in a life and death struggle with a simulated alien powerhouse. Destructo Disc. Krillin swung his hands forward forcefully, but the next second, his body collapsed backward with an ouch, landing flat on his back. Clearly, he had been instantly defeated in his mental battle. Uncle Krillin, are you okay? Gohan quickly opened his eyes beside him, asking with concern. The simulated Nappa is just too strong. If I can't keep my distance, I can't find an opening at all, Krillin growled, rubbing his sore backside. Your movements are way too stiff, little bald guy. Just then, Vegito, munching on a roasted dinosaur leg while lounging on the sofa, offered a muddled critique. Your mindset is still stuck in Earth's gravity environment. In space combat, concepts like up, down, left, and right don't exist. If you only know how to defend against frontal attacks and run into an enemy 10 times faster than you won't even know how you died. Vegito spat out a massive bone and gestured casually toward his head. Cover your entire body with ki rather than concentrating it in one spot, and sense the flow of the space around you. Also, stop relying so much on the Destructo Disc. The wind-up takes way too long. Hearing these pointers, Krillin felt like a bolt of enlightenment had hit him. Even though Vegito usually seemed wild and laid back, doing nothing but eating and sleeping, he was a super monster who had casually crushed Nappa and sent Vegeta flying. A single word of advice from him was worth more than a year of hard training on Earth. I understand. Thank you for the advice, Mr. Vegito. Krillin sat back down cross-legged, excitedly diving into a new round of meditation. Days passed one after another amidst eating, drinking, and training. On the 20th day of the voyage, a sudden emergency shattered the tranquility inside the ship. Beep, 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 beep. The red warning lights on the ship's control console flashed frantically, and a piercing alarm rang through the entire cabin. What's going on? Bulma gasped in shock and rushed to the console, her fingers clacking rapidly across the keyboard. When she saw the display on the radar screen, Bulma's face instantly went pale. This is bad. It's a massive asteroid belt. And it's heading straight for our route at incredible speed. Bulma shouted in despair, this ship's auto-evasion system is way too old. It can't dodge such a dense cluster of asteroids. Even if we activate the energy shield, we'll be smashed to pieces. Hearing this, Krillin and Gohan panicked as well. In the vastness of space, if the ship were destroyed, no matter how strong they were, they would suffocate to death from lack of oxygen. Are we going to die here before we even reach Namek? Krillin gritted his teeth tightly. However, just as everyone was in a state of panic, a tall, imposing figure casually stood up from the sofa. What's the panic? They're just a few useless rocks. Vegito yawned, walked up to the spaceship hatch, and casually pressed the open button. Hey! What are you doing? Opening the hatch will cause a pressure imbalance and suck us out. Bulma screamed. Relax, nobody's getting sucked out. Vegito let out a soft chuckle. With a thought, the boundless ki within his body erupted outward, forming a massive invisible barrier that enveloped not only himself, but also perfectly covered the entire spaceship within an indestructible shield of ki. Hiss! The ship's hatch opened to reveal the oxygenless vacuum of space outside. Under the monster-gazing eyes of Krillin and Gohan, Vegito actually strolled out of the spaceship at a leisurely pace, stepping out into the pitch-black outer space. Walking in the vacuum of space. Krillin's understanding of reality was once again slammed into the dirt and ground down mercilessly. Soon, an overwhelming swarm of asteroids poured in like a torrential storm right from the front of the ship. The largest asteroid among them was comparable in size to a small planet. Facing this terrifying cosmic disaster, Vegito raised his right hand, keeping his fingers tightly together into an open palm. Spirit Sword. A dazzling golden beam burst forth from his fingertips in an instant, expanding into a terrifying giant energy sword tens of thousands of meters long within the blink of an eye. That golden glow was even brighter than the distant stars. Vanish. Vegito spoke flatly, casually swinging his right arm forward. Swish. With irresistible momentum, the tens of thousands of meters long golden sword swept across the entire starry sky ahead. In an instant, whether it was multi-meter gravel or the planet-sized giant asteroid, the moment they touched the golden light sword, they were directly annihilated by its extreme heat and destructive power. Not a trace of dust was left behind. With a single stroke of his sword, he shattered the starry river. The entire asteroid belt was forcibly sliced down the middle, creating an absolutely safe channel hundreds of kilometers wide. Having finished all this, Vegito dispersed the spirit sword and the barrier, turned back toward the ship, and closed the hatch behind him. All right, obstacle cleared. Bulma, I want braised pork belly for dinner tonight. Put extra sugar in it. Vegito lay back down on the sofa, looking as relaxed as if he had just taken a casual stroll outside. Meanwhile, Bulma, Krillin, and Gohan stood frozen on the spot like statues, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Is this the true caliber of the universe's strongest bodyguard? Bulma swallowed hard. Her look toward Vegito was no longer just swooning, it was an extreme, feverish worship. Krillin, on the other hand, let out a wry smile. He finally understood why Vegito said their thinking was bound by gravity. Because in this man's eyes, even the laws of the universe were probably just a joke. The remainder of the voyage passed smoothly while everyone wildly imagined the full extent of Vegito's power. The 34th day. Beep. Target coordinates reached. Preparing to enter the atmosphere. As a clear prompt sounded from the spaceship's control system, the giant planet emitting a faint green glow ahead finally came fully into view. It was a planet without night. Because 3 suns orbited it, the sky always displayed a dreamlike emerald green. Rumble. The spaceship smoothly traversed the atmosphere. Below was an endless blue ocean and vast clusters of huge, mushroom-shaped plants. Is this Uncle Piccolo's home planet? Planet Namek. Gohan leaned against the window, excitedly taking in the strange scenery below. The atmospheric composition is similar to Earth's, it's completely breathable. Bulma let out a sigh of relief as she reviewed the sensor data. Thud. The spaceship landed on a flat, green plain, and its hatch slowly opened. One after another, everyone stepped off the spaceship, feeling the unique breeze of planet Namek. We're finally here. Next, as long as we use the dragon radar to find the Dragon Balls. However, before Krillin could finish speaking, Vegito, who had been walking at the very front, suddenly stopped in his tracks. His eyebrow twitched slightly, and his lazy eyes suddenly turned sharp. Looks like this trip to Namek is going to be even livelier than I thought. Within Vegito's perception web, several malicious strands of ki were gathered just a few thousand kilometers away from their landing site. Two of those key signals were around 20,000, which was nothing special. What interested Vegito most was an extraordinarily massive and chilling presence at the center of that group. Even though that ki was deliberately suppressed, Vegito could still clearly sense its presence. A battle power of around 530,000. The Emperor of the Universe, Frieza, huh? Vegito silently murmured the name in his mind. Although a battle power of 530,000 was still mere trash that he could erase with a breath in his eyes. It was a walking system point bonanza. If he waited for Frieza to transform into his final form, or even 100% full power, the system points he could squeeze out of him would definitely be an astronomical figure. Not only that, Frieza also had the Ginyu Force, Dodoria, Zarbon. This wasn't just planet Namek, it was practically a tailor-made paradise for him to farm system points. Vegito, what's wrong? Right then, Krillin and Gohan clearly noticed something was wrong as well. Although they couldn't sense Frieza's suppressed ki, Dodoria and Zarbon's ki of over 20,000 was as glaring as searchlights in the night. What terrifying ki. And there's more than one. They're way stronger than Vegeta was back on Earth. Krillin trembled violently in fear, cold sweat instantly soaking his martial arts GI. Gohan instinctively took 2 steps back, his eyes filled with terror. Don't be nervous. Vegito turned around and gave them a reassuring smile. They're just a bunch of delivery boys. Bulma, hold onto your dragon radar. Let's go say hi to Vegeta first. Namek. A cratered valley covered in green rocks. Rumble. A fierce explosion echoed through the valley as the terrifying energy shockwave whipped the emerald green lake into giant waves tens of meters high. Haa. Haa. Vegeta. What the hell is wrong with you? An obese alien covered in pink fleshy spikes dragged himself out of a pile of rubble in utter embarrassment. Clutching his broken left arm, his ugly face was filled with horror and disbelief. This person was none other than Dodoria, one of Lord Frieza's 2 top generals. And right in front of Dodoria, suspended in midair, a short figure emanating a violent aura looked down on him. Vegeta. Vegeta had changed into a brand new battle suit, and the scouter on his face had already been crushed by his own hand in a previous fight. What's wrong, Dodoria? Is this all Frieza's lapdogs are capable of? Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face twisting into his signature cruel, manic laugh. On Earth, he had been crushed in an utterly absurd manner by that monster with Kakarot's face, Vegito. Even the desperation Gallic gun he had fired at the end was blown back by a single breath from the guy. His pride had been shattered into pieces. Fortunately, thanks to his spaceship's autopilot feature, he managed to survive and escaped back to planet Frieza for medical treatment. The Saiyan trait of power soaring dramatically after recovering from the brink of death was demonstrated to full effect at this moment. His power level had skyrocketed from 18,000 when he was on Earth to a whopping 24,000. Meanwhile, Dodoria was at best around 22,000. Impossible. You low-class warrior, your power level was clearly only 18,000 before. How could you be stronger than me? Dodoria roared hysterically, unable to accept that he was being unilaterally pummeled by Vegeta, whom he had always looked down upon. Idiot. Vegeta sneered, his form vanishing instantly from midair. Bang. Before Dodoria could react, Vegeta's heavy fist, wrapped in violent aura, slammed ruthlessly into his fat belly. Gah. Dodoria spat out a massive mouthful of purple blood, his eyes almost bulging out of their sockets as his massive body flew backward, shattering over a dozen thick stone pillars in succession. Vegeta followed like a shadow, instantly appearing above Dodoria. His right leg crashed down like a battle axe, stomping Dodoria directly into the hard bedrock. I don't mind telling you. Every time we Saiyans survive the brink of death, our power increases dramatically. Thanks to that foolish monster on Earth, my power now makes killing you as easy as squashing a bug. Hearing Vegeta mention the monster on Earth, Dodoria didn't understand what he meant, but the terror of being shrouded in the shadow of death caused him to break down completely. Wait. Vegeta. Don't kill me. If you spare me, I'll tell you an earth-shattering secret about the destruction of planet Vegeta. Dodoria sprawled at the bottom of the crater, begging desperately. Oh, a secret. Vegeta paused, his lips curling into a mocking sneer. Are you going to tell me that our Saiyan homeworld wasn't destroyed by a meteor, but blown up by that fool Frieza himself? How do you know? Dodoria froze in shock. Did you really think I was completely in the dark? I was just waiting for the right moment. But right now, I couldn't care less about those dead Saiyan trash. Once I get the Dragon Balls on Namek and gain immortality, I'll slay Frieza with my own hands. Vegeta laughed maniacally, raising his right hand as a blinding purple energy blast gathered in his palm, aimed at Dodoria at the bottom of the pit. Now, take your secret with you to hell. However, at the exact moment Vegeta was about to deliver the killing blow. Several key signatures suddenly entered his field of perception. Two of them were very weak, resembling the little bald guy and Kakarot's son whom he had seen on Earth. But there was another signature. It wasn't deliberately unleashed, just a tiny, natural ripple, yet it caused Vegeta's heart to skip a beat in an instant. Cold sweat poured off Vegeta's forehead like a waterfall. His arrogant expression froze in a tenth of a second, then transformed into absolute terror. It can't be. This key. This foolish key. I'd recognize it even if it turned to ashes. Vegeta couldn't even control the energy blast gathered in his hand. It dissipated with a PSSH in his palm. He turned his head stiffly to look at the sky behind him. On a high cliff not far away, several figures had appeared at some unknown moment. The little bald guy, Krillin, and Gohan. And standing at the very front of them was a man wearing a blue and orange martial arts gi with spiky black hair. At this moment, the man was looking down at him, a casual smirk on his lips that was enough to wake him up from nightmares in horror. Yo, if it isn't Prince Vegeta. Haven't seen you in a few days and you've gotten so lame. What, got your spirit broken on Earth so you ran off to another planet to rebuild your confidence? Vegito greeted him casually like an old acquaintance. Boom. Hearing that voice felt like a bolt out of the blue to Vegeta. His mind went completely blank, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Why you? How are you here? Vegeta's voice cracked. He couldn't comprehend how this monster, who had nearly killed him with a single blow of breath, could possibly be on Namek. And looking at his relaxed, leisurely demeanor, was he on fooling vacation? Seeing Vegeta, who had been insufferably arrogant moments ago, suddenly trembling with fear, Dodoria lying at the bottom of the crater sensed an opportunity. Although he didn't know who the spiky-haired man was, Vegeta was clearly distracted. Now's my chance. Die, Vegeta. Maximum power, Dodoria beam. Dodoria roared, summoning the last ounce of power in his body. Opening his blood-red maw wide, he launched a thick orange beam of destruction from his mouth. This pillar of light was aimed not only at Vegeta, but also enveloped Vegito and the others on the cliff in its line of fire. Oh no. That guy's launching a sneak attack. Krillin paled in shock. It was already too late to dodge. Vegeta's pupils shrank as well, but dominated by his fear of Vegito, his reaction was half a beat too slow. However, facing a beam powerful enough to flatten mountain ranges, Vegito merely extended a finger toward the roaring giant energy beam and flicked lightly. Too noisy, trash. It was such a simple action. An air bullet nearly invisible to the naked eye shot forth from his fingertip instantly. Crack. The moment of contact, Dodoria's full-power destructive beam began crumbling inch by inch from its tip, disintegrating into a sky full of glittering specks of light. But that wasn't all. After shattering the beam, the tiny key bullet didn't lose momentum at all and pierced straight through the center of Dodoria's forehead at inhuman speed. Ah! Dodoria's massive body stiffened abruptly, the life in his eyes fading in an instant. Instacle. Krillin and Gohan swallowed hard. Although they had already seen Vegito cleave a meteor with a key sword on the way here, seeing an alien monster with a power level over 20,000 get flicked to death with a single finger still made their scalps tingle. Ding. Detected host killing Frieza Force Executive, Dodoria. Obtained point reward, 20,000 points. The system prompt rang in his mind, and Vegito raised an eyebrow in satisfaction. Not bad. Every bit counts. 20,000 points secured. This point farming efficiency was much faster than waiting painstakingly on Earth for the Saiyans to attack. What? What do you actually want? Vegeta had completely lost his will to fight. Veins bulged on his forehead as he glared fixedly at Vegito. He wanted to flee, but reason told him that in front of this man, any attempt to run was futile. If the guy blew another breath, there might not even be ashes left of him. Don't be nervous, Vegeta. Vegito crossed his arms and looked at Vegeta with a smiling face. I'm a pacifist, you know. Coming here today was mainly to help my friends find something and make a little side cash along the way. Didn't you say earlier that you wanted to collect the Dragon Balls and kill Frieza? Go ahead, I won't interfere. Vegeta felt like cursing his head off. A pacifist. The guy who just flicked Dodoria dead with one finger had the nerve to call himself a pacifist. Just as Vegeta was caught in a dilemma, not knowing how to wrap this up. A loud sound of rushing wind suddenly echoed from the sky. Swoosh. A slender figure descended from the sky like a meteor, landing nimbly on a stone pillar not far from Vegeta. The newcomer had long green hair, wore high-grade Frieza Force battle armor, a white cape, and even earrings in his ears. His every move radiated an aristocratic aura completely out of place on this bloody battlefield. Frieza's right-hand man, Zarbon. My. I wondered what that stupid pig Dodoria was up to making such a racket. To think he not only lost the Namekian brat, but even his own ki has completely vanished. Zarbon crossed his arms, sweeping his gaze around before landing on the dead Dodoria, a flash of disdain in his eyes. What a useless piece of trash, polluting Lord Frieza's sight for nothing. Then, Zarbon turned his head, looking down at Vegeta with an elegant smirk on his face. Vegeta, it seems you've grown a bit after betraying Lord Frieza. Did you kill that useless trash Dodoria? Before Vegeta could explain, Zarbon's gaze fell upon Vegito and the others on the cliff. When he saw Vegito's unfamiliar face and the scouter reading showing a power level of only 5, he couldn't help but frown. And you suicidal rats. I don't know what backwater planet you came from, but since you're hanging out with Vegeta, you can die together. Zarbon floated down from the stone pillar, elegantly adjusting his cape, his eyes filled with contempt for the weak. Seeing Zarbon's grandstanding behavior, Krillin and Gohan nervously took up battle stances. Vegeta, on the other hand, looked at Zarbon like he was looking at an idiot. If it were before, he would definitely mock Zarbon with a few words or even charge in to fight him. But now, he only felt that Zarbon was aggressively courting death. Because the person Zarbon provoked was no rat at all, but a primordial monster through and through. Up on the cliff, hearing Zarbon's high and mighty speech, Vegito not only didn't get angry, but instead let out a bright smile. He turned his head to look at Bulma. Bulma, take the little bald guy and the others back a bit. Mr. Vegito, this guy looks really strong, be careful, Krillin gulped and warned. Don't worry. What I love defeating most is self-righteous powerhouses like him. A breeze swept across the emerald green water of Namek, stirring up layer upon layer of ripples. However, in this valley that should have been peaceful, the atmosphere at this moment was bizarre to the extreme. Zarbon still maintained his self-perceived most elegant standing posture, his slender fingers gently toying with the long green hair by his ear. He pressed the new scouter on his left eye, the numbers jumping on the lens still steadily resting on the laughable scale of 5. Truly a reckless lower-class creature. Vegeta, have you fallen to the point where you need to associate with trash whose battle power is only 5? Zarbin's tone was filled with undisguised contempt and mockery, and he didn't even spare Vegito a direct glance. Hearing this, Vegeta, standing not far away, not only did not echo him, but instead looked at Zarbin as if looking at a dead man, his breathing even becoming cautious. This idiot. He has no idea what he is facing. Vegeta gritted his teeth tightly, bean-sized cold sweat on his forehead sliding down his cheeks frantically. The nightmare experienced on Earth was deeply engraved like a nightmare in the depths of Vegeta's soul. That man with Kakarot's face didn't even need to use any ki blasts, just standing there, he seemed to represent the rules of the entire universe. His all-out strike couldn't even harm a single hair on the opponent's face. The Gallic gun, sufficient to destroy Earth, was casually blown back in one breath by the opponent. That all-around sense of crushing made Vegeta's legs uncontrollably want to turn weak the moment he saw this blue and orange martial arts uniform. Idiot. If you're courting death, don't drag me into it. Vegeta roared wildly in his heart. He didn't even have the courage to run away right now, fearing he would attract Vegito's attention. And on the high cliff. Hearing Zarbin's taunt, Vegito's smile grew even thicker at the corners of his mouth. He turned his head and waved at Bulma, Krillin, and the others. You guys wait here for a moment, I'll go down and take care of some trash. Having said that, Vegito crossed his arms and descended vertically onto the open space between Zarbin and Vegeta. Bluffing tricks. Zarbin snorted coldly, his gaze instantly turning ice-cold and piercing. Since you're in such a hurry to court death, I'll send you to hell first, and then deal with Vegeta slowly. Whoosh. Zarbin's figure vanished from the spot instantly, his speed so fast that he left a string of green afterimages in midair. With a battle power of over 20,000 fully unleashed, that violent airflow swept up all the surrounding rubble. Go to hell. Trash. Almost in a fraction of a second, Zarbin had already appeared at Vegito's side. His right leg swung a perfect semicircular arc in the air, tearing through the air and carrying a piercing sonic boom as it fiercely whipped toward Vegito's neck. With this whip kick, Zarbin was confident it was enough to instantly kill Vegeta. However, bang! A dull thud exploded in the valley, and the terrifying recoil even shook a ring of visible white shockwaves beneath their feet. The cruel smile on Zarbin's face instantly froze. His whip kick landed solidly on Vegito's neck. Yet, Vegito's body didn't sway in the slightest. That black spiky hair didn't even have a single strand deflected by the strong wind of that kick. What? Zarbin's eyeballs bulged fiercely, and an unspeakable, agonizing pain instantly spread from his right leg bone throughout his entire body. This is impossible. Zarbin panicked and pulled back his right leg, stumbling back a dozen steps, staring at Vegito as if looking at a monster. The scouter clearly showed 5. Why was his physical defense terrifying to this extent? This is Frieza's right-hand man. Your attack. Vegito didn't even turn his head to look at Zarbin, just casually picking his ear. It's not even forceful enough to tickle me. Vegeta, watching from the side, had the corners of his mouth twitching violently. It's here. Again this despairing gap. Vegeta felt his heart tightening. Back on Earth, he had also smashed his all-out punch into Vegito's face like this, and the result in exchange was only endless humiliation. Looking at Zarbin's expression of doubting life, Vegeta actually derived a trace of perverted pleasure amidst extreme fear. Despair. Zarbin. Experience the fear that this lord once experienced. Center of the battlefield. Vegito slowly turned his head, those deep, pitch-black eyes finally looking squarely at Zarbin for the first time. Just a single glance. In Zarbin's field of vision, the entire heaven and earth seemed to completely flip upside down at this moment. That was an indescribable sense of oppression. Zarbin only felt the figure of the man before him infinitely magnifying in his pupils, as if he had transformed into a towering cosmic demon god. The surrounding air became heavy, gravity seemingly increasing 10,000-fold in this single instant. Ah! Zarbin let out a painful muffled grunt, his legs turning weak, and he was actually forced by this invisible sense of oppression to drop to one knee on the ground. His elegance, his battle power of over 20,000, in front of this man's gaze, didn't even qualify him to stand. What kind of joke is this? This kind of overwhelming power. Just what kind of person are you? Zarbin was trembling wildly all over, and the scouter on his left eye shattered directly with a crack, because it couldn't withstand the tiny wisps of energy fluctuations faintly leaking out. Not only Zarbin, even Vegeta standing not far away was pressed by this terrifying aura to drop to his knees on the ground with a thump. Vegeta pressed his hands desperately against the ground, his fingernails deeply embedded into the rock, the veins on his forehead seeming ready to burst open. Can't move. Completely unable to move. Merely the coercion naturally emitted makes me unable to even conceive the thought of resisting, fooled monster. Vegeta roared desperately in the bottom of his heart. Krillin and Gohan on the high cliff did not feel this pressure because Vegito deliberately avoided them. But watching Zarbin, who had been so arrogant just now below, now kneeling directly in front of Vegito, both of them opened their mouths wide in surprise. Too strong. Mr. Vegito didn't even lift a hand. Krillin swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At this moment, for Zarbin, who was suppressed to the point of near suffocation, the humiliation in his heart finally overcame his fear. As the most noble warrior by King Frieza's side, how could he tolerate kneeling to some unknown entity? Ah! You forced me to this. Zarbin suddenly raised his head, his originally handsome face now distorted to the extreme. Originally I didn't want to display that ugly posture, but since you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. Rumble. A violent aura nearly twice as strong as before suddenly erupted from within Zarbin's body. He finally abandoned his obsession with maintaining beauty and initiated his transformation. Only to see Zarbin's body swell wildly like it was being inflated, his originally slender and well-proportioned physique growing sickening tumors and muscle lumps, his flat skin turning into dark green scales as rough as an alligator's. That originally handsome face became even more like a mutated toad, filled with pits and fangs. In just a few breaths of time, an elegant noble warrior had turned into a terrifying, foul-smelling demon beast. Battle power, 30,000. Who? Zarbin, transformed into a monster form, panted heavily, his crimson eyes staring fixedly at Vegito. The immense power allowed him to regain his confidence, and he even broke free from Vegito's invisible aura pressure, standing back up. Did you see this? This is my true power. Originally I kept this to deal with enemies other than King Frieza, to die under this form is your honor. Monster Zarbin let out a deafening roar, his massive body stomping fiercely onto the ground. Bang! The ground within a radius of 100 meters collapsed instantly, and he turned into a green meteor, carrying violent momentum as he sprinted wildly toward Vegito. That huge fist, condensing the terrifying energy of 30,000 battle power, smashed fiercely toward Vegito's face. However, watching the aggressively charging monster Zarbin, Vegito's eyes were filled with disgust. You were already pitifully weak, and now you've become so disgusting. Your existence is simply polluting this wonderful scenery. As soon as his voice fell, he raised his right hand and threw a punch. Boom! Under the gaze of Vegeta's pupils, which had dilated to the extreme, Vegito's punch actually arrived first despite starting last, striking Zarbin's ugly toad face. The next second, Zarbin's massive body paused abruptly in midair, and then, at a speed more than 10 times faster than when he came, he flew backward wildly. Boom! 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 His body successively smashed through 3 stone mountains hundreds of meters high, and finally crashed heavily into a huge distant lake, stirring up a pillar of water shooting up over 100 meters high. Total silence across the scene. Only the sound of splashes falling back onto the lake surface dripped. Vegeta blankly looked at the lake water in the distance dyed purple, his Adam's apple moving up and down with difficulty. Zarbin after transforming had a battle power reaching 30,000. That was an existence even he had to look up to. The result, beaten by that man with a single punch to the point of life or death being unknown. Gurgle. A moment later, the battered and broken Zarbin floated up from the lake water. Half of his face had been completely smashed, his jawbone shattered, unable to even say a complete sentence. With his only remaining eye, he looked in extreme terror at Vegito on the shore, his gaze as if looking at an incomprehensible cosmic demon. Escape. Must escape. Report this monster's intelligence to King Frieza. This was the only remaining thought in Zarbin's mind. Enduring the agonizing pain of near death, he suddenly burst forth with the last shred of his ki, wanting to charge into the high altitude and escape from here. But how could Vegito let such a cooked duck fly away? The farce should end. Vegito raised his right hand slightly, aiming at Zarbon who was fleeing in midair. Big bang attack. An energy ball flashing with dazzling blue light instantly burst forth from Vegito's palm. The speed of this energy ball reached the concept of surpassing the speed of light, not even leaving a trail in the air before it had already appeared behind Zarbon. No. Zarbon only had time to emit a despairing wail in the bottom of his heart. Rumbly rumble. A terrifying explosion that could not be described with words bloomed explosively in the high altitude. The dazzling light instantly swallowed the sky within a radius of dozens of kilometers. If Vegito hadn't intentionally controlled the range and direction, that violent energy storm would probably have instantly evaporated the entire Namek. When the light dissipated, in the sky, there was already nothing left. Zarbon, along with his ugly body, was completely annihilated in the dust of the universe. Ding. Detected that the host killed Frieza Force high-ranking officer, Zarbon. Obtained points reward. 30,000 points. Listening to the wonderful prompt sound in his mind, Vegito felt very satisfied. He slowly turned around, casting his gaze back toward Vegeta who was still kneeling on the ground. Alright, cleanup is complete. Now, it's your turn, Prince of all Saiyans. Tell me, how should I deal with you? Vegeta trembled all over, cold sweat instantly soaking his entire body, and the shadow of despair once again firmly shrouded him. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Crossover. In Dragon Ball, I started by fusing with Vegito. Part 2. Under the emerald green sky of Namek, a breeze stirred up a trace of lingering gunpowder smoke. Vegeta still maintained the humiliating posture of kneeling on both knees. His brain was buzzing, and in his vision, that pair of white combat boots was closing in on him step by step, every step feeling as if it were stepping on his heart, leaving him nearly suffocated. I'm going to die. Like those two pieces of trash Dodoria and Zarbon, being directly wiped out by him with a single finger or a puff of breath. Cold sweat had completely soaked Vegeta's brand new combat uniform. He desperately wanted to stand up, wanting to die a heroic death like a proud Saiyan prince, but his battle-hardened body at this moment completely defied his will, unable to even lift a single finger. The absolute gap in strength had completely crushed his soul. Tap. The footsteps stopped in front of Vegeta. Vegeta despairingly closed his eyes, waiting for death to arrive. However, the anticipated destructive blow did not fall. Don't shake like a sieve, Vegeta. Lift your head up. Vegito's voice, carrying a bit of nonchalance and banter, came from above his head. Vegeta shuddered all over, opened his eyes with difficulty, raised his head, and met Vegito's bottomless black eyes. What on earth do you want? If you want to kill me, just kill me. Don't think I'll beg for mercy from a fool like you. Vegeta gritted his teeth, squeezing out these words from between his teeth, trying to maintain his last shred of dignity. Kill you. Vegito looked down at him condescendingly, the corner of his mouth curving into a playful arc. Didn't I just say so? I'm a pacifist. As long as you don't actively come to provoke me, I couldn't be bothered to dirty my own hands. Besides, keeping you around is still a bit useful. Useful. Vegeta was stunned, a flash of humiliation crossing his eyes. What do you take me for, the proud Saiyan prince? As a fairly useful porter. Vegito ruthlessly tore apart Vegeta's self-esteem. There are a total of 7 Dragon Balls on Namek, scattered in various corners of this planet. Although I can go look for them myself, I am a rather lazy person, so this kind of running errands and rough work is just right for you to do. Now, go and obediently bring all the Dragon Balls collected by Frieza, as well as the Dragon Balls you snatched from the Namekian village just now, right in front of me. In your dreams. Why should I listen to you? Vegeta wanted to roar angrily, but when he saw Vegito's slightly narrowed eyes, the words in his throat were instantly swallowed back by an invisible fear. You don't have the right to refuse. Vegito leaned down slightly, lowering his voice like a demon's whisper. Either obediently go and move the Dragon Balls over for me, or I'll make you go to hell to keep Zarbon company right now. Choose. Humiliation. Unprecedented humiliation. Vegeta's clenched fists even oozed blood from excessive force. Once upon a time, he was also a tyrant running amok in the universe, putting no one in his eyes except Frieza. But now, he was going to be reduced to this man's errand boy. I'll go. Vegeta bit his teeth hard, almost crushing his back teeth, before spitting out these two words. A wise man submits to circumstances. As long as he survived, as long as he could seize the opportunity to find the Dragon Balls and wish for immortality, he swore he would definitely wash away today's disgrace. Very well, a smart choice. Vegito patted Vegeta's shoulder with satisfaction. That casual action scared Vegeta into a shiver, almost thinking the other party was going to smash his head with a single slap. Don't think about playing tricks, and don't even think about running away with the Dragon Balls. On this planet, no matter where you hide, I can appear in front of you within zero point 0.1 seconds, and then twist your head off to play ball with it. Understand? Understand. Vegeta lowered his head humiliatingly. Right at this moment, a roaring sound came from midair. Bulma was driving a hover car transformed from a universal capsule, descending from the high cliff with Krillin and Gohan. Whoa! Vegito, that move you just did was simply awesome. As soon as Bulma landed, she excitedly jumped out of the hover car, grabbed Vegito's thick arm, and didn't hold back her praise. Krillin and Gohan, on the other hand, looked with full vigilance at Vegeta, who was still kneeling on the ground. Mr. Vegito, isn't this guy the Saiyan who killed Piccolo and the others on Earth? Why didn't you just kill him? Krillin swallowed his saliva and asked nervously. What a pity to kill him, this is a free laborer. Vegito pointed at Vegeta and said to Bulma, Boss, I found you a coolie to look for Dragon Balls. In the future, this kind of dirty and tiring work will be left to him to do. Bulma looked along Vegito's finger and sized up Vegeta. Is this the alien who almost destroyed Earth? Bulma akimbo walked up to Vegeta, and looked at him with a critical gaze. He looks okay, but this height, is it too short? And this hairline, he's going bald while still so young, how pathetic. PFF'd. Krillin couldn't hold it in and directly sprayed out. He touched his own smooth head, thinking that Bulma's mouth was truly as vicious as ever. You fooled Earth woman. Who are you calling short? Who are you calling bald? Vegeta trembled all over with anger, a strong killing intent erupting in his eyes. He didn't dare to get angry at Vegito, but an Earth woman with a combat power of only 5 actually dared to boss around him, the proud Saiyan prince. However, facing the furious Vegeta, Bulma wasn't timid at all. Not only was she not timid, she even took a step forward, and with a smack, slapped Vegeta's hedgehog-like hair. What are you roaring for? You are our hired coolie now. If you dare to yell at me again, I'll have Vegito dock your food allowance. No, a captive like you doesn't deserve to eat at all. Bulma threatened fiercely. You. Vegeta's eyes turned red, this was simply an utter humiliation. But just as he wanted to violently revolt, he felt an ice-cold gaze fall on his spine. Vegito was crossing his arms with a half-smile, looking at him, and the warning meaning in his eyes was self-evident. Hiss. Vegeta took a sharp breath, forcibly holding back his killing intent. He gave Bulma a deep look, engraving this woman who dared to hit his head into his heart, and then stood up without a word. I'll go get the Dragon Balls for you right now. With that, Vegeta exerted force with his legs, turning into a white stream of light, and rushed towards the sky without looking back. That back view, no matter how one looked at it, exuded a desolate sense of fleeing and panic. TCH, what Saiyan prince, isn't he still docilely brought to heel by our Vegito? Bulma clapped her hands triumphantly. Gulp. Bulma, you are way too bold. The way he looked at you just now, I felt like he wanted to eat you. Krillin wiped the cold sweat from his head. What is there to be afraid of? With Vegito around, the safest place in the whole universe is by my side. Bulma proudly linked her arm through Vegito's, seemingly having fully entered the role of the boss's wife. Watching this scene, Vegito also shook his head with some amusement. He was very curious about how large Vegeta's psychological shadow area was right now. Meanwhile, on the other end of Namek, thousands of kilometers away from here, a spaceship resembling a giant crab was quietly parked in an open clearing. Inside the luxurious command room of the spaceship, an alien creature with a petite figure, purple glass-like domes on its head, and a long tail was gracefully sitting on a floating throne, holding a glass of crimson red wine in its hand. The Emperor of the Universe, Frieza. Gr. Great Lord. A universe grunt wearing a combat uniform stumbled and crawled into the command room, his voice trembling violently due to extreme fear. Bad news. Shut up. Frieza gently took a sip of red wine, his gaze not moving an inch, and simply spat out those 2 words indifferently. Yes. The grunt was so scared he immediately covered his mouth, cold sweat pouring down. This king hates most when others shout while I'm tasting wine. Speak, what on earth has happened? Could it be that Dodoria and Zarbon have dragged that monkey Vegeta back? Frieza asked nonchalantly. No, great lord. The grunt tremblingly took out two shattered scouter chips. Just a moment ago, Lord Dodoria and Lord Zarbon's life signals, at the exact same time, completely disappeared. Snap. The goblet in Frieza's hand was instantly crushed into pieces, and the crimson wine dripped down his pale fingers. The temperature in the entire command room seemed to drop to freezing point at that very instant. What did you say? Frieza turned his head, those viper-like, ice-cold eyes staring fixedly at the grunt. Disappeared. You're saying my right-hand men were killed by someone? Why? Yes. The scouter shows that in that area, an extremely bizarre energy fluctuation appeared. Then, the two lords' signals were annihilated at the same time. The grunt knelt on the ground, too scared to even lift his head. Frieza slightly narrowed his eyes, a terrifying murderous intent flashing deep within them. Impossible. That trash Vegeta's combat power is at most 24,000. Even if he used all his strength, it would be impossible to kill Dodoria and transform Zarbon at the same time. It seems that some reckless variables have come to this boring green planet. Frieza stood up from the floating throne, his thick tail behind him flicking impatiently, lashing the air and making a harsh sonic boom. Since both Dodoria and Zarbon were dead, it meant that the newcomer's strength was definitely not to be underestimated. To ensure the smooth realization of his wish for eternal life, he could no longer afford any mishaps. Go. Frieza looked coldly at the kneeling grunt. Immediately contact the universe headquarters and convey this king's highest order. Have the Ginyu Force immediately drop all tasks on hand and rush to Namek with all members at the fastest speed. This king wants these fools who disturb my elegance to know the consequence of defying the Emperor of the universe. Yes. This subordinate will go do it immediately. As if granted amnesty, the grunt scrambled and crawled out of the command room. Looking at the emerald green sky of Namek outside the window, Frieza's mouth curved into a cruel, cold smile. No matter who you are, when the Ginyu Force arrives, it will be your time to die. On the other side, Vegito and the others were leisurely sitting on a picnic blanket that Bulma had transformed. Krillin and Gohan were eating snacks while listening to Bulma brag about various high-tech gadgets on Earth. As for Vegito, he was half leaning against a rock, enjoying the unique breeze of Namek. Suddenly, the system prompt rang in Vegito's mind once again. Ding! Detected that key nodes of the original work have undergone major deviations. The Frieza Force's highest elite Ginyu Force is on its way to Namek, estimated arrival time, 2 hours later. The system has released a temporary main chain quest, The Fall of the Emperor Part 1. Quest content. Wipe out the Ginyu Force with an absolute crushing posture, and make Frieza completely reduced to a commander with no subordinates. Quest reward. 200,000 points. Arriving in 2 hours. It seems Frieza was quite frightened by me, directly calling for the highest level express delivery. Hearing the reward of 100,000 points, Vegito's eyes lit up slightly. Wiping out the Ginyu Force could get 100,000 points, so if that old guy Frieza along with all his forms were farmed together, at the very least tens of millions or millions of points would come in, right? Although there was still some distance away from upgrading to the realm of gods at 10 million points, this point farming speed was definitely not slow. Krillin, Gohan. Vegito suddenly straightened his body and waved at the two who were eating snacks. Huh. Mr. Vegito, what is it? Krillin quickly put down the potato chips in his hand. After eating and drinking our fill, it's time to get down to business. Vegito stretched, stood up, and looked into a certain direction far away in Namek. There, he could sense a very peaceful aura. That was the Grand Elder of Namek. Vegito went to help us find the Dragon Balls, we can't let him work too hard alone. Let's go, I'll take you to a good place. Vegito's mouth hooked into a mysterious smile. Before that group of alien clowns arrives, go help you dig out all the power hidden within your bodies, completely. High above the endless green plains of Namek. A brilliant white aura like a blade tearing through space streaked past at a terrifying speed that defied all physical logic. We have arrived. In just 2 or 3 short minutes, Vegito brought Bulma, Krillin, and Gohan before a gigantic rock pillar that rose straight up from the ground, soaring into the clouds. This rock pillar stood alone in the center of the plain like a magic calming needle, and at its very peak sat a hemispherical building full of Namekian style. Phew. Every time Mr. Vegito carries me while flying, I feel like my heart is about to jump out of my chest. Krillin patted his chest, looking down at the bottomless ground below with lingering fear. Vegito dismissed the aura barrier enveloping them and landed steadily on the platform in front of the building. Who goes there? As soon as they landed, a low and guarded voice came from the shadows of the building. Immediately after, a tall Namekian warrior draped in a white cape walked out. His appearance was 7 or 8 parts similar to Piccolo, but his gaze was even steadier and more resolute. Namek's only strongest combat-type Namekian, Nail. Don't be nervous, we mean no harm. Vegito gave Nail a faint glance. Power level, 42,000. Among the native inhabitants of Namek, this could indeed be considered top-tier strength, but in the eyes of the current Vegito, it was still far from enough. However, this casual glance instantly caused all the muscles in Nail's body to tense to the absolute limit. Such a terrifying presence. Who on earth is this person? Nail stared fixedly at Vegito, a layer of cold sweat instantly seeping from his forehead. As a combat-type Namekian, his perception of ki was extremely acute. Although the black-haired man in front of him looked completely unguarded and didn't even emit a trace of aura, in Nail's perception, it was as if a primordial behemoth capable of devouring the entire universe lay dormant inside this man. As long as the other party wished, a single breath could grind the entire Namek into powder. Nail, let them in. I can sense that they have come with a pure aura. Just as Nail was treating them as a formidable enemy, an aged voice full of infinite wisdom slowly drifted out from inside the building. Yes, Grand Elder. Hearing this voice, Nail immediately bowed respectfully, then turned sideways and made a gesture of invitation. Everyone, the Grand Elder invites you in. Everyone followed Nail into the spacious house. Coming into view was a gigantic stone chair, upon which sat a Namekian whose size was exaggeratedly massive and whose face was extremely aged. He was the source of all life on Namek, the Grand Elder. Guests from Earth, I already know the purpose of your visit. I also deeply regret the misfortune that occurred on Earth. You are free to use the Dragon Balls of Namek. The Grand Elder slowly opened his eyes, looking at everyone with a gentle gaze. That's great. Thank you, Grand Elder. Krillin and Gohan bowed excitedly. However, I can sense that two extremely evil and massive forces are currently running amok on this planet. One of them is the Universe Emperor Frieza. The Grand Elder sighed and turned his gaze to Krillin and Gohan. Children of Earth, the potential within your bodies is extraordinary, but due to the limitations of Earth, these powers have been dormant. To counter the upcoming crisis, let me help you awaken these powers. Awaken our powers. Can we become even stronger? Krillin widened his eyes. The Grand Elder smiled slightly, stretched out a huge palm, and gently placed it on Krillin's bald head. A strange light flashed past. Ah! Krillin suddenly roared up at the sky, and a white aura several times more formidable than before surged wildly out from his body like a volcanic eruption. Oh my god. This power. I feel like I could one-punch my former self right now. Krillin clenched his fists tight, trembling all over with excitement. His power level, which was originally only a little over 1,000, surged directly to nearly 13,000 at this moment. Next, it is you, Gohan. The Grand Elder placed his hand on Gohan's head, but the next second, an expression of extreme shock actually appeared on the Grand Elder's otherwise tranquil face. Inside this child's body, such a terrifying abyss is actually lurking. It's simply bottomless. Rumble. A white aura several times more massive than Krillin's erupted thunderously from 5-year-old Gohan's body, the violent energy even causing the entire room to tremble in trepidation. Gohan's power level directly rose to 14,000 in a short period of time. How amazing. Mr. Vegito, did you see that? Gohan and I have gotten so much stronger. Krillin waved his fists excitedly. Vegito leaned against the wall and nodded noncommittally. As for this kind of free cheat that artificially boosts growth, he certainly didn't mind letting Krillin and Gohan skim a bit more off it. Just at this moment, the Grand Elder's gaze finally fell upon Vegito. The old man's eyes were filled with awe and impenetrable doubt. This gentleman, your existence is simply a miracle. I have lived for so long, yet I have never seen a life form as perfect as you. The Grand Elder took a deep breath and asked softly, if you are willing, I can also try to stimulate the hidden power within your body. Hearing this, Nail, Krillin, and the others all held their breath. Mr. Vegito was already strong to such an outrageous degree. If his potential were developed further, just how terrifying would he become? However, Vegito smiled and shook his head, rejecting the proposal. I appreciate the kind intention, Grand Elder. But I advise you best not to use that move on me. Why? The Grand Elder was somewhat puzzled. Vegito straightened his body, pointed to the location of his heart, and a haughty smile curved the corner of his mouth. Because the power within my body has long since exceeded the limit of this dimension. If you rely on your current aged and decayed body to forcibly touch my bottom line of potential. Quote. I'm afraid you would instantly drop dead on the spot from being unable to withstand that kind of terrifying backlash. Silence. Deathly silence. Nail's face was filled with shock, while Krillin frantically swallowed his saliva. If anyone else had said such words, they would surely have thought the person was a lunatic. But coming from Vegito's mouth, they felt this was definitely a statement of fact. The Grand Elder looked at Vegito's gaze filled with absolute confidence, remained silent for a long time, and finally smiled with relief. I understand. The future of Namek seems destined to be entrusted to your excellency. Rumble. Just as everyone was conversing, the sky of Namek suddenly darkened. Immediately following, 5 meteors dragging long crimson tail flames, like 5 fiery shooting stars piercing the firmament, violently tore through Namek's atmosphere in an extremely domineering posture. The ground of the entire planet emitted an overburdened wail due to the approach of these 5 meteors. Such a terrifying oppressive force. There are 5 monsters landing on Namek. Krillin's face turned pale. The self-confidence he had just built up due to his greatly increased strength was instantly shattered into pieces upon feeling these 5 unmasked, violent presences. Power levels, all above 40,000. There's even one presence that has reached 120,000. Nail's pupils also contracted sharply as he clenched his fists. It seems the delivery men have arrived. Not only did Vegito not panic in the slightest, but a burning light ignited in the depths of his eyes instead. He had waited for 2 hours, and these 200,000 points had finally arrived. Krillin, Gohan, you two come with me on a trip. Vegito turned his head and looked at the trembling pair. Now that your potential has been developed, you always need to find a few whetstones to practice your skills. Among those scumbags, the slightly weaker ones will be left to you too. You want us to fight those monsters? Krillin waved his hands repeatedly in fright. Mr. Vegito, you overestimate us too much, we can't beat them at all. With me here, what are you afraid of? Just go up and punch them. If you can't beat them, I've got your back. Vegito didn't give them a chance to refuse at all. He turned and looked at Bulma. Bulma, you stay here with the Grand Elder for now, Nail will protect your safety. I'll clean up those delivery men and incidentally slaughter Frieza that hairless cat before coming back. Go on, go on. Come back early, I'll make you braised pork tonight. Bulma waved her hand very magnanimously. With Vegito's words, she now felt that nowhere in the entire universe was safer than being with him. Swish. Vegito had Krillin and Gohan grab his shoulders respectively. He brought his index and middle fingers together and lightly tapped his own forehead. Instant transmission. The figures of the 3 instantly vanished out of thin air within the Grand Elder's room, without stirring up a single trace of airflow. In an open space tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Grand Elder's location. Boom, 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 boom. 5 circular spacepods slammed heavily into the ground, smashing out 5 huge deep craters. The hatches opened. 5 bizarre-looking aliens jumped out from the spaceships. Tall, red-haired GIs, the fastest being in the universe, entirely blue birder, 4-eyed, short and ugly Goldo, muscle-bound, iron tower-like Rikum. And the captain of the Ginyu Force, with 2 black sharp horns on his head and purple skin, Ginyu. Ginyu Force. All members have arrived. Captain Ginyu gave the order. Immediately following, these 5 top-tier elite warriors of the entire universe actually struck a set of extremely humiliating team poses in broad daylight. Rikum. Birder. GIs. Goldo. Ginyu. The 5 of them struck various bizarre poses and shouted in unison, "We are, the Ginyu Force." Just as they finished their poses, feeling quite good about themselves, and were preparing to go meet Lord Frieza. Without any warning, 3 figures appeared out of thin air less than 10 meters directly in front of them. This sudden change caused the 5 members of the Ginyu Force, who were still maintaining their humiliating poses, to instantly freeze in place. Not only were they frozen, but Krillin and Gohan, who had been teleported over by Vegito, also collectively petrified upon looking at these 5 alien monsters striking bizarre shapes in front of them. A breeze blew past, and the atmosphere at the scene became awkward to the extreme. PFF'd. A disdainful snicker broke this deathly silence. Vegito crossed his arms and looked at these 5 fellows resembling circus clowns before him, a cold and mocking arc curling at the corner of his mouth. Running all this way, just to perform acrobatics for me. To be honest, your dance moves are really quite disgusting. Hearing this taunt, the complexions of the 5 Ginyu Force members instantly turned livid. Where did you wild monkey pop out from? How dare you mock the Ginyu Force's perfect entrance poses? GIs pointed at Vegito and roared. Captain Ginyu, on the other hand, coldly pressed the scouter on his left eye. When he saw that the power level displayed on Vegito's body was a pathetic 5, he was stunned for a moment, and then burst into wild laughter. I thought it was some formidable guy, turns out he's just space trash with a power level of only 5. Hey, Rikum, go take care of them, don't let trash like this dirty lord freeze his eyes. No problem, Captain. Rikum, robust like an iron tower, cruelly squeezed his fists, producing a series of crisp cracking sounds from his bones, and walked toward Vegito with heavy strides. Looking at Rikum walking over, Vegito couldn't even be bothered to take a second look. He just tilted his head slightly and said to Krillin and Gohan behind him. Gohan, Krillin. Among these scumbags, the little four-eyed dwarf and this red-haired one will be left to you two to practice on. As for the remaining 3, including this incredibly ugly captain. A trace of violent, cold light flashed in the depths of Vegito's eyes. I will let them know what true despair is. On the desolate rocky plain, a fierce wind whipped up stinging gusts of dust. Brat, since you're in such a rush to die, this lord will grant your wish. Rikum twisted his thick neck, muscles bulging across his entire body like solid rock. With a sudden stomp of his foot, his massive physique surged straight toward Vegito like an out-of-control heavy interstellar chariot, accompanied by a deafening roar. Rikum. Eraser gun. Still midway, Rikum opened his bloody maw, gathering a blinding, high-density energy beam deep in his throat, and blasted it straight toward Vegito's location. Rumble. The violent energy beam instantly engulfed Vegito, and the terrifying explosion sent a gigantic mushroom cloud rising from the ground. Rocks within a radius of several thousand meters instantly melted into dark red magma under the high temperature. Ha ha ha. Just a loser with a power level of only 5, reduced to ashes at the slightest touch. Rikum laughed triumphantly. Captain Ginyu also nodded with satisfaction from the side. Well done, Rikum. This is the fate of those who don't take the Ginyu Force seriously. However, before his voice even faded, those purple eyes bulged out sharply, as if he had seen some horrifying sight that completely defied common sense. As the smoke cleared, Vegito was still standing in place unscathed, maintaining a pose with his arms crossed over his chest. Let alone being injured, even his blue and orange martial arts uniform didn't have a single speck of dust on it. Is that it? Vegito slightly raised his chin, his eyes revealing undisguised contempt. I stood still and let you hit me, yet you couldn't even break my defense. The Ginyu Force. Just a bunch of clowns who like square dancing. This is impossible. The arrogance on Rikum's face instantly froze, replaced by incredible shock. Nothing is impossible. Since you're done attacking, it's my turn. With that, Vegito casually took a step forward. Swish. The distance of space seemed to lose all meaning under Vegito's feet as he instantly appeared right in front of Rikum, driving his right knee fiercely into Rikum's abdomen at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Bang! Rikum's eyes bulged violently on the spot, and countless streams of stomach acid mixed with blood spewed wildly from his mouth. His massive body immediately flew backward, smashing through a dozen stone mountains in succession, and finally embedded itself firmly into the cliffside like a puddle of mud, completely losing all vital signs. One-hit kill. Rikum, with a power level of over 40,000, couldn't even withstand a single knee strike from Vegito. Rikum. G-Ice and Berter beside him gasped in shock, cold sweat instantly covering their foreheads. No matter what witchcraft you used, everything is futile in front of the universe's #1 speed. The blue-skinned Berter let out a fierce shout, raising his inner ki to its absolute limit. He transformed into a blue phantom, dragging out hundreds and thousands of afterimages in midair, attempting to use his proficient speed to disrupt Vegito's vision. The universe's #1 speed. Who gave you the courage to say something like that? A cold voice rang out right beside Berter's ear without any warning. Berter turned his head in utter terror, only to see that Vegito had somehow appeared in midair completely parallel to him, even looking at him with the gaze one would give a snail. It's over. Vegito raised his right hand and brought it down fiercely in a sharp chop. Crack. Berter's cervical spine emitted a crisp cracking sound, his speed coming to an abrupt halt at that moment, his eyes rolling back instantly as his corpse heavily slammed down toward the ground. All of this happened too fast. From Rikum making his move to Berter being killed, the entire process took less than 10 seconds. Captain Ginyu stood frozen in place, cold sweat already soaking through his battle armor. His Special Forces unit had actually lost 2 major generals in the blink of an eye, and the opponent hadn't even unleashed their ki. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Krillin and Gohan were locked in a fierce battle against Goldo and G-Ice. Originally, after having their potential unlocked by the Grand Elder, both Krillin and Gohan had seen their power levels break past the 10,000 mark. Facing the low power level Goldo, the two cooperated tacitly, and after a fierce assault, directly beat the four-eyed shorty black and blue, forcing him back step by step. How dare you look down on this lord? Angered out of shame from the beating, Goldo took a deep breath, all four eyeballs bulging simultaneously as he fiercely activated his trump card, Time Freeze. The surrounding time completely stagnated at that very instant. Whether it was the debris floating in midair or Krillin and Gohan who were about to throw a punch, all of them were frozen into statues at that moment. He. This is the consequence of angering me. Go to hell. Within the stopped time, Goldo pulled a sharp, giant deadwood trunk from the ground, grinning hideously as he aimed for Krillin and Gohan's chests, preparing to pierce them straight through. However, the time Goldo could hold his breath was limited. Just as he was about to pierce the deadwood into Krillin's body, he couldn't hold his breath anymore, and the time freeze was lifted. What? The moment Krillin regained consciousness, he saw a sharp wooden stake right in front of him, scaring him out of his wits. Right at this critical juncture, a red figure abruptly intervened. Bang! Bang! Two heavy punches with immense momentum directly smashed Krillin and Gohan away, causing them to crash heavily onto the ground. The newcomer was none other than the red-haired G-Ice. Having witnessed the tragic deaths of Rikum and Berter firsthand, his heart was already filled with endless fear and rage. But he didn't dare provoke Vegito, who was like a demon god, so he could only vent his fury on the two brats before him. Goldo! Get out of the way, you trash! G-Ice roared, his terrifying power level of 42,000 erupting without reservation. The crimson aura burned like a blazing fire, and that immense oppressive pressure made it extremely difficult for Krillin and Gohan even to breathe. So strong. This guy's power level is definitely above 40,000. Krillin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of despair. Even with their potential unlocked, the gap between them and G-Ice remained an insurmountable chasm. Go to hell, brats. Crusher Ball. G-Ice condensed a huge red energy ball in midair, smashing it fiercely toward Krillin and Gohan on the ground like a falling meteor. The energy contained within this crusher ball was enough to completely wipe out this continent. Gohan. Dodge quickly. Krillin shouted, wanting to push Gohan away. But Goldo activated his superpower once again at this moment, paralysis technique. The invisible superpower transformed into invisible chains, pinning Krillin and Gohan firmly in place, unable to move at all. Looking at the rapidly magnifying ball of death above their heads, both Krillin and Gohan's eyes flashed with despair. Are they going to die? You really don't let people rest easy. If I leave you unattended for even a second, you almost get yourselves killed. Right in this absolute death trap, a lazy voice tinged with a hint of helplessness suddenly rang out in front of Krillin and Gohan. Swish! Vegito's tall and straight back blocked in front of them without any warning. He didn't even look up at the terrifyingly powerful crusher ball, simply using his index and middle fingers to steadily clamp onto that light ball. What? G-Ice's eyeballs in midair almost popped out. That was his full-strength crusher ball. He just clamped onto it with two fingers like that. Returning it to you. Vegito flicked his fingers slightly. Whoosh! That crusher ball traced its path back at a speed more than 10 times faster than when it came, slamming fiercely into G-Ice's chest amidst his desperate screams. Rumble. A violent explosion bloomed in midair, leaving G-Ice without even a whole corpse, directly turning into cosmic dust under his own proudest ultimate move. G-Ice is dead too. Goldo, standing not far away, was already scared out of his wits at this moment. He looked at Vegito in terror, subconsciously taking a deep breath, wanting to activate Time Freeze again to escape. Still want to hold your breath. Vegito's cold gaze instantly locked onto Goldo. Hiss! A golden beam shot out instantly, piercing through Goldo's throat before he even had time to stop time. GCK. Goldo clutched his neck, which was spraying blood wildly, his four eyes staring fixedly before he collapsed powerlessly to the ground, twitching twice before dying completely. In less than 3 minutes. The universe-renowned highest combat power of the Frieza Force, the Ginyu Force. Aside from Captain Ginyu, the remaining 4 members were completely wiped out. The battlefield was terrifyingly dead silent. Although Krillin and Gohan had salvaged their lives, watching Vegito effortlessly slaughter these top powerhouses of the universe from behind, they felt more awe for power than mere gratitude. Looks like the quality of these whetstones isn't so great. Vegito turned around and patted Krillin's shoulder. The path of martial arts can't just rely on paper statistics. Superpowers, speed, these are all fatal variables in actual combat. After going back, make sure to catch up on your actual combat experience. Why yes. Mr. Vegito, we have learned our lesson. Krillin lowered his head in shame. After comforting the two, Vegito finally cast his gaze toward the very last person left on the field. Captain Ginyu. At this point, Ginyu no longer had the overbearing pride he possessed when he first appeared. Looking at his team members' corpses strewn all over the ground, his body trembled wildly like a sifting sieve, his purple face filled with unprecedented terror. You, exactly what kind of monster are you? Ginyu's voice was trembling. With a power level of 120,000, in front of this man, he couldn't even summon the courage to resist. That feeling was even more despair-inducing than facing Lord Frieza. Who I am doesn't matter. Vegito stared at Ginyu, walking toward him step by step. What matters is that your stupid cosmic emperor will soon be going down to keep you company. Watching Vegito closing in step by step, a trace of madness suddenly flashed in Ginyu's eyes. Right. He still had that move. As long as he could take over this monster's body, wouldn't he possess this invincible power? Don't get too full of yourself, brat. I'll let you witness the true terror of Lord Ginyu. Ginyu roared wildly, violently pounding his chest with both hands and coughing up a mouthful of blood, heavily injuring himself before spreading his arms wide and aiming at Vegito. Change. A blinding beam spewed from Ginyu's mouth, heading straight for Vegito. Just as Krillin and Gohan were struck with horror, Vegito neither dodged nor flinched, instead wearing a cold smile as if looking at a mental defective. Soul exchange. What a pathetic struggle. A circle of naked-eye visible golden ki waves suddenly erupted from the surface of his body. Boom. The exchange beam containing Ginyu's soul, the moment it came into contact with this vast wave of ki, was actually forcefully bounced away, shooting in a comical parabola toward a grazing Namek frog in the grass not far away. Ribbit. As the light flashed, Ginyu's desperate scream came from inside the frog's body, while Ginyu's original body turned into a frog that could only croak wildly. This is Captain Ginyu's trump card. Krillin was dumbfounded. Alright, the flies have been cleaned up. Vegito yawned and casually flicked out an energy blast, completely vaporizing the frog housing Ginyu's soul. Ding. Detected that the host has wiped out the Ginyu force with an absolute crushing posture. Temporary main series quest. The Emperor's Destruction Part 1 has been completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of 200,000 points. Across the desolate rocky plains, a gentle breeze swept by, carrying away the last trace of the smoke of battle belonging to the Ginyu force. Vegito looked at the empty wilderness before him, as the crisp notification chime of the system crediting 200,000 points echoed in his mind, putting him in a fantastic mood. Mr. Vegito. Krillin swallowed hard, looking at Vegito with eyes full of awe, and even a hint of nervous reservation that kept him from getting too close. The Ginyu force, are they completely finished just like that? That was the ultimate elite force whose reputation shook the entire universe, the ones whose very name would make Vegeta's legs turn to jelly with fear. In this man's hands, they couldn't even last 3 minutes, it was as simple as crushing a few ants. Otherwise what? Should I have kept them around for the new year? Vegito turned his head and chuckled lightly. Alright, stop looking like you've never seen the world. They were just a few scum. Let's go, let's head back to the Great Elder's place. Come to think of it, that free laborer should have gathered all the Dragon Balls by now. With that, Vegito placed his hands on the shoulders of Krillin and Gohan respectively, pressing his index and middle fingers together against the center of his forehead. A microscopic ripple stirred through space, and the figures of the three instantly vanished from the spot without a trace. Meanwhile, in front of the towering rock pillar platform where the Great Elder resided. Rumble. Accompanied by the roaring sound of an engine tearing through the air, a small anti-gravity hover car snatched from the Frieza force landed shakily on the platform. The hatch of the hover car was violently kicked open, and Vegeta jumped out with a gloomy look on his face. His body was covered in dust and bloodstains, evidently having casually dealt with quite a few of Frieza's garrison grunts left behind in the spaceship while stealing the Dragon Balls. And in the back seat of the hover car, 6 giant orbs the size of basketballs, exuding a warm orange glow, were piled up impressively. Embedded inside each were 1 to 6 red 5-pointed stars. These were precisely the 5 Dragon Balls scavenged by Frieza, plus the one Vegeta had hidden away earlier. Vegeta stared dead at these 6 Dragon Balls, his fists clenching so hard they cracked, his nails even piercing the skin of his palms and oozing fresh blood. Humiliation. Utter humiliation that could not be described with words. To think that he, the dignified Saiyan prince, had to hide here and there on Namek just to get the Dragon Balls and wish for eternal life, even going so far as to betray Frieza and risk his life sneaking into Frieza's mothership to steal the Dragon Balls. And what about now? He had stolen the Dragon Balls, but he didn't even dare to entertain a single thought of making a wish. Because that demon with Kakarot's face had warned him that as long as he dared to run away with the Dragon Balls, even if he ran to the edge of the universe, his head would be instantly twisted off and kicked around like a ball. Vegeta absolutely believed that Monster could follow through on his words. Therefore, he could only act like a humble wage slave, forcibly enduring the bleeding in his heart, and obediently deliver these 6 Dragon Balls, which were enough to change the cosmic landscape, to this designated location. Yo, isn't this the short alien? Your efficiency in getting things done is quite high. Just as Vegeta was grinding his teeth, a crisp and pleasant voice, yet extremely punchable in Vegeta's ears, came from the side. Bulma was seen strolling leisurely out of the Great Elder's house, holding a bag of potato chips conjured from goodness knows which Capsule Corporation capsule, chewing them with a crunch crunch. You reckless Earth woman. Vegeta violently turned his head, a terrifying murderous intent erupting in his eyes. Don't think that just because that monster is protecting you, this lord wouldn't dare kill you. Believe it or not, I'll blast you to ashes right now. Facing Vegeta's threat, Bulma not only showed no fear, but instead rolled her eyes heavily. Go ahead and blast one, let's see. Bulma walked swaggeringly to the side of the hover car with her hands on her hips, reached out with a fair little hand, and patted Vegeta's face, which was distorted with anger. A wage slave should have the awareness of a wage slave. You're currently Vegito's free coolie, and if you dare touch a single hair of this boss lady, I guarantee your fate tomorrow will be even more miserable than that four-eyed frog's. You. Vegeta trembled all over with anger. The pride of a Saiyan made him wish he could burst into power immediately and tear this woman into pieces. But he didn't dare. Because the moment Bulma's voice trailed off. Swish. A tall, straight figure in blue and orange, bringing Krillin and Gohan along, appeared out of thin air behind Bulma without any warning. The violent murderous intent on Vegeta's body, the moment he saw Vegito appear, was as if doused overhead by a basin of -200-degree ice water, instantly extinguishing down to not even a single spark left. Versus. Vegito. Vegeta's Adam's apple rolled with difficulty, and cold sweat streamed down his forehead with a swish. Good job, Vegeta. Vegito glanced at the 6 giant Dragon Balls on the hover car and nodded in satisfaction. It seems you listened to my words and didn't do anything stupid. As a reward, you can keep that arrogant head of yours for the time being. Hearing this praise, which sounded like charity, Vegeta lowered his head in humiliation, not saying a word. What else could he say? He couldn't beat him in a fight, and he couldn't run away. In front of this monster, the Saiyan Prince's dignity wasn't worth a fart. Mr. Vegito, adding the one the Great Elder gave us, all 7 Dragon Balls are finally gathered. Krillin ran out of the house excitedly, holding the last giant Dragon Ball embedded with 7 red stars in his arms. He placed the 7th Dragon Ball next to the hover car. The moment the 7 Dragon Balls gathered together, they seemed to produce a wondrous resonance. The red 5-pointed stars inside the orbs began to flash rhythmically, emitting a low-frequency vibrating hum, while golden light flowed across the surface of the Dragon Balls, casting the surrounding rocks in a brilliant orange-yellow glow. Wow! So big. These are so much bigger than the Dragon Balls on Earth. Bulma leaned forward and curiously poked one of the Dragon Balls. If we summon Shenron with these, how huge of a dragon would that be? Alright, since the Dragon Balls are gathered, get ready to make a wish. Vegito casually pulled over a flat rock to sit on, looking at everyone like some big boss. As for the Dragon Ball's wishes, he didn't really have much of a need for them. He was already the ceiling of combat power in the Dragon Ball Z era, and eternal life held no temptation for him, after all, as long as one's strength was strong enough, who could kill him? Therefore, he would just let Krillin and the others use these 3 wishes to revive Piccolo and the rest, and incidentally reactivate Earth's Dragon Balls as well. But, how do we summon Shenron? Krillin scratched his bald head. Is it like on Earth, shouting out, "Come forth, Shenron"? Just at this moment, Nail, the Great Elder's personal bodyguard, walked out of the house. Earth guests, Namek's Dragon Balls can only be awakened using our Namekian language. The name of Shenron is Puranga. Nail walked up to the 7 Dragon Balls and took a deep breath. He suddenly raised both hands upward and loudly chanted a string of ancient and mysterious incantations in the Namekian language. Takaraputo, Porunirunia, Pupirito Paro. Come forth, Shenron. Grant our wish. Rumble. As the incantation fell, the originally clear and green sky was instantly shrouded by a layer of thick, churning black storm clouds. The light of the entire Namek dimmed at that moment, resembling the arrival of doomsday. Immediately following, the 7 giant Dragon Balls erupted with a blindingly brilliant pillar of golden light that shot straight into the clouds, churning frantically amidst the black clouds. Roar. A deafening dragon roar, as if coming from primeval antiquity, resounded across the entire firmament. In everyone's shocked gazes, a giant Shenron whose size was indescribable in words, its body covered in green muscles and barbs like a demon god, coiled out from the golden pillar of light, suspended in midair and blotting out the sky. The Namekian Shenron, Puranga. Its eyes were like two crimson suns, overlooking the people below who looked like mere ants. State your wishes. No matter what wish it is, I can grant them for you. 3. Puranga's deep, majestic voice exploded in everyone's minds. 3 wishes. Krillin and Bulma were both dumbfounded, Earth's Shenron could only grant one. That's great. Uncle Krillin, let's hurry and make a wish to revive Uncle Piccolo. Gohan shouted excitedly. Just as everyone was excitedly preparing to make a wish to Shenron. Vegeta, who had been keeping his head down, suddenly flashed a trace of madness and unwillingness in his eyes. No. This was his only chance to attain eternal life. If he missed this time, as long as Vegito was around, he would only be able to live like a submissive dog for the rest of his life. I want eternal youth. Grant me eternal life. Vegeta suddenly rushed toward the Dragon Balls like a madman, using all his strength and screaming at the top of his lungs. However, Puranga didn't even glance at Vegeta, those blood-red eyes remained fixed on Nail ahead. Earthlings, quickly state your wishes. Nail turned his head and urged. Why? Why is Shenron ignoring me? Vegeta froze in place, plunging into madness. Idiot. Vegito sat on the rock, looking at Vegeta like he was an idiot. Didn't Nail just say it? This muscle dragon only understands the Namekian language. Even if you scream until your throat breaks using Earth's language, it will only think you're a monkey making random noises. Hearing these words, Vegeta felt as though all his strength had been drained from his body, collapsing to the ground with a thud, his eyes completely losing their highlight. It was over. Completely over. In this lifetime, he had been completely and utterly manipulated to death by this demon with Kakarot's face. Just as Krillin, under Nail's translation, made a wish to Puranga to revive Piccolo and teleport him to Namek. In the boundless space just outside Namek's atmosphere. A spherical spaceship imprinted with the Capsule Corporation logo was turning into a crimson meteor, tearing through Namek's gravitational field. Inside the spaceship, on the display screen of the gravity control device, a shocking number was flashing, 100 G. 100 times Earth's gravity. Under this terrifying gravity, which was enough to instantly crush an ordinary person into meat paste, a man with a black crab head hairstyle and muscles cast like steel was doing push-ups upside down on a single finger. 9,998. 9,999. 10,000. Bang. The man exerted sudden force with a single finger, doing a complete flip in the air and landing steadily on the floor. A faint layer of red aura flashed across his body and vanished. That terrifying, bottomless power like a vast ocean even made the air inside the spaceship emit a cracking groan from being unable to bear the load. Son Goku. After more than 30 days of extreme special training under 100 times gravity, and countless recoveries by eating senzu beans on the verge of death, the current Son Goku had completed an ultimate transformation of shedding his mortal shell. Son Goku let out a long breath of foul air and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Beep. Reached target planet, Namek. The spaceship is about to land. Accompanied by the prompt sound of the central control system, the spaceship began to vibrate violently, and the flames generated by friction against the atmosphere outside the window reflected upon Goku's excited and battle-thirsty face. Rumble. A few minutes later, the spaceship smashed heavily onto a wasteland on Namek, creating a huge crater. Hiss. The hatch slowly opened. Son Goku walked out of the spaceship in his iconic orange martial arts uniform, taking large strides. He took a deep breath of Namek's unique air, then closed his eyes, completely unleashing his perception of ki, which had been forged through 100-fold gravity. Instantly, all the life auras across Namek flooded into his mind like stars. Krillin and Gohan's ki have gotten so much stronger. Great, they're fine. A relieved smile appeared at the corner of Goku's mouth. But immediately after, his brow furrowed sharply. In his perception, from a place extremely far away from him, a chilling aura so massive that it made one's soul tremble was entrenched there. What a terrifying ki. It's unknown how many times stronger than that Vegeta encountered on Earth. Is this the Galactic Emperor Frieza that King Kai warned me about? Not only was Son Goku not afraid, but a pure fanaticism for battle typical of a Saiyan ignited deep within his eyes. His fists clenched tightly, and the ki within his body was like a long-suppressed volcano about to erupt. I've finally made it in time. Frieza, and Vegito. I, Son Goku, am coming. Takaraputo, Poroporunia, Hypirito Paro. Accompanied by Nail's ancient and mysterious chant, the eyes of the dragon Purunga suddenly lit up like a red moon, and a deep voice echoed between heaven and earth. The first wish. Nail turned his head to look at Krillin. Speak, Earthling. Please bring Piccolo back to life. Krillin shouted without hesitation. Nail nodded, turned around, and repeated the wish in the language of Namek. A crimson light flashed across Purunga's eyes once more, and he said in a deep voice, "This wish is very simple, I have already granted it. Piccolo has been revived, and the Kami and Dragon Balls on your Earth have also been restored to vitality." That's fantastic. Krillin and Gohan hugged each other in excitement, and Bulma let out a long sigh of relief. What about the second wish? Shenron continued to ask. Krillin thought for a moment and immediately said, "Please teleport Piccolo to Namek. That way we'll have more helpers." Nail translated it again. Red light flashed, and Purunga nodded. The wish has been fulfilled. He has been teleported to this planet. Just as Krillin was preparing to make the third wish, intending to have the dragon finish off or send Frieza away. Rumble. Without any warning, a massive aura of extreme coldness and utter evil suddenly erupted from the horizon tens of thousands of kilometers away. This aura was not only massive, but also filled with pure tyranny and killing intent. It was like a global ice storm, and the moment it erupted, it made everyone present involuntarily shiver. This aura is. The composure on Nail's face instantly vanished, replaced by undisguised panic. Frieza. It's Frieza. Vegeta, who had originally collapsed on the ground, suddenly jumped up as if electrocuted, fixing his eyes dead on the direction the aura came from while his body shook violently out of control. A battle power of 530,000. Frieza didn't even deliberately hide it. That immense oppressive force directly crossed tens of thousands of kilometers, weighing down upon everyone's hearts like a tangible substance. At the same time, high in the sky tens of thousands of kilometers away from this place, Frieza was sitting in his circular hovering spacecraft, his originally pale face now so gloomy it seemed as though water could drip from it. He stared fixedly at the distant sky shrouded in dark clouds, and the massive green dragon coiling between heaven and earth. Shenron was actually summoned. In Frieza's red eyes burned a rage that could almost incinerate the universe. He had painstakingly schemed for so long, even going so far as to personally slaughter the people of Namek, all to gather the Dragon Balls and achieve eternal life. But now, someone actually dared to steal a march right under his nose. Unforgivable. These unforgivable lower-class reptiles. Bang! Unable to withstand the aura he unconsciously emitted, the hovering spacecraft beneath Frieza instantly shattered into countless pieces filling the sky. I'm going to tear you all into pieces. Frieza turned into a purple streak of light, crazily closing in toward the direction of the dragon at a terrifying speed that surpassed thunder. On the Grand Elder's stone pillar platform. Hurry! Krillin. Make the third wish quickly. Vegeta roared crazily at Krillin as if grabbing onto the last straw, have the dragon turn me into an immortal. Otherwise we'll all die at Frieza's hands. However, facing Vegeta's roar, Krillin completely ignored him. He turned his head to look at Vegito, who was sitting leisurely on a rock and watching the distant sky. Mr. Vegito, what should we wish for with the third wish? Krillin asked respectfully. Vegito yawned and casually said, whatever you want, wish for whatever you like, it's free anyway. As for that purple-skinned shrimp flying over here, with me around, the sky won't fall down. Hearing Vegito's nonchalant words, Vegeta was practically going crazy. You idiot. That's Frieza. Space Emperor Frieza. Without wishing for immortality, what are you going to use to fight him? If you want to die, don't drag us down to hell with you. Vegeta roared at the top of his lungs. Shut up, Vegeta. Vegito spat out a single sentence indifferently. The next second, an invisible, terrifying pressure instantly descended upon Vegeta, directly pinning him flat to the ground with a bang, making him unable to move even a single finger. Since you don't know what to wish for, Nail, then wish to send all the Earthlings back. The Grand Elder's weak voice came from inside the house. However, before the Grand Elder could finish his sentence, his voice abruptly stopped. At the same time, the previously imposing dragon Purunga high in the air, its massive body suddenly began to flicker violently, just like a bad contact holographic projection. Grand Elder. Nail's expression changed drastically, and he abruptly turned and rushed into the house. Just a few seconds later, Nail's heartbroken cry came from inside the house. The Grand Elder has passed away. With the end of the Grand Elder's life, the Dragon Balls of Namek also lost the sustenance of their magic. Roar. Purunga let out a final deep dragon roar, and its massive body turned into countless golden specks of light, dissipating into the air. And the 7 giant Dragon Balls on the ground, after their light dimmed, completely turned into ordinary stones. The dark clouds enveloping Namek quickly dispersed, and the sky returned to its azure green color once again. The Dragon Balls turned into stones. Krillin and Gohan blankly looked at the stones on the ground. Vegeta lay flat on the ground, looking at the 7 Dragon Balls that had turned into stones, his eyes filled with despair and emptiness. The wish for eternal life had completely gone down the drain. Just as the scene fell into a dead silence and sorrow. Swish! A white streak of light, also emitting an extremely powerful yet upright and grand aura, galloped over from another direction. Bang! The streak of light landed steadily on a flat ground not far from the crowd. The newcomer had a head of black crab-like hair, wore an orange martial arts uniform, and his muscle lines were filled with an explosive sense of power. Krillin, Gohan, Bulma. Great! Everyone is safe and sound. Son Goku's hearty laughter broke this suffocating atmosphere. Dad! Goku! Seeing Son Goku appear, Gohan and Krillin were so excited their tears were about to fall, and they immediately rushed forward. Phew, looks like I made it just in time. Goku scratched the back of his head and greeted everyone with a smile. Having undergone extreme special training at 100 times gravity, Son Goku at this moment not only had his base battle power break through the 90,000 mark, but more importantly, his control over ki had reached a brand new realm. He casually swept a glance across the whole scene. He saw the Dragon Balls turn to stone, saw the grieving Nail, and saw Vegeta pinned to the ground like a dead dog. Finally, Goku's gaze locked firmly onto Vegito sitting on the rock. Boom! Within Goku's perceptual field of vision, the moment he looked at Vegito, he seemed to see a boundless, vast universe. So strong. Strong to the point where it's completely incomprehensible. A trace of cold sweat seeped from Son Goku's forehead, but in those clear eyes, an unprecedentedly fanatical fighting spirit burned. He had originally thought that after training in 100 times gravity, he could close the gap between himself and Vegito just a little bit. But now standing face to face in reality, he realized that not only had the gap between the two not shrunk, but because of the enhancement of his own realm, he more clearly felt that despair-inducing chasm. That was the chasm of an ant looking up at a deity. Yo, Goku, is your training in 100 times gravity over? Looking at Son Goku who was brimming with fighting spirit, Vegito curved the corner of his mouth into a satisfied smile. Judging by your look, your foundation has been laid well. Vegito, it really was you who saved everyone. Son Goku stepped forward, looking at Vegito with burning eyes. Although I know the current me is definitely still not your opponent, once we resolve the trouble here, could you please have a serious fight with me? Hearing Son Goku's words, Vegeta, who was lying flat on the ground, was practically about to vomit blood. These two mental patients with the exact same face. One doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and the other is arrogant beyond measure. Frieza was about to rush over, and they were actually still discussing sparring. Let's talk about sparring later. Vegito stood up from the rock, his gaze bypassing Goku to look toward the distant horizon. Your trouble has arrived. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Following the falling of Vegito's words, a terrifying storm-like tangible substance instantly swept across the entire platform. Gale winds howled, sand and stones flew. A short purple figure that nevertheless exuded a presence making the entire planet tremble slowly descended from high in the air. The Space Emperor, Frieza, has descended. Frieza hovered in midair about 10 meters from the ground, looking down condescendingly at the crowd below. When his gaze swept over the 7 Dragon Balls that had turned into ordinary stones, his face was instantly filled with extreme fury and distortion. Turned to stone. My eternal life was actually destroyed by you group of ants. Frieza's voice was sharp and piercing, resembling an evil spirit crawling out from the depths of hell. Accompanied by his roar, his terrifying aura poured out without reservation. The surrounding rocks began to collapse, the earth shook violently, and even the color of the sky grew faintly dim due to his anger. Such a terrifying ki. Krillin's legs went soft, and he almost knelt on the ground. Gohan's small face was also pale, tightly grabbing the corner of his clothing. Even Son Goku, who had been full of fighting spirit just a moment ago, now had a solemn expression, his whole body's muscles tense to the absolute limit. This guy, is he the Space Emperor Frieza? He really is an incredible monster. Goku gritted his teeth and assumed the starting stance of the turtle school. Vegeta, you dirty monkey, how dare you betray this king? Frieza stared dead at Vegeta lying on the ground with blood-red eyes, killing intent boiling, and you bunch of trash that popped up from nowhere. Today, this king will tear you into pieces inch by inch, and make you die wailing in endless agony. Ding. Detected that the host has a direct encounter with the Space Emperor, Frieza. Main Chain Quest. The Emperor's Annihilation Part 2 has been activated. Quest requirements. force Frieza to reveal his final form, 100% full power, and completely kill him. Quest rewards. Depending on the host's combat rating, a maximum of 2 million points can be obtained. 2 million points. Looking at the luxury reward popping up on the system panel, the smile on Vegito's mouth bloomed completely. This fat sheep must be fleeced bald today. Grand Elder. Grand Elder. Nail's agonizing roar echoed across the rock pillar platform, but to the cosmic tyrant radiating an aura of ultimate frost in midair, this was nothing more than boring noise. Frieza looked down condescendingly from above, his crimson eyes devoid of a shred of emotion, holding only endless brutality. So noisy, you Namek ants. Frieza extended a fair finger, a purple high-density energy sphere instantly condensing at his fingertip. Since you have destroyed this king's wish for eternal life, all of you go die for this king. Whoosh! The purple energy sphere shot toward the ground like lightning, targeting Nail, Krillin, and the others in their grief. Don't even think about succeeding. At this critical moment, Nail fiercely wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes. He ripped off the heavy white cloak on his body, his muscles bulging like coiling dragons, and an extremely formidable white aura erupted from within him. Bang! With a single knife hand strike, Nail actually forcefully cleaved away the energy sphere Frieza had casually fired, causing it to explode into a brilliant fireworks display in the distant midair. Oh! Frieza raised his eyebrows slightly, a flash of surprise crossing his eyes, but it was mostly replaced by a teasing amusement, like a cat playing with a mouse. Namek. Frieza pressed the new scouter worn over his left eye. A power level of 42,000. Hey, truly a nice numerical value. Placed within this king's army, you could be considered a top-tier elite. Hearing the figures reported by Frieza, both Krillin and Gohan gasped. Although they knew Nail was very strong, they hadn't expected him to be even stronger than G-Ice. However, there was no trace of joy on Nail's face. He stared fixedly at Frieza in midair, veins bulging on his forehead. Frieza. You murdered my compatriots and even enraged the Grand Elder to death. Even if I, Nail, have to risk my life today, I will drag you down with me. Drag me down with you. Ho 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 ho. As if he had heard the funniest joke in the entire universe, Frieza covered his mouth and let out an extremely shrill, piercing laugh. The laughter stopped abruptly, and a terrifying cruelty surfaced on Frieza's pale face. Just on the strength of your mere 42,000 power level. Namekian, considering that you are about to die, this king will mercifully tell you a despair-inducing number. Frieza slowly raised a single finger, the corners of his mouth curling into an icy arc. This king's power level is 530,000. Silence. Death-like silence. This seemingly weightless number pressed down upon the hearts of everyone present like a towering Mount Tai whose peak could not be seen. 530,000. Krillin's legs went soft, causing him to collapse straight onto the ground, his eyes filled with undisguisable despair. Son Goku, who had just emerged from hundred-fold gravity special training, also constricted his pupils sharply, his fists clutched tightly. Although he could sense that Frieza was very strong, the concrete number of 530,000 still made him feel a heavy sense of oppression. Stop putting on a bluff there. Take this. Nail let out a wild roar, driving his power level of 42,000 to the absolute limit. His legs fiercely kicked off the ground, transforming his entire body into a white afterimage as he rushed instantly in front of Frieza. Prepare to die, Frieza. Nail's right fist condensed all of his anger and power, smashing fiercely toward Frieza's face. However, facing this immensely powerful strike, Frieza couldn't even be bothered to dodge. Bang! A muffled sound. Nail's punch, which was powerful enough to shatter mountain ranges, was casually caught by Frieza using merely 2 fingers. What? Nail's expression changed drastically in alarm. He tried to pull back his fist, only to find that his hand was clamped as if by a hydraulic press, motionless. Too slow, too weak. Is this the attack you risked your life for? Frieza sneered, his other free hand transforming into a knife hand strike that slashed across Nail's neck with lightning speed. Wah-ah! Nail violently spat out a large mouthful of purple blood, a crisp cracking sound emitting from the bones at his neck. Immediately following that, Frieza kicked Nail square in the chest. Boom! Nail's massive physique, resembling a cannonball fired from a barrel, instantly flew backward for dozens of kilometers, ruthlessly smashing through over a dozen peaks before finally sinking deep into the ruins of a secluded canyon, his life or death unknown. Vulnerable trash. Frieza casually shook the bloodstains off his hands, then turned his gaze toward Son Goku below and Vegeta pinned to the ground. Next, it is the turn of you Saiyan monkeys. At this moment, Vegito, who had been sitting to the side watching the show the whole time, finally let out a leisurely yawn. With a thought, he removed the crushing pressure weighing down on Vegeta. Who? Having recovered his freedom, Vegeta gasped heavily for breath, his entire body already soaked in cold sweat. Get up, Vegeta. Vegito casually grabbed a handful of popcorn from Bulma's snack bag and tossed it into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, "You're a Saiyan prince after all, stop lying on the ground playing dead. Go up there with Goku and play with him." Hearing these words, Vegeta gritted his teeth in humiliation, but he knew he had no choice. Rather than being crushed to death by Vegito, it was better to join forces with Kakarot, perhaps they could still find a sliver of survival before Frieza. Kakarot. Forcing himself to stand up, Vegeta erupted with the 24,000 power aura inside him, roaring furiously at Goku beside him, "Stop holding anything back. This guy is an absolute monster. Let's go together." Son Goku took a deep breath, his gaze becoming focused as never before. "Yeah, I know. If there is even a shred of carelessness, we will both die here." Boom. The terrifying power slumbering inside Son Goku for over 30 days erupted without reservation at this moment. The white aura instantly transformed into a berserk crimson red, and that astonishing heat wave even caused the surrounding air to distort. Kaioken. Under the augmentation of the Kaioken, his base power level of 90,000 instantly skyrocketed exponentially. Oh, the power levels of these two monkeys are actually steadily climbing. Looking at the crazily jumping numbers on the power scouter, a trace of solemnity finally flashed in Frieza's eyes. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, still rising. Bang! Unable to withstand the rapidly climbing values, the scouter shattered into pieces with a pop. "Frieza, your opponents are us," Son Goku shouted fiercely, his figure resembling a red lightning bolt as he took the lead and rushed toward Frieza. "Overestimating yourselves." Frieza let out a cold snort, meeting Goku's attack head-on. Boom, boom, boom. Dense sonic booms instantly erupted in the sky. Crimson red light and purple flowing light collided madly in midair, and every single clash would cause a visible, terrifying shockwave to burst forth in the air. So amazing. Goku is actually trading blows evenly with that monster whose power level is 530,000. Krillin watched dumbfounded from below. That fool Kakarot, he really still hid his strength on Earth. Vegeta gritted his teeth, but he also knew now was not the time for jealousy. "Take this, Frieza." Gallic Gun. Seizing the moment when Frieza and Goku traded a hard blow and stepped back, Vegeta brought his hands together in a cup shape at his chest, unleashing a thick purple pillar of destruction. Frieza furrowed his brows and just wanted to dodge when Goku already appeared behind him. Kamehameha. One blue and one purple, two terrifying pillars of energy, front and back, completely sealed off all of Frieza's paths of retreat. Rumbling rumble. A deafening massive explosion bloomed in midair, its blinding intense light even overshadowing the three stars of Namek. Did it succeed? Vegeta panted heavily, staring fixedly at the thick smoke in midair. Seeing this scene, Vegito sitting below, however, curled his lip in boredom. You don't even know the law of smoke, meaning no damage. This level isn't even enough to warm Frieza up. Sure enough, when the battle smoke cleared, Frieza was floating unscathed in midair. Although a small piece of his battle suit was blown to pieces, there wasn't a shred of substantive injury on his body. However, the combined attack of these two monkeys completely infuriated this cosmic tyrant. "It hurts. You two fooled wild monkeys actually managed to make this king feel pain." Frieza's expression turned gloomy to the extreme, his crimson eyes filled with ultimate murderous intent. "Since you want to die so badly, this king will let you witness what true hell is." Frieza took a deep breath, his arms crossing sharply in front of his chest. Ha-ah! Accompanied by Frieza's wild roar, a terrifying aura vastly stronger than before abruptly erupted from within his body. The earth of Namek began to crack violently, seawater flowed backward, and fierce winds howled. Amidst everyone's horrified gazes, Frieza's originally short body began to madly swell and grow taller. The twin horns on his head curved and grew backward, his muscles bulged piece by piece like rocks, and his height directly skyrocketed to over 2 meters, resembling a terrifying demon god from hell. Frieza, second form. Ho 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 ho. Having transformed into the second form, Frieza's voice became extremely deep and hoarse. He casually moved his neck, producing a teeth-grating sound of grinding bones. "Just now, it seemed I said that my power level is 530,000. Looking down condescendingly at Goku and Vegeta, who were already covered in sweat, Frieza curved his lips into a cruel, wild laugh. "Then now, let me tell you what this king's power level is under this form. It is over 1 million. Oh. 1 million. This number completely shattered the sliver of hope Vegeta had just established. It's over. A power level of 1 million, there's simply no winning against this kind of monster. Vegeta's legs went soft, to the point that he couldn't even maintain his ki in midair, plunging straight toward the ground. Son Goku was also panting heavily. The burden of the Kaioken on his body was already extremely massive, facing Frieza's second form with a power level breaking 1 million. Even if he forcibly activated a higher multiple of the Kaioken, his body would collapse a step ahead. What's wrong? Weren't you quite arrogant just now, Saiyan monkeys? Frieza flashed his figure. Bang! Goku didn't even clearly see Frieza's movement before his chest squarely took a heavy knee strike. Puke ah! Goku violently spewed a mouthful of fresh blood, his body slamming down onto the ground like a shooting star, plowing a deep trench over 100 meters long into the rocky earth. Dad! Gohan shouted anxiously. No need to rush, the next one will be your turn. Frieza turned his head, casting his cruel gaze toward the crowd below. Watching this scene from the rock, Vegito finally had a trace of a smile flash across the depths of his eyes. Very good, he finally transformed. Push him a bit more, once he transforms into his final form, 2 million points will be locked in. Just as Vegito was about to open his mouth to mock Frieza a couple of times to provoke him into transforming further. Dozens of kilometers away from the battlefield, in that ruined canyon kicked out by Frieza's foot. On the verge of death with only a single breath left, Nail was despairingly looking up at the sky. Could it be, is Namek going to perish just like this? Nail's consciousness was already beginning to blur. At this moment, a tall green figure descended from the sky, landing beside Nail. That iconic white cloak and turban, along with a face extremely similar to Nail's yet exuding a ruthless coldness. It was none other than Piccolo, who had just been resurrected by Shenron and teleported to Namek. How is there a dying kindred here? Piccolo frowned as he glanced at Nail, then raised his head, looking toward the terrifying direction in the distance where a million-level power level had erupted. Such an astonishing ki, is this the Frieza King Kai mentioned? Even the current me would just be walking to my death if I went there. Although training on King Kai's planet had made Piccolo much stronger, facing a power level of 1 million, he still felt a profound sense of powerlessness. You are also a Namekian. Weakly opening his eyes amidst the ruins, Nail looked at Piccolo. I can sense that you possess extremely formidable potential. Stop wasting words, you are about to die immediately, Piccolo said coldly. No. I cannot die yet, I must protect the Grand Elder's planet. Using his last shred of strength, Nail extended his trembling right hand and grabbed Piccolo's ankle. Assimilate with me. As long as you absorb my power, you will not only retain your own personality, but you can also gain incomparably powerful strength. For the future of Namek. I beg you. Hearing the word, assimilation, Piccolo was stunned for a moment, then fell into a brief silence. He knew that Namekians possessed this secret art of assimilation, which allowed the power of two individuals to perfectly merge, creating a miracle where 1 plus 1 far exceeded 2. If it's solely with me taking the lead, that's not entirely out of the question. Piccolo took a deep breath, squatted down, and placed his hand on Nail's chest. Rest assured, that anger of yours, I will exact vengeance for it from Frieza on your behalf. Thank you. A trace of a relieved smile finally surfaced on Nail's face. A burst of dazzling, intense white light instantly enveloped both Piccolo and Nail. Amidst this blinding light, Nail's body transformed into speckles of starlight, completely integrating into Piccolo's body. Rumbling rumble. The next second, a terrifying aura that caused the entire Namek to shake crazily rocketed up into the sky from this ruined canyon. The sheer magnitude of that ki even directly dispersed the clouds that had just condensed in the sky, transforming into a thick white pillar of light shooting straight into the depths of the universe. What power is this? Feeling the vast energy surging endlessly from within his body like a cosmic Big Bang, Piccolo gripped his fists tightly. He could clearly sense that his power level had undergone an incredible qualitative change. Is this the power after assimilation? Piccolo tore off the weighted cloak on his body, a trace of extremely confident wild laughter surfacing on that ruthless face. Frieza, your time of death has arrived. Boom. Piccolo fiercely kicked off the ground with both legs, the entire ruined canyon instantly collapsing under this terrifying reaction force. He transformed into a green bolt of lightning tearing across the sky, carrying a terrifying power level that broke 1 million, and headed straight for the battlefield. Boom. An dazzling green lightning bolt tore through the thick smoke of the battlefield, and accompanied by a deafening roar, Piccolo's tall and straight figure heavily smashed into the open space between Frieza and Son Goku. The rock layers of the earth cracked inch by inch, and the violent airflow instantly blew the surrounding gravel into ashes. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan shouted excitedly. Sorry to keep you waiting. Piccolo pulled off his signature white turban and heavy-weighted cape from his head, tossed them aside, and with a bang, smashed two deep pits into the ground. After assimilating Nail, Piccolo was now filled with a heart-palpitating sense of oppression all over his body. Frieza in midair slightly narrowed his eyes, sizing up this suddenly appearing Namekian, and a mocking sneer curled up at the corner of his mouth. Another green reptile that doesn't know whether to live or die has come. What, are you Namekians lining up to court death? Court death. That's a word left for you, Frieza. A cold glint flashed in Piccolo's eyes, and his figure disappeared on the spot without warning. What? Frieza's heart skipped a beat. Bang! Before Frieza could react, Piccolo's iron fist, charged with power, had already heavily smashed into the side of his face. The power of this punch was outrageously huge. Frieza's second form, with a combat power as high as 1 million, was actually directly knocked flying backwards into the air by this punch, successively crashing through several rock peaks. Well done. Krillin excitedly swung his fist. Frieza soared into the sky from the ruins, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and on that pale face finally emerged an irrepressible fury. A mere Namekian reptile actually dares to injure this king. Injuring you is just the beginning. Piccolo pressed on the advantage, turning into a green lightning bolt, and engaged in a crazy hand-to-hand combat with Frieza in midair. Bang 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 bang. The speed of the two reached the extreme, and patches of blinding shockwaves constantly burst out in the sky. What was hard to believe was that the assimilated Piccolo actually faintly suppressed Frieza's second form in terms of strength and speed. How is this possible? Frieza was struck in the abdomen by a whip kick from Piccolo, groaning in pain. He knew that if he continued to maintain this form, he might even suffer a big loss. Since you want to see the scenery of hell so much, this king will grant your wish. Frieza suddenly pulled away, the veins on his arms bulging, and let out a frantic roar unlike a human towards the sky. Ha ha. Rumble. The sky of the entire Namek turned dark red at this moment, and an aura several times more evil and terrifying than before expanded crazily from within Frieza's body. His skull began to elongate backward, his face became as grim and terrifying as an alien, his originally tall figure became hunchbacked, and sharp bone spurs grew on his back. Frieza, third form. Ho ho ho. Tremble, this is a posture that even this king thinks is ugly. Frieza's voice in his third form became sharp and harsh, and he only flickered slightly in midair. Swish. Piccolo didn't even catch the afterimage, and Frieza had already appeared in front of him. Too slow. Frieza grinned hideously, stretched out two fingers, and aimed at Piccolo's chest. Pew 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 pew. Purple beams like a violent storm, at a nearly crazy firing rate, instantly submerged Piccolo. Awa! Piccolo had no time to defend at all, his body was instantly pierced with dozens of blood holes, and his entire body fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string, blood staining his white martial arts uniform. Piccolo. Dend, who had just run out of the Grand Elder's house and possessed healing abilities, was shocked and hurriedly ran over to heal Piccolo. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, Vegeta stared intently at Frieza, who was like a demon in midair, with a crazy light flickering in his eyes. Can't win. Normal fighting definitely can't win. This guy is simply a thorough monster. Suddenly, Vegeta seemed to remember something, and abruptly turned his head to look at Son Goku who was being healed by Dend. After Kakarot was severely injured by Frieza, after being healed by that green-skinned imp, his aura actually became a large chunk stronger than before. After a Saiyan revives from near death, their combat power will skyrocket. If I do this too, maybe I can break through the limit and become the legendary Super Saiyan. Thinking of this, Vegeta fiercely grabbed Krillin's collar by the side and roared hoarsely, Baldy. Quick! Use all your strength, hit my belly with a ki blast. Hurry up! Are you crazy? Krillin was startled. Stop talking nonsense. I want to use the near-death recovery trait to increase my strength. If you want to live, do as I say, or I'll kill you right now. Vegeta roared with a distorted face. Son Goku, who had just recovered nearby, saw this and also understood Vegeta's intention. Krillin, listen to him, we need stronger power right now. Goku said in a deep voice, Gohan, you come help too. Oh, okay. Krillin and Gohan gritted their teeth, both raising their hands at the same time, condensing a formidable ki blast, and fiercely bombarded the defenseless Vegeta's abdomen. Wah! Vegeta violently spewed a mouthful of blood, a terrifying blood hole was blasted into his abdomen, and his whole body instantly entered a near-death state. Dend. Quickly heal him. Krillin shouted anxiously. Although Little Dent hated Vegeta, who killed his compatriots, to the bone, under the persuasion of Goku and the others, he still reluctantly stepped forward and placed his hands on Vegeta's wounds. A soft light flashed, and Vegeta's injuries instantly healed. Boom. The moment he recovered to his peak, a violent aura that made the earth tremble burst out from within Vegeta's body. Exploiting the Saiyan's passive bug, his combat power ushered in an exaggerated surge at this moment. Ha 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 ha. Power. Endless power is pouring out. Vegeta felt the power inside his body that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth, and his extremely inflated self-confidence once again occupied his brain. He fiercely flew high into the sky, pointing at Frieza below and laughing arrogantly. Frieza. Your death day has arrived. The current me has already transcended the limit and become the strongest Super Saiyan in the universe. Hearing Vegeta's wild words, Goku and the others who had just healed Piccolo also immediately flew high into the sky, and everyone joined forces to surround Frieza tightly. Facing the joint oppression of the Saiyans and the Namekians, Frieza in his third form not only did not panic, but a trace of boredom flashed in the depths of his eyes. Super Saiyan. What a boring joke. Frieza sighed, and the aura on his body suddenly became eerily calm. Since you are in such a rush to go to hell, this king will let you witness this king's true appearance. Click click click. Cracking sounds continuously came from Frieza's body surface. His grim and ugly third form shell actually began to peel off layer by layer like cicada molting. Along with the shattering of the shell, a blinding white light soared into the sky. The entire Namek fell into a suffocating dead silence at this moment. When the light dissipated, a petite figure, with a sleek body of glossy white and purple all over that was simply like a work of art, quietly suspended in midair. Frieza, final form. Although he did not emit any violent aura, just a glance at him caused the bodies of Goku, Piccolo, and others to uncontrollably issue warnings of trembling. This is Frieza's final form. Goku swallowed a mouthful of saliva, cold sweat pouring down. Playing God. The extremely inflated Vegeta didn't care about that at all. He believed that he was now the invincible Super Saiyan, and whatever final form, they were all paper tigers. Go to hell. Frieza. Vegeta roared wildly, gathering all the power in his body into his fists, turning into a violent beam, and heavily smashing towards Frieza. Continuous energy bullets. Boom 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 boom. Countless energy light bullets poured onto Frieza like a rainstorm, blowing the entire sky into a sea of fire. Vegeta crazily poured out his power, stopping only when he was panting. Ha 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 ha. Saw that. This is the power of the Super Saiyan. There isn't even slag left of him. However, when the smoke and dust were blown away by the breeze, Frieza still maintained the posture of crossing his arms, and even the action of yawning appeared so graceful. Just now, did a mosquito bite me? Frieza's fluttering sentence, like a 10,000-ton heavy hammer, heavily smashed into Vegeta's heart. No. Impossible. I clearly became a Super Saiyan, I clearly. Vegeta's voice began to tremble, and his steps uncontrollably stepped back. Your so-called Super Saiyan is just this level of juggling. Frieza sneered, and his figure instantly disappeared. Squish. Without seeing any movement at all, Frieza's hand blade had already deeply pierced into Vegeta's abdomen. Wah! Vegeta's eyes bulged out, and blood gushed wildly. Next was a one-sided, horrific massacre. Frieza pinched Vegeta's neck like holding a little chick, heavily smashed him against the rock wall, and then foot after foot, cruelly trampled upon the body of the Saiyan Prince. Bang! 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 Super Saiyan. It's hilarious. Frieza, while crazily beating him, let out a neurotic shrill laugh. Goku and Piccolo wanted to step forward to rescue, but were directly blasted away by Frieza with a casual eye ray, unable to even get close. More than 10 minutes later, Vegeta had been beaten to a pulp, countless bones in his whole body were broken, and he was thrown on the ground by Frieza like a puddle of mud. The Saiyan Prince, in front of this white devil, completely collapsed. Tears, mixed with blood, slid down from Vegeta's hollow eyes. This was the first time in his life he shed tears. Farewell, disgusting monkey. Frieza raised his finger, his fingertip aiming at Vegeta's heart, and a purple death beam instantly shot out. Squish. The beam pierced through Vegeta's heart. Vegeta. Son Goku endured the severe pain and rushed forward, catching Vegeta's gradually cooling body. Vegeta struggled to grab Goku's collar, his bloodshot eyes filled with unwillingness and sorrow. Kakarot. Listen. Our hometown, planet Vegeta, was not destroyed by a meteorite at all, It's Frieza. This fool. He was afraid that we Saiyans would produce a Super Saiyan, and killed all our parents. All our people. Vegeta, while coughing up blood, tightly grabbed Goku's hand. I beg you. Kakarot. Carry the Saiyan's pride. Defeat him. Speaking of this, Vegeta's gaze crossed over Goku, looking at the tall and upright figure far away who had been sitting on the rock watching the show. And you, Vegito. Although I hate you to the core. But in your body, the blood of a Saiyan also flows. You must, with our Saiyan hands, butcher him. The words fell. The Saiyan prince, Vegeta, completely lost focus in his eyes, and the hand gripping Goku's collar weakly dropped down. Carrying endless humiliation and unwillingness, he died in a foreign land of Namek. Vegeta. Goku dug a hole beside Vegeta and buried him. When Goku stood up again, his originally clear eyes had been replaced by a layer of deep fury. Frieza. I absolutely will not forgive you. Goku roared violently, his entire body's crimson aura burning crazily, preparing to engage in a final life or death struggle with Frieza. However, just the moment Goku was about to rush out, a thick and powerful palm suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. Stand down, Goku. A deep yet absolutely confident voice rang in Goku's ears. Unknowingly, Vegito, who had been sitting on the rock watching the show, had already arrived at Goku's side. Vegito's deep gaze locked onto Frieza in midair, who had a playful expression. You've done well, Goku. You forced out Frieza's final form. Vegito slowly stepped forward, blocking Goku and the severely injured Piccolo and others behind him. He slightly raised his chin, the arc of his mouth widening further, and deep inside his eyes burned a ball of ultimate fanaticism for points. Leave the rest to me. Gale winds howled, and Namek's shattered earth trembled under Frieza's terrifying coercion. Son Goku looked at the tall and upright figure blocking his path, and his previously tense nerves inexplicably relaxed a bit. Vegito, Goku clutched his chest, breathing heavily, a trace of worry in his eyes. Be careful, this guy is completely out of a different dimension compared to the previous enemies. His ki right now is bottomless. Bottomless. Hearing this, Vegito turned his head and gave Goku an extremely confident profile view. Goku, that's because you aren't standing high enough yet. In front of the true ocean, this purple-skinned shrimp is at best a small puddle filled with water. With that, Vegito slowly turned back around, raised his hands above his head, and gave a vigorous, massive stretch. Immediately after, he abruptly clenched his hands into fists at his waist, his mouth splitting into an extremely wild grin, and threw back his head to let out a heaven-shaking roar. Yosha. Boom. Accompanied by this signature catchphrase, an invisible shockwave that was completely invisible to the naked eye swept wildly in all directions centered around Vegito. This invisible fluctuation forcibly shattered the dark clouds that had been churning ceaselessly due to Frieza's aura in an instant. Floating in midair, Frieza slightly narrowed his crimson eyes, coldly sizing up the black-haired man who had suddenly appeared below. Another reckless wild monkey, or all you Saiyans so clueless. Frieza gracefully crossed his arms, looking down at Vegito from on high, his tone filled with disdain. However, this lord's mood is very bad right now. I no longer have the patience to play house games with trash like you. Frieza slowly raised his right hand, the tip of his index finger aimed at Vegito's heart. So, obediently go to hell and reunite with Vegeta. Death beam. Whoosh. A purple beam of light, several times faster than when it had pierced Vegeta's heart earlier, instantly tore through the air, carrying a piercing sonic boom straight toward Vegito's chest. The speed of this beam of light was pushed to the absolute extreme. Even Son Goku and Piccolo in the rear couldn't see it clearly at all, only instinctively feeling a tingling sensation across their scalps. However, facing this fatal strike, Vegito merely tilted his head nonchalantly. Swish. The purple death beam brushed right past his cheek, finally slamming into the extreme distance behind him and instantly vaporizing a giant mountain range. Dodge. He dodged it. The sneer on Frieza's face slightly stiffened. Coincidence? No, that moment just now could definitely not be a coincidence. That millimeter-thin evasion was as if he knew his attack trajectory like the back of his hand. Hey, purple shrimp. Isn't your aim way too terrible? Vegito straightened his posture again, extended his pinky finger to pick his ear, and mercilessly taunted, with just this little bit of ability, you even dare to call yourself the Emperor of the Universe. I think calling you the leader of the Universal Circus would be more fitting. You're courting death. Frieza was completely enraged. Ever since he was born, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a tone. Since you want to die so badly, this lord will blast you into cosmic dust. Frieza suddenly spread his arms, no longer holding back the terrifying battle power of his final form, which reached tens of millions. He transformed into a white and purple streak of light, his speed so fast that it even caused light to distort, instantly appearing directly above Vegito. Die for this lord. Frieza raised his right leg high, carrying the terrifying might of tearing space apart, and fiercely chopped down toward the top of Vegito's head. If this kick landed solidly, the entire continental plate of Namek would be split in two instantly. Be careful, Vegito. Son Goku and Krillin cried out in alarm together. However, a scene that made everyone's jaws drop appeared. Facing Frieza's thunderous strike, Vegito still didn't put up any defensive posture. Separated by a dozen meters, he casually threw a punch toward Frieza, who was diving down from midair. The moment the punch was thrown, the entire heaven and earth seemed to freeze for half a second. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Following that, an indescribable and terrifying air pressure violently erupted from Vegito's fist. The violent wind pressure of the punch transformed into a transparent shockwave visible to the naked eye, instantly tearing through Frieza's defensive aura. What? Frieza only felt an overwhelming, mountain-toppling force crashing head-on into him, and his downward chopping motion was forcibly pushed back by this punch wind. Not only that, the wind pressure brushed past his cheek, like countless razor-sharp invisible blade chi, frantically cutting across his skin. Poochie. With a soft sound, Frieza's massive body was directly blown away hundreds of meters by this punch wind, rolling pathetically a dozen times in midair before barely stabilizing his stance. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence. Son Goku widened his eyes in utter disbelief. Krillin and Gohan were rubbing their eyes frantically, thinking they were hallucinating. Separated by over a dozen meters without even touching him, just the punch wind generated by a casual swing of the fist blew away Frieza in his final form. What kind of monster is this? In midair, Frieza panted heavily, his eyes filled with undisguised shock and bewilderment. Suddenly, he felt a burning sting coming from his cheek. He trembling extended his finger and touched his right cheek. His touch felt completely wet. Frieza placed his finger in front of his eyes, only to see his fair fingertips stained with purple blood. On his cheek, a deep bloodstain had unexpectedly been carved out by the punch wind from just now. Blood, this lord is bleeding. This lord's final form was actually injured by a monkey. Frieza's worldview completely collapsed at this moment. He stared fixedly at the black-haired man below who had his arms crossed and looked utterly bored, as an emotion named fear quietly entwined around his heart. Too weak, Frieza. Vegito looked up at the Emperor of the Universe questioning life in the sky, sighed, and his tone was full of disappointment. You can't even withstand a single punch wind of mine, weren't you shouting quite happily just now? Weren't you going to let me witness hell? Vegito's mouth drooped, his gaze turning very sharp. I really hope you can fight seriously. If you only have this level, then this game will be way too boring. I really hope you can fight seriously. This sentence was like a loud slap, fiercely striking Frieza's arrogant self-esteem. Humiliation. Anger. Madness. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Frieza completely lost his reason. He let out a beast-like roar, recklessly diving down toward Vegito, his fist swinging wildly like a violent storm. Bang 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 bang. Countless afterimages surrounded Vegito tightly, and every punch of Frieza's was enough to destroy a small asteroid. He pushed his speed and strength to the limit of this normal body. However, amidst the shocked gazes of Goku and the others, Vegito merely relied on tiny movements of his feet on the ground and slight sways of his upper body to perfectly evade all of Frieza's torrential attacks. Frieza's fists could only narrowly graze the corner of Vegito's clothes each time, yet couldn't even touch a single hair of his. How is it possible? How is it possible that I can't hit him? Frieza roared frantically, his eyeballs bloodshot due to extreme anger. Too slow. Not enough force. Full of openings. Vegito easily dodged while mercilessly providing commentary. Ah. Frieza was so angry he was about to vomit blood, he abruptly widened the distance, raising both hands high above his head, and a purple energy ball as huge as a small sun instantly condensed and formed. Perish. Along with this disgusting planet. Death Ball. Frieza roared wildly, fiercely smashing the huge energy ball in his hands, which was enough to instantly vaporize Namek 10 times over, down toward Vegito. Facing the energy ball condensed by Frieza, Vegito backhanded it with a slap. That huge death ball containing all of Frieza's fury and power, at the very moment it touched Vegito's palm, was directly slapped off course by an unreasonable force, flying toward outer space with a whoosh. A few seconds later, a blinding bright light burst open in outer space, and an uninhabited asteroid near Namek was directly blown into cosmic dust by this off-course energy ball. Frieza blankly looked at his empty hands, completely despairing. His speed, power, and even his full power energy ball turned out to be so vulnerable in front of this man. What's wrong? Is that it already? Vegito lowered his right hand, looking at Frieza in midair who had completely lost all fighting spirit, his eyes full of boredom. As a transmigrator who had read the original work, he naturally knew that Frieza right now had not brought out his full strength. The reason Frieza maintained his current state was because he wasn't good at controlling his ki. If he burst out with 100% power, although his battle power would usher in a terrifying surge, his stamina would also drain away at extreme speed. However, for Vegito, what he wanted to earn was the grand prize of 2 million points. He had to squeeze out the last bit of surplus value from this purple hairless cat. Stop playing dead, Frieza. I know that your current state is not your limit at all. You've been suppressing yourself because you're afraid you can't control your power. Hearing this, Frieza shuddered all over, abruptly raising his head to stare fixedly at Vegito. How could he know? Vegito crossed his arms in front of his chest again, a flash of worldly contemning arrogance leaking from his eyes. Don't say I didn't give you a chance, Emperor of the Universe. Bring out your so-called 100% full power. Only by bringing out all your power will you be qualified to be trampled underfoot by me with a tiny bit of seriousness. Vegito extended one hand and made a please gesture. I'm standing right here, won't attack, and won't interrupt. I'll give you plenty of time to power up. Come, let me witness to what extent your 100% limit can actually reach. Extreme humiliation made Frieza's face twist to the point of almost deformation. As the dignified Emperor of the Universe, he was actually being bestowed time by someone to transform. But he had no choice. Because he knew very well that if he didn't unleash 100% power, he would definitely die in the hands of this monster today. Good. Very good. Frieza bit his teeth until they shattered, blood flowing down the corners of his mouth. Since you want to witness the terror of the deepest part of hell so badly, then this lord will grant your wish. Ha ha. Frieza let out a heart-rending wild roar toward the sky. Rumble rumble rumble. The entire Namek ushered in the true doomsday at this moment. An indescribably violent and evil aura gushed out madly from Frieza's body like a breached flood. Countless thick red lightning bolts split down from the sky, the earth began to collapse and sink in large areas, seawater was sucked back up into the sky, and magma gushed out wildly from the ground fissures. Frieza's originally streamlined, petite body, its muscles began to swell crazily like a blown-up balloon. Blood vessels bulged violently, and blue veins coiled like pythons. Battle power was soaring wildly at a geometric multiple. 50 million, 60 million, 70 million, 100 million. Looking at Frieza undergoing his ultimate transformation in the sky, the faces of Son Goku, Piccolo, Krillin, and the others were already filled with the deepest despair. That kind of monster, I couldn't beat 100 of them. Goku clenched his fists, cold sweat soaking his martial arts uniform. However, Vegito, standing at the very center of the storm, watched Frieza whose momentum kept soaring, the excited smile at the corner of his mouth growing thicker and thicker. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ground of Namek was issuing a despairing cry. The sky was completely occupied by dark red thunderstorms, and thick bolts of lightning continually cleaved down from the rolling dark clouds. The originally emerald green seawater boiled and evaporated under the terrifying high temperature, and countless pillars of magma gushed out from the cracked ground crevices, shooting straight into the clouds. At the center of this doomsday-like storm, Frieza's originally streamlined, artwork-like petite body had now undergone an extremely exaggerated distortion. The muscles all over his body expanded crazily like an inflated balloon, rock-like muscles bulged high, and blood vessels and blue veins coiled across the surface of his body like twisting poisonous snakes. H. Accompanied by his final hysterical roar, that violent aura ravaging the entire globe finally climbed to its peak, transforming into a purplish-black pillar of energy light soaring straight into the sky. Frieza, 100% full power. Combat power, 120 million. Who? Frieza panted heavily. This extremely expanded muscle form brought a huge load to his body, but in contrast, there was the terrifying power within his body sufficient to instantly destroy a galaxy. Ho 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 ho. Ha ha ha. Feeling the unprecedented vast might within his body, Frieza threw his head back and let out a frantic, wild laugh, his crimson eyes locking firmly onto Vegito ahead. Foolish wild monkey. This is this king's 100% power. Where did your arrogant aura from just now go? Have you already been so scared by this invincible power that you can't even speak? In the mid-air in the distance, Son Goku, Piccolo, Krillin, and the others hugged each other tightly. Under this terrifying pressure as high as 120 million, they had already tried their utmost just to maintain their figures and avoid being blown away. This aura, he is simply a thorough monster. Can Vegito really win? Krillin's teeth chattered, and the despair in his eyes was almost overflowing. Son Goku stared fixedly at the center of the battlefield, cold sweat pouring all over his body. He had to admit that if it were him facing Frieza right now, he probably wouldn't even be able to block a single finger of the opponent. However, Vegito, who was at the very center of the storm and directly facing Frieza's 100% pressure, still maintained that nonchalant posture with his arms crossed over his chest. Scared speechless, Vegito picked his ear and mercilessly pierced Frieza's fantasy. I was just thinking, after holding back for so long and turning yourself into a muscle-bound bozo with well-developed limbs and a simple mind, did you do it just to show me this kind of soft, feeble power? What did you say? Frieza was furious. Stop putting up a bluff over there. Go to hell. Boom. The air beneath Frieza's feet emitted a deafening sonic boom. His massive and bloated body actually erupted with a terrifying speed several times faster than before, turning into a purple afterimage and instantly arriving right before Vegito's face. Nova Strike. Frieza gathered all 120 million of his combat power onto his fists, wrapped in a layer of dazzling purple light flames, and smashed fiercely toward Vegito's head. With this blow, Frieza was confident that even dozens of Nameks stacked together would be instantly pierced through. However, bang! A crisp, muffled sound rang out abruptly in the center of the battlefield. Frieza's world-destroying strike stopped abruptly in midair. His pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinpoints. Seeing this, Vegito merely extended a single hand and casually caught his full-strength, enraged blow. How is this possible? Frieza lost his voice in shock, dense cold sweat instantly bursting out on his forehead. This was his 100% full-power strike. Yet it was caught by the opponent with a single hand. What's wrong? The power of the Universe Emperor is actually so minuscule. A mocking arc hooked the corners of Vegito's mouth, and his pitch-black eyes were filled with contempt for the weak. Combat power of 120 million. It sounds quite bluffing. Unfortunately, in front of an absolute dimensional gap, 100 and 100 million make no difference to me at all. You fool. Extreme humiliation drove Frieza completely mad. He abruptly withdrew his hands, his tail whipped fiercely toward Vegito's waist, and at the same time, his right knee drove toward Vegito's chin with a violent airstream. Bang, 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 bang. Frieza launched a storm-like close-quarters hand-to-hand combat against Vegito. Every punch and every kick caused the surrounding void to tremble with cracks. However, no matter how frantically he attacked, Vegito blocked all of them with just one hand. Smack, 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 smack. Too slow. Power is too scattered. Are your combat skills at a prenatal education level? Vegito issued taunts while executing perfect blocks. Ah, shut up, shut up. Die, this king. Frieza completely lost his composure. He abruptly pulled away, raised his hands above his head, and two immensely huge death energy balls instantly took shape, then smashed crazily toward Vegito like a rainstorm. Death meteor shower. Facing the overwhelming energy balls smashing down, a trace of impatience flashed in Vegito's eyes. Boring tricks, have you played enough? Swish. Vegito's figure instantly vanished from the spot, and all those destructive energy bombs missed, blasting countless bottomless giant pits into the ground. Before Frieza could even react, an icy voice already sounded behind him. This muscle form that wastes physical strength not only severely slows down your reaction speed, but also makes your ki drain crazily. What a sleep-inducing farce. Frieza whipped his head back, and greeting him was an ever-enlarging fist. Bang! Vegito's right fist slammed fiercely into Frieza's abdomen. Wah! Frieza only felt all his internal organs shatter in this instant, his eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets, and a large mouthful of purple blood spewed wildly from his mouth. His body descended from the sky like a shooting star, smashing fiercely into the ground below and directly shattering several mountain ranges into pieces. Hiss! Krillin and the others high in the air all sucked in a breath of cold air in unison. The Universe Emperor with a combat power of 120 million was completely toyed with like a sandbag by Vegito in his normal state. Is this the power of a deity that transcends dimensions? Amidst the ruins, Frieza climbed up with difficulty. The muscles all over his body twitched violently, the severe side effects of the 100% full power began to manifest, and his aura was weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. No. Impossible. This king is the Universe Emperor. How could this king lose to a wild monkey? Frieza clutched his abdomen, his face covered in blood, and those crimson eyes were completely filled for the first time in his life with emotions named fear and despair. The 100% strength he relied upon was actually so laughable in front of this man. In midair, Vegito looked down condescendingly at Frieza, who looked like a stray dog. Frieza, do you know what the biggest mistake you committed in your life is? Vegito slowly spoke, his voice wrapped in ki, clearly spreading across the entire battlefield. Because of an illusory legend, you feared the birth of a Super Saiyan, so you destroyed planet Vegeta and slaughtered all the Saiyans. Yet the more you fear something, the more destiny will deliver it right in front of you. Vegito slowly raised his right hand, his gaze becoming unprecedentedly sharp. Today, to completely shatter your laughable self-esteem, I'll make an exception just this once and let you witness that nightmare you've been fearing day and night. Watch well, Frieza. This is what you fear the most, Super Saiyan. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The moment his voice fell, the vast sea of ki within Vegito's body, which had remained in a calm state, abruptly stirred up monstrous waves. An indescribable, terrifying aura surged into the sky from within his body with a boom like a volcanic eruption. The dazzling golden light instantly illuminated the entire Namek. The dark red sky was abruptly torn apart, and the 3 stars of Namek were completely eclipsed in front of this golden glow. Vegito's black spiky hair instantly dyed into a brilliant golden yellow, every single strand standing straight up. His originally deep black eyes transformed into icy and noble emerald green. A layer of substantive golden aura perfectly wrapped around him, and violent blue lightning leapt and wandered wildly around his body, emitting a crackling, popping sound. Super Saiyan, Super Vegito, has descended. This is Super Saiyan. Son Goku widened his eyes. Feeling that pure, violent, and boundless terrifying power on Vegito's body, his body actually trembled slightly due to extreme excitement. As for Frieza on the ground, at this moment he was completely dumbfounded. That golden hair, those emerald green eyes, and the terrifying oppressive feeling that made the depths of his soul tremble. This is that legend circulating in the universe. Super Saiyan. The true Super Saiyan. Under Super Vegito's terrifying pressure that could crush galaxies at will, Frieza's legs completely lost their strength, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. How is it possible? Super Saiyan actually exists. Frieza murmured in despair, the defense line at the bottom of his heart completely collapsing. Super Vegito slowly descended from the sky, hovering less than 5 meters away from Frieza. Those emerald green eyes were filled with lofty divinity and coldness. This is the Super Saiyan you fear the most, Frieza. Vegito's voice no longer had a shred of casualness, instead exuding a judgment-like majesty. Do you find it very desperate? Actually, just now I could have easily slaughtered you without even transforming like this. But the reason I did this is to make you die in endless fear and remorse. Hearing these words, Frieza's body trembled violently. Unresignation, humiliation, despair. Various emotions intertwined together, causing him to emit a frantic, blood-tearing roar. This king is the universe emperor. This king absolutely does not acknowledge any Super Saiyan. Turn to ashes together with this planet. Frieza gathered all the remaining ki inside his body, even burning his life force, and gathered it in both hands, condensing a purple destructive death ball huge enough to obscure the sky. With all his might, he shoved this energy ball containing his final madness fiercely toward Super Vegito. Stubborn and incorrigible trash. Super Vegito indifferently watched the roaring destructive death ball, slowly extending his right hand forward with his palm open. Disappear. Tidal wave. Boom. Accompanied by Vegito's soft shout, a dazzling blue shockwave burst forth explosively from his palm. This blue energy torrent was simply too massive, too vast. Carrying an absolute might that swept away everything like withered weeds, it instantly swallowed Frieza's destructive death ball. No. Amidst Frieza's shrill screams filled with ultimate fear and despair, the blue energy tidal wave completely submerged his massive body. A body of 120 million couldn't even hold out for a single microsecond in front of this shockwave named tidal wave, and was thoroughly annihilated into nothingness. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The blue energy tidal wave pierced through the horizon of Namek, shot into the boundless depths of the universe, and even vaporized several dead stars along the way, leaving behind a brilliant river of stars in space that could not disperse for a long time. Frieza, the universe emperor, ushered in his complete end. Between heaven and earth, tranquility was restored once again. Only Super Vegito's tall back, bathed in the golden aura, like an invincible god of war, was permanently frozen in the hearts of everyone present. Ding. Detected that the host has completely killed 100% full power Frieza in the Super Saiyan form. Main chain quest. The Annihilation of the Emperor Part 2 has been perfectly completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the full quest reward, 2 million points. Listening to the crisp prompt ringing in his mind, the golden aura on the surface of Vegito's body slowly converged, his hair turned back to black, and a trace of a satisfied smile flashed in those deep eyes. 2 million points, secured. High above Namek, the blue torrent of energy that had pierced through the entire galaxy finally and slowly dissipated. The torn dark red clouds mended once again, and the unique jade green light of Namek filtered through the sky once more. A breeze swept across the ruined earth, carrying away the last trace of the scorching scent belonging to Frieza, the Emperor of the universe, in the air. Without a doubt, that demon who had once been arrogant and peerless in the universe, making countless races tremble in fear, had been completely erased from this dimension. Mid-air, the violent golden aura surrounding Vegito slowly receded like a tide. His spiked, upturned golden hair turned back into a deep black once again, and those aloof jade-green eyes also restored their original color. He let out a long breath and flicked his right hand, as if what he had just destroyed wasn't an emperor of the universe with a power level of 120 million, but rather a mosquito he had casually slapped to death. I used a bit too much force, almost punching straight through this planet as well. Vegito. Below, Son Goku, who had witnessed this miraculous scene with his own eyes, finally snapped out of his extreme shock. Excited like a child, he hurriedly rushed up into the high altitude, circling around Vegito several times, his eyes flashing with unprecedented, fanatical light. That's amazing. Was that golden form just now a true Super Saiyan? That chi is simply too exaggerated. I feel like even if 100 of me were added together, I'd still be flicked away by a single finger of yours. Son Goku made no attempt to hide his yearning for the strong, gesturing excitedly with both hands. Piccolo, Krillin, and Bulma, who was protected in the rear by Gohan, all walked over at this moment. Mr. Vegito. What kind of realm monster are you anyway? Krillin swallowed hard, looking at Vegito as if he were looking at a living true god. So cool. As expected of the strongest bodyguard in the universe that I, Bulma, fancy. Bulma, without any scruples, lunged forward and grabbed Vegito's arm, pressing her proud figure against him unblushingly, her pretty big eyes full of stars. Feeling the soft sensation on his arm, Vegito's mouth curled up slightly, and he was just about to tease this wealthy boss lady a bit. Right at that moment, Goku. Piccolo. Can you hear my voice? A voice that appeared slightly anxious yet filled with joy suddenly exploded in everyone's minds. This voice is King Kai. Goku was stunned for a moment before reacting immediately. Great, it looks like you're all still alive. The aura of Frieza, that big trouble, has also completely disappeared. You did a really great job. On the distant King Kai's planet, King Kai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice transmitted to Namek via telepathy. Just now when Frieza burst out with all his power, I was so scared my heart almost jumped out. But right now, you guys need to quickly pay attention to the movements around you. Just a moment ago, because Piccolo was resurrected on Namek, Earth's Kami also revived along with him. Mr. Popo and Kami gathered Earth's 7 Dragon Balls at top speed, and have already summoned Shenron. The wish I had Kami make is, to resurrect everyone killed by Frieza and his subordinates. Just as King Kai's voice trailed off. On the land of Namek, miracles began to unfold. In a pile of rubble dozens of kilometers away from the battlefield. An arm covered in blood and mud suddenly burst out from a shallow grave. Cough cough cough. Ha ah. Accompanied by violent coughing, a short figure wearing tattered battle armor and full of black hair climbed out of the soil in extreme disarray. The Saiyan Prince, Vegeta. He breathed heavily of Namek's air, blankly looking at his undamaged hands, and then touched the location of his heart that had originally been pierced by Frieza's death beam. I'm still alive. Vegeta's pupils shrank violently as memories flooded into his brain like a tide. He remembered being tortured and killed by Frieza, remembered crying as he begged Kakarot and Vegito to avenge the Saiyans. Where is Frieza? Where is that monster? Vegeta bounced off the ground abruptly, releasing his own perception to the limit. However, no matter how he searched, that icy aura that made his soul shudder had completely and utterly disappeared. Replacing it was the familiar aura from afar, peaceful yet unfathomable like the vast universe, Vegito. Frieza has vanished. Could it be? Vegeta recalled the terrifying power that made his blood boil that he had vaguely sensed before his death. His expression instantly turned extremely complex, humiliation, shock, unwillingness, eventually turned into a long sigh. Not only Vegeta. In every corner of the entire Namek, those Namekians who had been brutally murdered by the Frieza force also opened their eyes one by one from pools of blood, their fatal wounds healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. More importantly, inside Grand Elder's towering rock pillar building. Grand Elder, who had originally exhausted his life force and passed away, had the sorrow and despair brought by Frieza's atrocities wiped away, and was judged by Shenron as having died because of Frieza, miraculously opening those wise eyes of his once again. Grand Elder has been resurrected. Little Dend, who stayed behind to take care of Grand Elder, jumped up in excitement. At the very moment Grand Elder revived. The dragon balls that had originally been scattered in the center of the battlefield and turned into 7 gray stones suddenly burst out with a dazzling golden light. The dullness on the surface of the stones faded, and a warm orange-yellow reoccupied the spheres, with the red 5-pointed stars inside shining brilliantly once again. The Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls have recovered. Krillin shouted, pointing at the Dragon Balls on the ground. That's right, because of Grand Elder's resurrection, Paranga's magic has also taken effect again. Moreover, you guys only made 2 wishes previously, and now, Shenron is coming out to grant the final wish. Piccolo said in a deep voice, having assimilated Nail, he knew the rules of Namek like the back of his hand. Rumble. The sky darkened once again without warning. Rolling dark clouds blotted out the sun, the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a violent resonance, and a thick golden pillar of light shot straight into the clouds. Amidst that earth-shaking dragon roar, Paranga, the giant dragon covered all over with green muscles, coiled above Namek once again. State your final wish, no matter what wish it is, I can grant it for you. Paranga's majestic voice echoed across the horizon. The final wish. Son Goku touched his chin and turned to look at everyone. Does anyone have anything they want to realize? Frieza has been defeated, and Piccolo has been resurrected. It seems there's nothing particularly needed anymore. Since no one is making a wish, then leave it to me. Vegito, with his hands in his trouser pockets, leisurely walked to the front. He looked up at the massive, muscular dragon, then turned to look at Bulma beside him, raising an eyebrow. Boss, this lousy planet doesn't even have a decent bed. I'm getting tired of sleeping in the spaceship every day. Besides, I still remember the top-tier feast you promised me. PFF'd. Bulma couldn't help laughing out loud. Of course she understood Vegito's meaning, and immediately turned to look at the flying little Dend. Dend, please tell the dragon in Namekian to send us Earthlings, along with that newly resurrected Vegeta, back to Earth together. Of course, no problem. Dend nodded heavily, looking gratefully at these benefactors who had saved their mother planet. He turned around, raised his hands upward, and shouted out a string of Namekian incantations toward Paranga. This wish is very simple. Paranga's eyes flashed abruptly with a dazzling red light. In the distant ruins, Vegeta, who had just been resurrected, hadn't figured out the situation yet when he saw the sky turn pitch black. Shenron, could someone be making a wish? Vegeta's heart leapt in shock, and he just wanted to burst his chi and fly over to snatch the wish. An irresistible mysterious spatial power instantly enveloped his entire body. Not only him, but Vegito, Son Goku, Piccolo, Bulma, Krillin, and Gohan, far away in the center of the battlefield, were all shrouded in this light at the same time. Goodbye, friends of Namek. Goku waved his hand, bidding farewell to Dend with a grin. Thank you, heroes of Earth. Grand Elder's voice echoed sincerely in everyone's minds via telepathy. Swish. The light flashed and vanished instantly. The dark clouds dispersed, and the sky of Namek restored its peace and serenity once more. And the figures of Vegito and the others had completely vanished from this green planet. Earth, West City, Capsule Corporation headquarters. The sun was bright, and the birds were singing and flowers giving off fragrance. In the huge semicircular courtyard, the fountain was making a crisp, gurgling sound of water. A ripple visible to the naked eye stirred in the air. Immediately afterwards, several figures dropped out of thin air onto the flat lawn. Ouch! Krillin fell flat on his butt on the ground, touching his bald head and looking around. We're back just like that. What a miraculous spatial transfer. Dad, we've really returned to Earth. Gohan ran 2 laps happily on the lawn. As for Piccolo, with his arms crossed, he stood to the side, feeling Earth's familiar gravity and air, and a rare trace of a smile even emerged at the corner of his cold mouth. Standing in the middle of everyone was none other than Vegito, who still maintained a casual posture, and Bulma, who was tightly hugging his arm with a face full of excitement. Finally back home. Floating in the universe for so long, this young lady's skin is almost turning bad. Bulma took a deep breath of Earth's air, then waved her hand grandly, fully displaying the arrogant true colors of Earth's richest person. Today, to celebrate everyone's triumphant return, this young lady will pay for all expenses. Kitchen, immediately prepare the highest spec banquet. I'm going to throw the top-tier party. The servants of Capsule Corporation immediately got busy. However, in this cheerful atmosphere, there was an extremely discordant figure standing alone in the corner of the courtyard. Vegeta. This Saiyan prince, who had just escaped death by the skin of his teeth, was standing there stiffly at this moment, neither advancing nor retreating. He looked at the chatty and laughing Son Goku, and then looked at Vegito, who was being held by Bulma. His complexion was so gloomy that it seemed water could drip from it, but the lingering fear deep within his eyes made him lack even the courage to run away. He knew very well that as long as Vegito was on this planet, even if he ran to the edge of the universe, he would absolutely not escape from the palm of that man's hand. Hey, Vegeta. Right when Vegeta was wildly imagining whether he would be pinched to death again, Vegito's nightmare-like voice came over. Vegeta shuddered all over, instinctively straightening his spine. Vegito walked up to Vegeta, looking down condescendingly at this once aloof prince. What? Looking like you have a deep grievance. I've already helped you slaughter Frieza, and your deep revenge has been avenged. Next, what are your plans? Vegito looked at him with a half smile. Vegeta bit his teeth, his fists tightening and then loosening. What plans could he have? He couldn't beat Kakarot, and moreover, he had been pressed to the ground and rubbed countless times by the man in front of him. The pride of the Saiyan had been trampled into powder. If you don't have a place to go, this place is big enough. Vegito casually pointed at the exaggeratedly large complex of Capsule Corporation buildings. You can stay here. Of course, the rules are the same as before. No causing trouble, no moving against the people here. Otherwise. Vegito's gaze instantly turned ice cold and piercing. I'll let you experience a hell 10,000 times more despairing than what Frieza brought you. Feeling that killing intent that almost froze his soul, Vegeta lowered his head in humiliation. HMPH. Don't think I'll thank you. One day, I will surpass Kakarot, surpass you, and become the true number one in the universe. As you like, as long as you can pull it off. Vegito chuckled softly and turned to walk toward the long table already laden with delicacies. As for Vegeta's grand words, he didn't take them to heart at all. Surpass him. Even if Vegeta were to train for another 10,000 years, it would be impossible for him to touch his heels. Looking at the table full of sumptuous earth delicacies, Vegito was in a great mood. This dungeon run to Namek could simply be described as a bumper harvest. Not only did it secure a perfect logistics setup with free food and lodging, more importantly, the destruction of the Frieza force brought him an unimaginably huge amount of wealth. Vegito silently called out the system in his heart. System, bring up the current panel. An azure blue semi-transparent light screen instantly unfolded before his eyes. Looking at that long string of zeros on the panel, the smile on the corners of Vegito's mouth could no longer be suppressed. 2,400,000 points. He had taken a huge step forward toward his ultimate goal of 10 million points and unlocking the realm of gods. 10 million points. Grinding at this rate, I should be able to gather them during the Android's Arc or the Cell Arc. Or perhaps, spend a few points, open world travel, and wander around other worlds. Vegito picked up a glass of red wine, leaned leisurely on the lounge chair, and had already begun planning his future path to becoming stronger in his mind. West City, Capsule Corporation headquarters. The morning sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, spilling into the luxurious courtyard. Rumble. From a hemispherical building in a secluded corner of the courtyard, muffled loud noises and the sound of metal tearing came from time to time. That was the gravity room Dr. Briefs had just tailored for Vegeta. At this moment, the arrogant Saiyan prince was enduring a terrifying gravity of 150 times, sweating profusely inside, frantically doing one-finger push-ups while gnashing his teeth and cursing. Kakarot. Vegito. You two fools. I, Vegeta, will definitely surpass you. In sharp contrast to this tragic style of bitter cultivation, right beside the open-air constant temperature swimming pool separated by a wall. Vegito was wearing a pair of loose beach shorts, lying comfortably on a high-end lounge chair under a parasol. In his left hand, he held a glass of special fruit juice with ice cubes, and on his right-hand side was a large table as long as 5 meters, piled with all kinds of freshly baked exquisite pastries and roasted meat. Phew. Now this is the life a human should live. Vegito drank the juice in his cup in one gulp, casually picked up a piece of top-grade Wagyu beef barbecue larger than a brick and shoved it into his mouth, an expression of enjoyment showing on his face. In his past life as an ordinary college student running around every day for credits and living expenses, after transmigrating over, he directly possessed invincible power and endless wealth. This brand new life experience was simply addictive. Just as Vegito was pondering what new tricks the Michelin chef should make for noon, the crisp sound of high heels stepping on the stone slab path came over. Vegito. A clear female voice with a hint of spoiled waywardness rang out. Vegito turned his head, a flash of amazement inevitably crossing his eyes. Bulma had specially dressed up today. She wore a light yellow spaghetti-strap floral dress, and the waist-cinching design perfectly outlined her slender waist that could be grasped with both hands and her proud upper figure. Her aqua-blue shoulder-length short hair was gently covered by an exquisite woven sun hat, and under her fair and slender legs she stepped on a pair of strappy sandals, the whole person exuding the charming charm intertwined with youth and maturity. Yo, dressed up so beautifully today, are you getting ready to inspect the company's business? Vegito put down the barbecue in his hand and teased. Bulma walked forward, unceremoniously snatched the empty cup from Vegito's hand, put her hands on her hips, and looked down at him. Inspect what business? Have you forgotten your current identity? I am a super wealthy woman who covers your food and board. And you, are this young lady's personal bodyguard. Bulma leaned down slightly, the touch of snow-white scenery at the neckline looming, and a pair of beautiful large eyes stared at Vegito. Today this young lady is going out shopping. As a bodyguard, you must accompany me the whole way. No refusal allowed. Looking at Bulma's sunere yet somewhat expectant little girl posture, Vegito couldn't help laughing out loud. Transmigrating into this world, fighting and killing every day indeed easily made one's nerves tense. Going through a mortal dating life with such a top-tier wealthy beauty was also a nice diversion. Fine, you're the boss, you call the shots. Vegito deftly stood up from the lounge chair, and just as he was about to directly activate the flight technique to take off, he was held down on the chest by Bulma. Wait a minute. Do you plan to wear these beach shorts to go shopping with me in West City's most bustling commercial street? Bulma curled her lips in disgust, then pulled out a Capsule Corporation capsule like magic and threw it on the ground. With a soft bang, a mobile clothing rack hanging with high-end men's clothing appeared on the lawn. This was specially made overnight by the company's high-end brand according to your size yesterday. Go change into it quickly, today you must win me enough face. Bulma pushed Vegito's shoulders and chased him into the dressing room. A few minutes later, when the dressing room door opened again, even the knowledgeable Bulma couldn't help standing frozen in place, her breathing skipping half a beat. Vegito had changed into a form-fitting black pure cotton short-sleeve shirt, which perfectly outlined the muscle lines on his chest and arms. The lower body was a pair of dark gray high-end casual trousers, matched with a pair of black marten boots. His black spiky hair, which was slightly wild due to year-round combat, was set off by this outfit at this moment, unexpectedly adding a few points of unruliness and rogue handsome temperament. His already handsome face with no dead angles, matched with that composure and confidence as if born to be above everything else, was simply a walking hormone generator. Ho! How can he be so handsome? Bulma's pretty face flushed slightly, and her heartbeat began to accelerate uncontrollably. She had known Son Goku for so many years, clearly it was the same face, but wearing it on Goku only made people think he was a fool. But worn on Vegito, the ultimate charm of a mature man instantly pierced through Bulma's defense line. What's wrong? Stunned, Vegito walked up to Bulma, stretched out his slender fingers and shook them in front of her eyes, a wicked smile hooking at the corner of his mouth. Let's go, boss. If you keep looking, the sun is going to set. Who's stunned? What handsome guys hasn't this young lady seen? Bulma's face flushed, and she let out a coquettish hum like a stubborn little girl, but her body walked forward extremely honestly, very naturally linking arms with Vegito's sturdy arm. The two got into a limited edition red anti-gravity supercar, and amidst the roar of the engine, drove out of the gate of Capsule Corporation. West City, Central Business District. This was the most bustling area on the entire Earth, where skyscrapers soaring into the clouds and holographic projection billboards could be seen everywhere. When Bulma walked on the pedestrian street arm in arm with Vegito, they instantly became the focus of the whole scene. Wow! That guy is so handsome. Is he some newly debuted movie star? His figure is just too good. That muscle contour is simply perfect. The woman beside him is so pretty, she seems to be the daughter of Capsule Corporation. Is this a talented man and a beautiful woman? Listening to the whispers from the surrounding passers-by, especially the almost cannibalistic gazes the young girls cast at Vegito, Bulma not only wasn't angry, but instead welled up with a strong sense of pride and possessiveness. She hugged Vegito's arm even tighter, that soft touch pressing unreservedly against Vegito's arm, as if declaring sovereignty to the whole world. As expected of the man I, Bulma, set my eyes on. Bulma thought happily inside. Over the next 2 hours, Vegito fully experienced what it meant to be a wealthy woman's desire to shop. As long as it was clothes, jewelry, or bags that Bulma laid her eyes on, she wouldn't even ask for the price, just swiping the card directly. If it were an ordinary man, just carrying bags would have already exhausted him to the ground. But for Vegito, whose base battle power was inestimable, this couldn't even be counted as a warm-up. He quietly released a trace of ki, allowing those dozens of shopping bags to float steadily in midair behind him with a tiny amplitude, moving following their footsteps. Vegito, there is a top-tier seafood buffet restaurant in West City ahead. I heard today they have premium king crabs salvaged from the deep sea. Let's go eat there. Bulma, who was tired of shopping, pointed to an extremely luxuriously decorated restaurant ahead and said with sparkling eyes. A buffet. Vegito raised an eyebrow. Are you sure the boss won't cry? Facts proved that Vegito's worry was completely correct. Half an hour later, this top-tier buffet restaurant, which claimed infinite ingredient supply, welcomed the biggest crisis since its opening. Manager. Not good. That guest named Vegito has already eaten up our entire month's inventory of premium oysters and king crabs. He's still asking for more. In the back kitchen, the head chef grabbed his hair and cried to the manager in a breakdown. On a VIP seat in the restaurant lobby, the empty plates in front of Vegito had piled up into a small mountain. He was like a black hole that could never be filled. No matter how much food was sent up, it could be wiped out by him like a storm sweeping away clouds within a few seconds. And what was most infuriating was that although the speed at which he ate things was astonishingly fast, his posture still maintained a kind of calm and unhurried elegance, without even a drop of soup splashing on his clothes. Bulma sat opposite him, supporting her rosy cheek with one hand, not feeling ashamed at all, but instead looking at Vegito gorging himself with a full smile in her eyes. Eat slowly, no one is fighting with you. If this shop is eaten empty by you, big deal, I'll buy this restaurant and make it your private cafeteria. Bulma said heroically. Hearing this wealthy speech, the waiter holding a plate and shivering aside almost directly knelt on the ground and shouted, "Boss." After a satisfying meal and drinks, the afterglow of the setting sun had dyed the sky of West City into a romantic orange-red. Vegito and Bulma strolled side by side on the landscape bridge spanning the West City Canal. The breeze brushed across the water surface, blowing up Bulma's aqua-blue short hair. She stopped her steps, holding the bridge railing with both hands, gazing into the distance at the city skyline shrouded by the setting sun. So beautiful. Bulma whispered softly. Vegito leaned against the bridge railing, turning his head to look at Bulma, who was gilded with a layer of gold by the setting sun. Shedding the shell of her usual spoiled young lady, she appeared exceptionally quiet and gentle at this moment. How come you're suddenly so sentimental? Vegito chuckled. Bulma turned her head, looking at Vegito's handsome face, complicated emotions flashing in her eyes. Just feel that all this is like a dream. Bulma lowered her head slightly, her voice becoming somewhat soft. You know what? I've been called a genius since I was a child. I invented the dragon radar, and embarked on a journey to find the dragon balls all by myself. At that time, my wish was to want a perfect Prince Charming. Later, I met Yamcha. I thought he was that person. But what was the result? He is an incorrigible playboy. Bulma smiled self-deprecatingly, then raised her head, those clear large eyes staring straight at Vegito. Just a few days ago, when those Saiyan descended on Earth, when Piccolo and the others died in battle, I really thought the world was ending. I thought I would also die in that crisis. Until you appeared. Bulma slowly stepped forward, narrowing the distance between her and Vegito. The air between the two seemed to become warm at this moment. You, like a god of war, blocked all disasters sufficient to destroy the world. On the spaceship going to Namek, when facing Frieza. As long as I looked at your back, I felt that even if the universe were destroyed, I would be absolutely safe. Bulma reached out her fair hands, gently wrapping them around Vegito's waist, pressing her cheek against his broad and sturdy chest, listening to the strong heartbeat coming from inside. Vegito, thank you for coming to Earth, thank you for appearing in my life. Feeling the faint fragrance coming from the warm and soft delicate body in his arms, a trace of ripples inevitably rose in Vegito's heart. He was Vegito, the fused warrior possessing absolute confidence and strength. He didn't need to be clueless about emotions like Son Goku, nor did he need to be Tsunade and care too much about face like Vegeta. Facing the beauty's initiative, the response he gave was the tolerance belonging to a strong man. Vegito stretched out his strong arms, smoothly wrapping around Bulma's slender waist that could not be grasped in both hands, hugging her tightly into his arms. Just a verbal thank you, isn't it a bit too cheap? Vegito lowered his head, leaned close to Bulma's ear, and said in a low voice filled with a magnetic tone. I am the most expensive bodyguard in the entire universe. Feeling the warm breath coming from her ear, Bulma's pretty face instantly turned red to the root of her ears. But she was Bulma who dared to love and hate after all. She raised her head, closed her eyes, stood on tiptoe, and heavily planted a kiss on Vegito's angular profile. Then, is this reward enough to make the strongest bodyguard in the entire universe protect me for a lifetime? Bulma's face was flushed, but she looked straight into Vegito's eyes without flinching. Vegito hooked a signature smile at the corner of his mouth, and lowered his head to kiss those two warm and tender red lips. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, two figures embraced tightly on the bridge. After a long time, their lips parted. Vegito looked at Bulma, who was panting and whose eyes were filled with spring water, and chuckled. Protect you for a lifetime. That depends on whether you can keep me supplied with food for a lifetime. HMPH, even if you eat the entire Milky Way empty, this young lady can still afford to feed you. Bulma raised her chin sunderly, but the smile at the corner of her eyes couldn't be hidden no matter what. The two interlocked their fingers and slowly walked on the road returning to Capsule Corporation in the afterglow of the setting sun. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.